Sure everything is working properly. Before we start, let's see. Why is this scheduled? No. Oh, what is going on here? This is a problem, y'all. Let me log back into my YouTube. Hi everyone. This is definitely not the live stream's title or anything, which is insane. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Every week, same thing, but that's okay. We're just gonna roll with the punches here. All right, so I updated it now. Let me update the title. Hi, good afternoon if you're joining. This is something I really have to fix. I don't know why it's in default mode. It's really extremely weird that it does that. I really don't know why. But we're going to have to figure it out sometime this week. Okay. I hope everyone's having a great Sunday. Let me go into my channel and change the title so you guys can all see what we're talking about today. That is not our title here. So we are going to change it. Edit. Why values matter. Part 2. Here we go. And then I'm just going to put some stuff in the description box and then we're going to be all ready to start today. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday. I'm having a great Sunday so far. Looking forward to the week that's coming up. Can't believe that it is the end of September, y'all. It is about to be October. October, then November, and then Christmas. So, wow, this year went by so fast. It went by faster than I thought. Which is, I don't know if that's good or bad. I feel like the years are flying by. Here we go. Sorry, y'all. I'm just changing the description. I really have to figure that out as to why they are not. I really have to figure out why the restream keeps showing like old streams, which is very strange, but sometimes that happens. Let me update the titles on Twitch as well in case people are watching me on Twitch. So just bear with me 1 second, y'all. I keep having these technical issues with Restream. I think what it is that I have to, I think what I need to do is I have to, like there was an upgrade recently and I didn't upgrade. And I think that's why, it keeps showing the same streams all the time. So just give me 1 second. So I'm going to do the upgrade and then... Well, not now. I'll do it afterwards. And then it should be good to go after that. So here we go. All right. So I just changed the titles on Twitch and YouTube. Okay. So now let me add the comments. I know I have to do everything all over again because it's so crazy. Like when I start. So basically what happens is I start the stream. Before I start the stream, I put all the titles, everything in Restream, which is the stream I guess platform that I use to stream via OBS. I know it sounds very technical. So yeah, so what I do is I stream on that so that I can stream in 2 places, which is YouTube and also Twitch. But the issue is that every time I use it, it just keeps bringing up the old like titles that we've already done before, which is very strange. I don't know why it's in default, but anyways, I'm going to figure that out. That's more of a tech issue. So yeah, let me know how's your Sunday going. Let me know how everyone's Sunday is so far. Mine is going well. I didn't really do much this morning. I kind of just slept in a bit because y'all already know my body is exhausted from this week, especially with everything going on with the picketing that I was doing. So, and then I got to get right back on it tomorrow, y'all. Got to be in the front lines tomorrow. Gonna be in the front lines. I'm going to be right there, right in the action. But it's okay. It's for a good cause. I love it. So, I don't mind walking the miles. And I'm losing inches, y'all. I'm losing inches. It's paying off in a good way, I guess, because I'm walking so much. I'm hitting like almost 20,000 to 21,000 steps in 4 hours, y'all, because I've been walking so much. And I think that is definitely going to help me with my weight goals that I have this year. So kind of excited about them. Trying to get healthy, not for aesthetic purposes, but more for like just getting healthy in general. I've been on a health wavelength. All right, here we go. Let me block it for now. Okay, and then I just have to add the chat. So just bear with me 1 second, y'all. I'm just gonna add the chat now, just so I can see what y'all are saying, if there's anyone here. If not, that's okay. We just gonna start where we are. Let me go to the dashboard. Here we go. And then, yeah, you see, I think I know what's going on now. I figured it out, y'all. I know what's happening. Why values matter, part 2. So we're gonna finish off where we left. We're gonna finish up where we left off yesterday, because yesterday was just, oh Lord, yesterday was, it was a lot going on yesterday. All right, here we go. So we save that. And then, sorry, I'm just saving it for Twitch. And then we're good. Okay. And then I'm going, oh, hey, Rosa. How are you doing, sis? Hey, Sylvie. How are you? How are you guys doing? All right. So yeah, let's, now I can see the chat, which is great. Evanescence, hi, sis. You said it's too cold for me to walk. Lord, I'm lazy. You are brave 4 hours. Yo, I've been doing 4 hours, y'all. 4 hours. Hey, Deja Rue, how are you, sis? You missed yesterday, but glad to be here. That's okay. Glad to see you here. Whenever you guys can make it, I just appreciate when you guys make it. So whenever you can make it, it's all good. Yeah, 4 hours, y'all. 4 hours is not for the faint of heart, and it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Matter of fact, let me go check the weather app. Hold on, let me just get the stream chat, because I really want to launch it, because I want to be able to see your chats properly. Let me launch the stream chat, and then I'm going to let you guys know what's going on, y'all. Like, tomorrow is supposed to rain. Your girl's going to be out there in the rain picketing, y'all. Picketing. But you know what? Like I said, it's for a good cause. So I'm not, and it's for me. It's for us. It's for everyone, right? Not just me, but people that are coming up behind me, and for the future, and other people who are, who basically are public servants, like, including my husband, including all my friends. Like, yeah, we're doing it. It's for a larger movement, right? So, yeah. I talked a lot about it yesterday in the live stream. I'm not going to go over it too much today, but I will say that it's definitely been very eye-opening to me. And yeah, we're supposed to hopefully get a resolution soon. Sooner than later, I would say. So that's my wish here. So hold on. Let me just change the color. And then we're good to go. Okay, we're good. And then close. All right, I'm good. Yay. Okay, I connected everything. So let's just hope that if it doesn't show, it's okay. All right. Hey, Avis. Avis, sis, I haven't seen you in a long time. It's been a minute. How are you, sis? Long time no see. What is happening? I love it. I love that you made it. I have not seen you in a while. I hope you've been well. I hope that the year has been well for you. I hope everyone's doing great, y'all, because we're gonna finish this year off with a bang. So yeah, it's really good to see everyone. Wow. I'm really happy, y'all. In case you missed it, I did post a case study yesterday, part 3 of the Jeannie Mai case study. The part 4 conclusion will be this week. So I'm going to try to push it for Wednesday. I will film probably tomorrow. And then there'll be a new case study for members. If you haven't joined the membership portion of my channel, I highly recommend you do so. We do extended case studies. They're different case studies, not the same case studies y'all get in public. I do more of like the social media couples in my membership, or whoever, they personally like want to vote for, because we do have like, I'm going to start doing polls, and I will be doing a members only live stream this week. So if you're part of the membership, you will get a members only live stream this week. I believe I will do it Wednesday. I'll put the announcement up after this stream. I'm trying to figure out whether it'll be Wednesday or Thursday, but you will get your own live stream, members only, of course. And then I'll continue the regular program as well. So yeah, so it's gonna be a lot of different things coming up on this channel, y'all. Like, I'm really trying to get it to where it needs to be. I think that right now I'll be honest with you guys, y'all, that there's been a lot of like revelations going on in my life, and especially towards the beginning of this year, I feel like I pivoted a lot. I'm used to pivoting, so that's nothing for me. But I feel like I'm going in a direction of where I need to go, especially when it comes to purpose. And not only that, but I also feel like there's just much more coming up that I should be putting my time to. And I've started like really rethinking a lot of like old ways that I had in my mindset, and also rethinking how I've been kind of like leading my life, I would say, especially when it comes to my career. Like, I love my career, don't get me wrong. I will always keep my career, but I am noticing a lot of things are coming up, you know, kind of showing me signs. And you know, right now I'm staying put because, again, like, for me, it's very important to stay where I'm rooted right for now, because sometimes you may know where the direction is headed, but it may be too premature. So you have to kind of stay in it, right? And I feel like I'm in that stage right now where it's like I'm just waiting to see what's happening. But I just know that whatever door opens, I just feel like a door is going to open soon. I just have this feeling, and I know that I'm going to walk through that door regardless. So yeah, just kind of giving you guys like kind of like a mini life update, because I don't even know what's going on, y'all. It's just a lot of confusion. And whenever there's confusion around, that means that there's something bigger on the horizon, right? Especially when it comes to what I've been doing in my like in my 9 to 5, like my grind, right? There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of different elements that are in the air that are out of my control. But what is in my control is that I have faith in what I'm doing with the case studies. I have faith in what I'm doing as far as just education. I really believe in accessible education. I believe in the fact that everyone deserves to have a second chance to grow and to be better people. And I also believe in breaking generational patterns and habits, and also helping people thrive and become the better version of themselves. And I think for so long, especially on my channel, like even when I was doing vlogs, like, and that's why I'm so happy to see you, sis, Avis, sis, because she been with me. She been rocking with me for a long time, y'all. Avis has been she been with me since the Rome with Romy and Dom days, right? Back when we were in Korea, really like hustling, right? So I think that when I came to Canada, you know, I had a vision of where my life would go. I never thought that the case studies would take a life of its own. I'll be honest with you guys. And I did get scared. I ain't gonna lie. There was one, y'all didn't realize it, but there was one like occasion where I literally like ghosted everybody. Like I went off of YouTube and people kept asking me like, where are you, Romy? And I was so scared. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I was too scared. I was so scared, y'all. I was so scared. But you know what ended up happening is that I just kept going. I was like, you know what? Don't get scared. Just keep going. You know, just keep doing what you're doing. And now it's like, you know, you guys are just always supporting me, always supporting us as far as Dom and I. You guys are always like giving me so much motivation to keep doing what I'm doing. And I want to thank every single one of you for that. I'm always appreciative of that. Even if, you know, I may not respond to every comment. And sometimes, you know, I may not, you know, have like things flowing the way they should. And sometimes I'll be late, y'all. I know. When I tell you guys, I'm so intentional now. So I'm like, you know what? Let's get this going. Like, let's do the case studies. Let's give the information. We're going to continue doing that, continue going the pace that we're going. And then I'll be able to bring out more things as well down the pipeline. I have a lot of things that I'm working on, a lot of projects. So yeah, that's what's going on. All right, let me read a few more comments. And then we're going to get started. Hey, love, how are you, sis? Hey, Avis, you said you working and trying to stay sane. Girl, me too. Trying to stay sane. Trying to. It's very hard, I know, in these times, but we just got to keep going where we're going, right? Keep doing what we're doing. That's all you can do, right? Just switched over from Twitch. Hi, Melody Smith. Yeah, Twitch is something I am working on too. I'm working on it too. I'm not going to make excuses anymore, because I always say, oh yeah, you know, my job and all these things. Yeah, that's a factor. But also, I think it's also how I organize my time as well. So that's why I said I'm trying to be way more intentional with everything that I do. Everything that I do has a purpose. Everything that I do has a reason, right? So yeah. It's so important, Rosa. It is. It is. Hey, gorgeous. How's your Sunday going? It's going good, sis. Hey, Devonda, how are you? Yeah, purpose and alignment. That's exactly what it is. That's what I've been focusing on. And I think that I've made so many excuses in the past, especially like, trying to be like, oh, like I have this and I have that and I have this. And no, like, we can do it. We just have to reorganize and reshift our priorities. And so now I think it's a blessing, especially now that I'm on the front lines, like I explained yesterday. It's a blessing with the time that I have, and I'm able to dedicate more time to do more, at least for the short period of time I have. And to be honest with you, I don't know what's coming up afterwards, right? So we don't know, right? But all I know is whatever is in the cards, then it is what it is. And your girl is going to, let you guys know. I'm going to let you guys know what's going on as far as like work life goes. And I'll keep you guys posted because no one knows, to be quite honest with you. All of us are up in the air. We're trying to figure out how long this is going to be. Are some of us even going back? Like it's really real out here. But at the same time, we just got to keep going, keep grinding. So, yeah. How long I've been on here? 16 minutes. You see, I'm really good with time today. So I'm going to try not to do too long of a stream today because it's Sunday. And I understand everybody has to rest afterwards. So you said, I seen Justine trying to rally the girls to play the game in the first look of today's episode 12, 4 people battle. Justine, I have not watched Love Island Games? I haven't watched Love Island Games in since the first episode. I'm so sorry, y'all. And that's because I, when I watched the first episode, hold on. I'm going to see it. When I watched the first episode, I was very interested. And then after that, I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to have to wait till it's done. I might have to. It's just too many episodes. The only thing I don't like about Love Island is like it's way too many episodes at one time. It's like every night until like this weekend. I think this weekend is over. Yo, sis ain't got time, man. It's like sometimes that's what I'm talking about, intentional time, right? So I was like, man, I don't know if I have time. Like, I have no idea. Like, so it's really, really difficult sometimes to kind of fear like to allocate time for it. But I will watch it once it's available, all the episodes, and then I'll probably rewatch it and do some commentary on it. I know that all I heard is I've just been reading like a little bit of it. I heard that Tyreek, I don't know, Justine and Tyreek had some situation. Andreina's there, and yeah, it's really it's really different. Yeah, it's really different from the regular Love Island. But I heard some people like it better than that, right? So yeah. So there you go. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I might talk about it a little bit more once it's done. Have you seen the Pepe interview with Cyrus? What are your thoughts? I have not seen his interview. I have not. I heard about it though, and I heard he was talking about Iris and TJ, and then talking about like the timeline or whatever. But I don't know. Pepe's been a little weird ever since he got out of Villa, and I think that it's because I think it's because of what happened with Iris. And I think he got all the backlash, right? So now he's just kind of being, being himself. Let's just put it that way, right? So I don't know. Pip is a little odd, but I might review it maybe next weekend. I'm still gonna decide whether I'm gonna do it or not. Sorry, y'all. I'm just typing something in the comment box because I'm gonna get started on today's stream. Yeah, but I'm gonna catch up on Love Island stuff. I honestly have not had time because of everything that's been going on, like just work-wise, just everything-wise. I haven't even had time to watch TV. But if you're in my Discord, we are going to do a Love is Blind stream. Like, I'm going to watch it. Love is Blind France. Someone recommended that I watch it, so I might watch it this week. Love is Blind is a little easier for me to watch because I have Netflix. I do have Crave too, but I feel like it's not every day. It's like once a week, so it's easier for me. Y'all know I'm a grandma, y'all. Y'all know I'm a grandma, right? So yeah, that's basically what's happening with me right now, right? So I'm a big grandma-ish. I'm an auntie, so I can't watch too many episodes at once. I'm too overstimulated. Yeah, he's a typical man. Absolutely, he is, y'all. He is. He is. All men are like that, right? All right. So usually it's always like that. Okay, I'm gonna pin this message. There we go. That's what I was doing. Okay, y'all. So now we're ready to start. It's been 20 minutes since we started. Thank you for joining. This live stream is being sponsored by Red Pearl. If you all don't know, I spoke about it yesterday, and Red Pearl is basically it's not just a clothing brand, it's a lifestyle. And I truly stand by it because one, I'm a huge supporter because I was in the process when it was created. But not only that, but it aligns with what I stand for, and that is accessibility and also sustainability. And you guys know I'm all about accessible education. Because to be honest with you, like I just feel like education is something that we all can learn. And I'm also about ethical sourcing, and I'm also about fair trade, and also just making sure that when we get material that it aligns with our values. But not only that, but I also want to let you guys know why I believe in this brand. And it's not just because it is closely related to me, but as somebody who has struggled a lot with, self-esteem issues and also just affordability, right? I believe that everyone should have access to everything, whether it's luxury, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare. I think that there's ways that we can all afford the same things without having to break the bank. Like, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Recently, I should show you guys a coupon that I got. So usually we get coupons through the mail, right? How about there was this McDonald's coupon that we got. Y'all know that in Canada, to dine for 2 people at McDonald's is like $20 now. It was like $18.99. I'm going to round it up to 20 plus because of the taxes, right? And it's like inflation is just keeps rising. And not only that, but it's getting harder and harder to actually buy things that matter. And I'm very passionate about it because I feel like everyone should be able to be confident and look confident and also wear clothing that's not only good for the environment, but also good for your spirit. And I'm all about that, especially with my energy, right? So I'm going to show you guys an example of something. I bought this shirt. You guys have seen me wear it on my live stream, right? And no hate to the designer. I'm just proving a point. So I bought this shirt at Winners, right? Y'all see this one? Right here, this one. And I actually like wearing this shirt at times, but the material is very thin, as you guys can see. And you probably can't see it on camera, but I'll show you. It's very thin, and y'all can see it's already grayed out. Look at that. I've only had it for less than a year. Less than a year. Whereas for this one, because it's cotton, it's going to last longer, way longer. And not only that, but I struggle with anemia. I get very cold in the office, especially like when I'm working or if I'm at home. Sometimes I have to put a cardigan on. And with this kind of material, I always have to wear a cardigan because it gets so cold, especially if you live out in the East Coast or in a city where the rain, like where I live, there's always rain or it's cold. And it's really, really good. Cotton is good for thermal wear, especially if you get cold. And not only that, but I got little turkey arms. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Look at these. My arms are not where I want them to be, and I don't like to show them off, right? And so it's hard to find shirts where you can actually not show your arms too much, and sometimes they get too tight here, and it's just a lot of different things. So where I'm getting at is I personally really believe in this brand because I know that is something that would help a lot of you when it comes to wearing professional clothes, but not having to be all dressed up and dolled up all the time. But not only that, but it's very natural, and you can definitely like wear it and feel not only confident in what you're buying, but also know that it's not material that's going to harm your health. And I'm very big on that because I know I told you guys I have fibroids, and I do believe that a lot of my fibroids were developed with hormones, and not only from what I ate, but also what I was wearing. And all that synthetic material over time is really not good for your skin. and it's not good for your gut health. It's not good for anything. And when you wash it in the machine, the dye actually, it bleeds out into your clothing, right? And so this is why I believe in the brand more than anything, because I know for myself that this is definitely going to be something that can help a lot of people. And not only that, but it is affordable. And not only that, but it's ethical. And so this is why I want, and I will always advocate for that. And for any other thing where I believe in what I'm giving to you guys, in the quality, right? Because I'm all about quality and not quantity. Y'all already know me. So anyway, that's all to say that if you believe in the same things that I believe in, I put the link in the comments. You guys can check out the website. You can join the mailing list too. We have a lot of stuff coming up. And yeah, just take a browse through, look at what look at it. You don't have to make any decision right now. But what I want you guys to do is just, join the mailing list. Support the movement, because we really want it to be wide ranging and global and reach the world. And that way we can help each other, right? Especially through these times. And so people don't feel like they have to spend like, $100 or not $100, $200, $300 on a cotton shirt, or buy material that you think is going to be good. Cause like I bought this thinking that it's a brand, right? It's a name brand shirt. So I was like, oh, it's going to be good. But it didn't even last me like a full year. And I spent so much money on clothes. Now I'm going to a rant. Hold up. This is rant time. I spent like over $500 last year on clothes. And those clothes are still in my closet. Some of them washed out. Some of them have not even withstood the test of time. A lot of them, like the seams, I really hate when this happens. Like when you wash your clothes and the seams just like start falling out. That has happened so many times, especially with things that I wear, because I like to wear things over and over again, because I really don't like to buy things all the time. I like to buy like one piece or two pieces, three pieces, like just classic pieces, and then layer over them sometimes, right? But I can't even do that, because every time I try to do that, it just, it doesn't work for me. Now it's like I'm forced to buy clothes more often, and it just gets to a point, right? So anyway, that's just, that was just me going through the sponsorship for this video and this live stream. So you guys check the link, check it out. And yeah, I'm gonna read a few more comments and then we're gonna get started, y'all. So yeah. Hey, Akos. Hey. It's made of plastic products. Yup, it is. It is. Yes. And thank you, sis. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hype the video. Yes. Is it? My mic is messing up. Goodness gracious. Can y'all hear it now? Can you guys hear my mic now? I hope not. And thank you, sis. Yes, make the difference. Hold up. Let me check the live stream. Let me check it. Let me check it. Here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to make sure that my mic is not bad. Hold on. Can you guys hear my mic now? Okay, it's working now. Yeah, I hear it. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, please like the video, hype the video up. And yeah, and then I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, y'all. Continue doing what I'm doing. So this is it. This is a movement. And yeah, and I plan on being more present, doing everything that I can just to keep elevating a lot of you guys. And we're going to level up during this time of uncertainty, because especially whenever there's like a lot of pressure going on around you, that's usually a sign that you have to level up and elevate. And whether it be in your career, whether it be in school, whether it be like in your personal life, marriage, even if you're single, whether it be just you on working on yourself, this is the best time to do it and to elevate for the future. So yeah, so that's what I wanted to say today. And I'm going to start now. What time is it? It's 29 minutes. I'm right on time, y'all. I'm doing really good. And yeah, keep letting me know if the mic is going in and out, because I remember yesterday's live stream, there was a similar issue and we had to resolve it. So now I'm going to show you guys the website here. So here it is. Y'all see my beautiful face here. And yeah, this is where you can get the information. redpearlglobal.com. Again, the link is in the bio or in the comments as well. And then free shipping for orders over $100. No, so free shipping for orders. Hold on. $99 or more. Sorry about that. $99 or more. And we're Canadian. You guys know we're in Canada. So shipping is not far if you're in the US. So you don't have to wait a lot of time to get your item as well. So yeah. And also we, again, we work really hard on making sure that everything is quality, and you can expect really good quality prices and really good quality service from us. Y'all already know I'm all about that. And I totally understand, because I know what it's like whenever you are first starting out, especially. And, everybody's money is worth something. I believe that. And I want to make sure that you get your money's worth all the time. So just putting that out there. Now, without further ado, let's get to today's topic. And also, one more thing. Sorry, guys. One more thing I do have to mention, follow us on Instagram and TikTok as well, because we'll be posting content on there. Content that you're not used to seeing on YouTube. We'll just put it that way. All right. So without further ado, I'm going to move on to today's topic. So let's get into why values matter, part 2. So yesterday we went over a little bit of, we went over a few videos, and I was explaining to you guys how values matter and why values matter, and why you should always value everything that you do with intentionality. And the reason for that is how you move in life is going to reflect in every area of your life. And it took me a long time to get to that point, to be honest with y'all, because when I was moving through life, it wasn't reckless. No, it was reckless. I'm not even gonna lie. It was reckless because I was not moving with intentionality. I moved with just impulse. And when you move with impulse, and that's something that we struggle with. I know I struggled with it, especially as someone who is, now diagnosed as neurodivergent. I was neurodivergent at the time, but I didn't know. I was undiagnosed, right? But I was very impulsive, and I did things just for the feeling of it, but not actually sitting and thinking about what I'm doing. And I've noticed that some of us have broken out of that pattern and a lot of us haven't. And so this is why it's important to always know what your value systems are, because whenever you are faced with different situations, if you stand by the values that you have and you sit by the values that you have, then it'll be easier for you to move through life, right? And unfortunately, for a lot of us out there, and I'm talking about a general big part of the population, especially in communities of people who look like me, there is a lack of that. And now that we're in this new world of just thinking better, doing better, we have a lot of resources, we have a lot of access to resources out there. I think that it is very important for us to start thinking a little differently when it comes to values and really align with them in whatever we do, because that's definitely going to make a difference in the decisions you make and the future, right? And so I will say, for example, I did not value my time. When I was younger, I really didn't value my time. I let anyone just be all up in my space. Whenever people called me, I was there. Whenever people asked me for things, I was always there trying to help people. And I overextended myself so much that I would burn out a lot. And then I would start resenting people for it, right? Where in actuality, it was my fault because I didn't value the time that I would spend with people. And so I was just letting anyone and everyone get access to my time. And so now I've learned that I have to stop doing that, because my time is worth the same as money, if you think about it, because you're going to lose it. At least with money, you lose it, you get it again. With time, you never get it back. It's just going to keep going and going and going, right? And so this is one thing that I had to learn and that I'm consistently working on, because it is difficult, especially when you have family members and other people who really are used to you doing certain things. And I had to really put up a lot of strong boundaries for that. So that's been a thing that's been a struggle for me, but it's been the best thing, because now with the time that I have and that I've allotted to working on things that actually are of value to me, then I'm noticing that my results are getting better and better and better, right? So it's all about moving with intentionality. So speaking of which, the reason why I'm bringing that up is we have the Cam and Jason Wilson interview. So today, let's go over quickly what we're going to go over. Hold on, maybe you guys can't see me. Let me move this. Here we go. So today, we're going to go over the Cam Newton interview. I have not watched any of these videos, just letting you guys know. But I heard about this one, and I heard this one's a good one. Next, we're going to watch The Brutal Truth About Marriage You Need to Hear by Kevin O'Leary. Actually, maybe we should watch this first. I feel like we should watch this one first. Then we'll do Cam Newton. And then we'll do this woman, the financial diet. So I like Sundays to be finance Sundays because I feel like it's just a really good practice for us to start thinking not only with the rich mindset. And when I say rich, I don't mean rich like wealthy, like with money. I'm talking about just as a person, like having that mindset of like, I would say quality mindset. I want to say quality mindset will produce and yield quality results. So here we go. We're going to watch this video. And then this one, I had 4 children by the age of 19. My Extraordinary Family. This came up on my For You page on YouTube. Now, I'm not going to shame this woman because obviously, you know, the kids are here. They're a blessing. But again, it's about changing the mindset, right? And once you kind of get to that point of just making better decisions, then your life is going to reflect that. Actually, I'm going to do this one before the Cam Newton one. I'm going to save Cam Newton. Cam Newton and then maybe this woman, Cam Newton, this woman. Okay, we'll figure it out. Y'all vote. Y'all are vote. All right, let me just make sure my mic is on before I start. We're going to start with Kevin O'Leary. If you guys don't know, he is the guy. He's a Canadian. He's also very big on Shark Tank and The Dragon's Den. I remember The Dragon's Den was also like a famous financial show on CBC. And then I think that the US took the show and then it became Shark Tank. Yeah, so yeah, let's watch this one first. Let's do it. Here we go.
I wrote a book.
Hold on, let me put it louder. I hope you guys can hear everything. Okay, here we go.
Years ago called Men, Women, Money, and I did some research with some divorce lawyers trying to figure out why is it that 50% of marriages end in, failure. And I thought it was about infidelity, but it's not. Most marriages can survive infidelity. What they can't survive is financial stress. So in marriage, what turns out to really matter is that you both share the same financial goals and one doesn't outspend the other and go into bankruptcy. And I think a lot of due diligence is not done because people are in a euphoric state of love when they should be asking questions about where'd you come from, how much debt you have, is you bankrupt feeding your family, are you bankrupt, or, just asking.
I'm wondering, did a lot of us learn this? Because I don't remember learning this when I was young, like asking my significant other those questions, right? As a person who grew up in the church, my family literally, like, I remember when it came to like talking about your spouse or like your future spouse or asking questions, it was more aligned towards religion and religious values, but not financial values. And it's so interesting that he said that because I don't know if other people have gone through that experience. So I'm willing to wait for y'all to tell me in the comments. But for me personally speaking, it was always about religion. I remember, is he Christian? Are you equally yoked? That was it. He had to be Christian. And then if he was Christian, then it had to be like, oh, he got to go to church every Sunday. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Or is he a leader in the church? Oh, yeah, that's good enough. Does he read his word? That's it. But it wasn't anything about like this kind of conversation, to be honest with you. So it's very interesting how that approach is in other communities versus our community. Again, that was just my personal experience, though. I don't know if the rest of y'all did the same thing. I don't know if you guys had the same experience as me.
Because you find that out anyways after you've been married a few years. But if you don't have a stable plan for building a family pillar around stable finances.
Wait, is he? Hold up. He is? Oh, dang. My bad, Devon. This is. I ain't know. Wait, is he? Oh, gosh. Okay, we're just going to watch it. Chew the meat, spit the bones out. Chew the meat, spit the bones. I didn't know he was. Is he? Hold on. Kevin O'Leary. I don't know if he is. Oh, he is. Oh, no, he's not. He's upset. It says Kevin O'Leary is furious at Trump force feeding him intel as the U.S. aims to invest tax. Wait, what is going on here? Hold up. Kevin O'Leary is furious at Trump force feeding him intel as the U.S. aims to invest taxpayer money in another company. I don't understand that. Okay. Okay. I guess he's not anymore. I guess he's not anymore. Yeah. I guess he's not anymore. He's upset, y'all. He mad. He's furious. Okay. Kevin O'Leary says Canada's open immigration policies are attracting Americans. I don't know what he talking about. Okay, we just gonna leave it at that. All right. I don't know if he is or it looks like he's not anymore.
You're gonna fail. You already are failing 50% of the time within 7 years.
So what are the questions that you should ask, and how soon should you ask them? Because I'm guessing if you're on a first date and you just ask, "Oh, what's your credit score?" That might be a bit of a turnoff.
Maybe
to a lot
not.
of
That's
people.
that was my strategy.
Definitely not for Graham. Graham would love to ask and answer that question. Yeah. But when do you bring up these questions?
Third date, second glass of wine.
You have it mapped out to a science.
Third date, second glass of wine. I'll tell you why. By the time you've got to a third date, both sides are interested. And you start to feel that way on the second date, but you don't want to press too, hard issues on the second date. You're still kind of getting to know each other. Third date, now you're really starting to think, well, is this person going to be part of my life in one way or another? It's a great time to introduce the idea that you care about that, to see what reaction your significant other has. If you can't talk about money with them or they freak out, you're not going to have a fourth.
He's not lying, y'all. Listen, even if he's a Trumpy, he ain't lying. He's not lying. He's not lying at all. He's right. If you're dealing with someone and they get very uncomfortable when you start to talk about money, that's a red flag, y'all. Red flag. Big red flag. Because why are they uncomfortable talking about money? That should be something that is very you know what I mean? Like, you should be able to talk about stuff like that with your date. So if you notice that they get shifty about money, and it's not just somebody you're romantically involved with, that's just anyone, period. Like, anyone, period. When you start talking about money or you start talking about different things and they start getting all shifty, that's a big red flag. But especially if it's somebody that you're interested in romantically.
That's my guess. You got to have something in common regarding financial stability. And that's the right time to have the conversation, saying, I'm really interested in you. I was just wondering how you think about money. Like, let's talk about money.
But don't you think it's a good thing if one person's really financially responsible, one person isn't, and you can teach?
Red flag. No, it's not a good thing. What you talking about? Why would it ever be a good thing? Why? You're not aligned. Why would it be a good thing? Oh, so he likes messing with people who don't have their stuff together. And I'm not saying everybody needs to have their stuff fully together, but you should be responsible at least to a certain extent. At least to a certain extent. Responsible, I'm talking about you pay your bills on time. You're not delinquent. That's what I'm talking about. You can get yourself out of a financial hole. That's not the issue. But the issue that he's talking about is somebody who's probably irresponsible. That's a big red flag.
Teach them, because then it would be bad for everyone if just financially irresponsible people are just getting together. And
why would it be bad for everybody? We weed them out. Weed them out. Let them be together. Why would it be bad for everybody? That doesn't make sense. I get where he's coming from in a way, because he's like, okay, like the financially responsible person is going to help the financially irresponsible person. No, but that financially irresponsible person is going to drag down the financially responsible person. So then you're still going to end up in the same way as if you were both irresponsible financially. So you might as well get with somebody who's aligned with you. This doesn't make sense. I don't know. He's probably with somebody who's financially irresponsible. That's what I'm thinking.
And kids, and teaching that to them.
And who cares? Who cares more about financial responsibility? Do you find it's men or women care more?
Yeah, they're smart.
Yep.
Let's
go back. What he said? What did he say?
That to them.
And who cares? Who cares more about financial responsibility? Do you find it's men or women care more?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're smart.
Yep.
They understand it's not going to work.
Yep.
If there's no money. It's that simple. I don't agree with that idea. You can teach them. They may have bad habits, bad spending habits.
Thank you.
From years ago, you can't change. It's really worth doing diligence in that area.
And finance is a trauma response as well. There's a lot of trauma in finance as well. If you see somebody who's spending money like there's no tomorrow, then that person was probably living on survival mode. And if you see someone hoarding money, it's like the extreme version. Like, y'all seen the show Extreme Cheapskates? Usually it's a trauma response. Hoarding is a trauma response as well. It's like it's a mental illness, actually. different types of people have different types of responses, and it's usually tied back to childhood. Usually you'll be able to find, like, if he's an irresponsible spender, usually he was either spoiled or he grew up on survival mode. That usually gives you that indication. And so I wouldn't recommend any of you listen to that guy. Not him, the other one talking about, hey, what if she's irresponsible and then I can help her? No, you're not supposed to get married to teach someone all the time. Like, sometimes, yes, you can teach them different things, you learn from each other, but you should be with somebody who at least has the base foundation. And if they don't have the foundation, then it's not going to help you in your marriage, and in the long run it will never help you.
Because
Ever.
later, when it affects you, it really destroys lives. You have, collectors of debt, losing assets, losing houses. It's all bad. It's all bad. And so it's better to just resolve that, saying, look, if you believe in the same way I do, I'd like to control our spending, maybe one day we'll move in together, whatever. Any conversation you can have about money, if they don't want to talk about it, that's a huge red flag. Huge red flag.
What if they have math?
Kevin, you need to say red flag. Don't say huge red flag. You see, he's saying it the nice way. He's saying it the quiet way. No, you gotta say red flag, Kevin. Red flag. Let's continue.
Massive debt.
Find someone else.
Yeah.
And how do you know when to settle down?
You know why he's so cutthroat, though? I know sometimes it's hard to listen to people like him, but he's so cutthroat because he has to do it every day. That's all that is. He's right. I'm not saying that he's always right, because Lord Kevin O'Leary sometimes. But when he's talking about this, he is correct. I agree with him.
I think it just comes naturally. It's really, if you want to have a family, you really don't want to go too late. I mean, I didn't get married till I was 36. That's pretty late. But we had kids right away. The one thing I would have changed in my life, if I could have, I would have got married a lot earlier, a lot younger, and had more kids sooner. That would have been better, because now I really realize the value of that, and that the family is so important. But you don't know that when you're young, and you keep pushing it off. But that's why you're seeing a reversal in trend. You're seeing a lot of people getting married in their early 20s now.
I kind of halfway disagree with him, but then again, it could be because I'm childless, so maybe I don't understand. But I would say that he's only thinking about it this way because he's financially where he needs to be right now. So he's thinking like, oh yeah, like if I had gotten my money earlier, then I would have been able to have these kids. But I think his mindset only works if you're financially stable when you're younger. And that's very rare to find a young person who already has their finances together at such a young age. I would say that usually it's like someone who started their career very early on. That could be the case as well. So yeah, it really depends on where your finances are. I think he's thinking about it more from the perspective of what he has now, and he wishes that he had started sooner, but we don't know if he's always been this financially stable, right? So
They kind of figured it out. They want to go back to the way it was.
Is it? So I'm getting married 34,
Yeah.
and I don't want kids for another few years at minimum, just because I kind of feel like I
How old
want
is your wife?
She'll be 26.
Yeah, okay, so she can wait a few years, but you also want to be alive when they make high school. It's sort of
Right.
You want to kind of.
Yeah, but if I could live until 120, I feel like I've got
well, you
plenty
might,
of time.
but it's just in case you don't.
It's the
you know what's so interesting is that I did a similar review on I think it's called BK Chat a few weeks ago, and they were talking about women who are too old to have kids, right? And how they age out of having children. And they were more concerned, the brothers at least, they were more concerned about your eggs and you having kids earlier just to have kids, right? But he's talking about it from a different perspective. He's saying have kids earlier because you're getting older. And so that child is not going to have enough time with you. So he's thinking more about it from a time perspective than from a just have kids perspective. And I think that this definitely adds another layer to the conversation, because yes, he is right. You'll be aging and you won't be there for your child as you would have been when you're younger. And I think that's what he's regretting, because he's watching his children grow up, but he is realizing that he probably won't be there for when they're in their 40s or later, right? He won't grow old with them. And I think that's where that perspective, I would say that you have to be very careful if that is something that you truly value and you value having children, you value wanting to grow old with your children, then you need to put yourself in a financial position where you can have your kids earlier. And if you can't, then you're going to have to rethink some things, because it won't matter if you grow old with them or not if you're not able to afford them. Let's just put it that way.
The idea that you probably want to have some kids by the time you're 36, if you just look at the clock of how it works and the amount of energy it takes to raise 2 kids, there's a lot of energy, particularly on if the wife is going to stay home, or maybe not, maybe you do, it doesn't matter. But the amount of energy is a lot. And people don't realize it till they're in that second, third year. Like you have one kid that's 4 and one that's 2. That is maximum energy. Like it is just a burnout.
What's difficult specifically about that?
You need to take care of them 24/7, and they have a lot of energy, and their personalities are growing, and they're starting to explore the boundaries of you. Parenting is very tough for a lot of people, and they don't get how this works, and they never have experience. Best thing is you can bring someone who knows. That's why grandparents are so important. They say, well, that's what you don't want to do about that, or you want to do about this. Families work. That's why it's great to have kids in a broader family environment, because you'll find a lot of knowledge from people who have done it before. And a lot of stress.
You're talking about the village.
Happen on that first child when you realize, wow, there's this person here every day, and we don't get to do the stuff we used to do. And that you did forego that. You have sacrificed it, but for the benefits of gains down the road one day.
And what are those gains? Is it purely just
Well, it's
personal
very
enjoyment,
enjoyable to have a
lifestyle?
family. It's very enjoyable to work with one. It's great to watch your kids grow up. All these things are things you don't know until you do them. And so, it's just experience. You ask anybody, and sometimes you have not a great family. That can happen too, where kids go rogue or whatever, or they're entitled and it's a bad outcome. But generally speaking, it makes life interesting, and that's why money alone in later years without any family is kind of lonely. You buy anything you want, but you have no family. It's kind of sucks.
What advice would you give?
Wait, what he said? Hold up. Let's go back. I don't like what he just said.
Kids go rogue or whatever, or they're entitled and it's a bad outcome. But generally speaking, it makes life interesting, and that's why money alone in later years without any family is kind of lonely.
No, it's not. Hold on a second, y'all. No, it's not.
What advice?
Red flag. No, it's not. I know some people who have not had kids at all, and they're living their best life, traveling. They're in those little condos, senior condos with their other friends. They're having a great old fancy time up in the retirement home. They are partying it up. So I will not say that. And also, just because you have kids, that doesn't mean that your kids are going to stay close to you. There are many, many people who have children, and you could talk to them right now, and their children do not F with them like that. And that doesn't mean that they had any, sometimes it's just the kids don't want to deal with you. And I'm not saying that it's is the right thing to do in certain situations. We don't know, right? But sometimes the kids are more focused on their family, and that also, diminishes the time that they spend with you. So I don't like that concept that you're going to be lonely, because you could be lonely even if you have kids. So I don't know where he coming from. He's thinking about his bubble. He's in an echo chamber. That's what that is. He's in an echo chamber. He's thinking about his bubble. And that is why he's talking like this. But in actuality, there are other people with other experiences that will tell you that, no, having children doesn't mean that you'll be less lonely. Sometimes you can be lonely even with a spouse. If you're not with the right spouse, you can feel lonely with your spouse, right? So I don't understand that logic. So no, red flag, Kevin. That's not true.
Would you give guys in relationships to keep the relationship steady, to keep your partner, in love with you? Have you heard of the term mental load?
Yeah, I have a single word: listen.
Listen.
Yeah. If you don't listen to your spouse and you don't consider their ideas, you'll get divorced. Because if you just that is a problem. You have to have a two-way street, no matter what kind of relationship it is, gay, married, whatever. You got to listen. You got to let them be who they are. You got to listen to what they want. And they have to listen to you. If you can't do that, there's no mutual respect. It'll collapse for sure.
The issue that I have with that is that sometimes I'll listen, but I'll want to provide solutions, and I'm like, oh, that's an easy problem to fix. Just do this. And it's like, no, but
A lot of men do that, by the way. I think it's just in their, I don't want to say biologically, like their biology, but like they do that. They do offer. They're oriented more towards solutions than to talk about problems. But I think that's just how they're raised, right? So culturally speaking, especially in North America, these are all Americans. Men are raised, or boys are raised, to be more solutions driven, whereas for women we do talk, not saying we are not solution driven, but we like to talk a lot more about our issues, and we're definitely more open to talking and communicating. But they're not. They just want to get to the answer. Okay, you ever talk to if you have a partner, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you'll talk to them, tell them, oh my God, this happened. They're like, why are you doing that? Like, no, just do this. Or, it's more of like, okay, this is the answer. This is what you do. Just go this way. Yeah, so I'm not surprised. Especially Graham. Y'all never watched Graham's before? I like his channel, but Graham is he gives me ADHD vibes to the max. Like, he's always on something, so I know he's giving a lot of solutions, like myself,
Want to talk about
Well, that's a
it's
style.
it's
That's a style problem. But really, listening does matter. You learn it the hard way. You've got to listen.
Mm-hmm.
And the great thing about a long relationship is you don't suffer the traumatic turmoil of divorce, which has monetary issues, it's got family issues, it's got all kinds of stuff. People don't consider what divorce is like 5 years later, particularly if there's kids. I've got lots of divorced friends. They're not that happy. And they almost reconsider going back. And because they just realize it's nowhere near as good as it, even though it was bad. It's a weird thing. Divorce is quite traumatic. And I know people have been divorced 3 times. They're not good at being married. So they shouldn't do that.
Do you give advice to people who come to you and say, "Hey, we're thinking about getting divorced"? Do you ever interject?
I do. I get lots of people calling me. I try and give the advice that I think I should give. I'm not really a divorce counselor, obviously, but I've seen it so much and I've lived through it so many times. And every family has the same thing going on. I just give them pragmatic advice. It's a cool down period. Separate for a couple of years or maybe a year and just get some space between you and see how you like that. And then very often you'll see people get back together again. Look, being married is not easy. It's a total pain in the ass. But it beats the alternative.
What's
Kevin, I know being married to you must be a pain in the ass for your wife. Red flag, we already know it's you. The way you be talking on Shark Tank, I know it's you. I have a feeling. I'm not saying his wife is perfect, but he seems like he's a lot to deal with. I'm like, it's a pain in the ass. No, it's a pain in her ass. That's what that is.
difficult about it?
It's the amount of work that is required to maintain the relationship that over time you may resent because, you're not single anymore. And if you resent it, it's because you're not helping each other enjoy each other's company. It should be fun to be together. And the minute it's not fun, you have to ask yourself, why is this not fun? Why am I loathing going home? Sitting in this bar drinking and I'm not going home, or I'm screwing around on the side. Why am I doing that? That's the real question you should ask yourself. What is it about my partner that I didn't see or I don't like? Or
you see, no, red flag. It's not what is it about my partner. What is it about me? What is it about me? Because more often than not, you're projecting onto your partner. I'll be honest with you. And you're expecting something out of him. And I'm not saying that your partner is perfect, but you chose them. So why did I make that decision to choose this person? If they're doing things that I don't like and they're moving and operating ways that I don't like, then I have to reevaluate my decisions and my value system. Because why did that person pass the test? And they put a ring on my finger. We got up, we made it all the way to the marriage part. And then now I don't even want to go home. What is it about the situation that's not aligning with my values? That is what you need to think about instead of putting it all, what is it about my spouse? She's not doing her way. She's not pulling her weight. What about you? What about you? I think this is where we get it all messed up and twisted. Because it wasn't until I started looking at my red flags and I started looking at myself, doing a lot of introspection and, just kind of like sitting there in my feelings. And you know yourself. You know who you are. You know who you are. Trust and believe me. So you need to be accountable to yourself and be like, you know what? Something's not clicking here. So what did I do wrong? Where did I go wrong? That's what you need to be asking, Kevin.
I don't, want anymore. And very often that answer is financial.
You know what's interesting is we had a divorce attorney on the podcast a while ago, and he said that people never resent their dog. even if their dog goes and poops on the carpet or, throws up somewhere or is barking at night.
They don't forget their dog's birthday
And you're just
either.
like, oh, there's Toodles, Even
Let's
if their
rewind it.
dog goes and poops on the carpet or, throws up somewhere or is barking at night, like you never grow resentment. You're just like, oh, there's Toodles, being Toodles. But for some reason, we grow resentment for our partner. Even for our best friends, it's kind of hard to grow resentment for them because you just seemingly, there's like an inner peace, an inner bond. But with our actual partner, our soulmate, for some reason, resentment grows.
Yeah, because people can talk to each other and say hurtful things. Dogs don't talk. They generally like their owners because the owner feeds them. I mean, there's a great symbiotic relationship there of survival. It's different with men and women, or men and men, or women and women. It doesn't matter. It's you're in a constant dynamic all the time, every day, 24/7, and sometimes. And this is true. A successful marriage should be defined by you want to be with your spouse 51% of the time. That's a very successful marriage. If you only want to be with your spouse 49% of the marriage,
Red flag. So you only want to be with your spouse half of the time, Kevin? Wrap this up. Wrap it up. I liked what he was saying with the financial part, but now he just talking. He just talking to talk. 51% of the time you like to be with your spouse? That doesn't make sense. That means half of the time I like you, half of the times I can't stand you. And I'm not saying you will always be in bliss with your spouse. Trust and believe me. Trust and believe me. But it shouldn't be no 50%. I would say more 80, 90, and the 10% that you'll be like, okay, sometimes he or she is getting on my nerves. But not 50%. Red flag. Because if I'm at 50%, that means I'm ready to bounce. Because usually if I'm working, I'm not going to lie to you guys. If I have a job and I don't like to go there, like every other day I hate going to work, it's time to reevaluate that job. So no, I do not agree with you, Kevin. You see, he was doing good up until this part, Lord.
you're going to get divorced. It's that fine line of majority. And people tell me I'm so happy. All I want to do is, be with my spouse. I've been married 50 years. That's complete BS. It's become part of your life. You're happy with that part of your life, and you've come to the realization this is my fabric. Versus, I'm so miserable. I am always miserable, and I'm just never happy the majority of the time, which is when you're only 48, 49% happy. You should get divorced because you can get a better life.
Kind of a random question, but I feel like for a lot of people that are in the current dating pool, they're under the impression that you need to go out and you need to date a bunch of people and gather all of these data points of what you like, what you don't like, and then apply that to a certain function. And then with that function, you then can go out into the dating marketplace and find exactly who's right for you. Do you disagree with this notion? And do you think that people are turning love too much into a science? Or do you think it's more so of hey, you find someone that's decent and you make it work?
The latter. Find someone that's decent, make it work. I think that first part's all bullshit.
Okay, red flag. Now, it's not all BS because that's what matchmakers do. Now, I don't know about the success rate, but I do know that a lot of matchmakers, that's what they do. And he's talking about a roster. I would highly, highly recommend you have a roster. Because then how are you going to know which one is the best one? If you have nothing to compare it to. Like I said earlier, I done compared this shirt to this one. This, look at the fading right here already versus this one. Sorry, I'm sitting a little weird. But yeah, more quality. That's what I told you. I compared it. So you have something to compare it to. Compare it to other shirts that you have, other clothes. I can feel it on me. It's way different. It's thicker. It's not thin, right? And it's stretchy, cotton, difference. Check the link in Red Pearl in the comment section, by the way. So now, if you're only doing what he said, you find quality, how are you supposed to know what quality is if you have nothing to compare it to? I don't know what he's talking about now. He's just against the idea of you going on different dates. Just because you go on dates doesn't mean you have to sleep with the person. I don't know why people have this conception. Just because you date someone doesn't mean you have to have a baby by them. You don't need a parting gift from everybody. That's what I'm saying. So it's yes, you should. I think you should network, because if I ask them, hey, if you want a business partner, do you think you should network? You'd be like, oh yeah, networking is key. It's key to getting the job you want. You need to network. But then for dating, no, you can't do that.
That's never going to work. When you find the right one, you'll know it.
Yeah, okay. Tell me that you could do your businesses without marketing and networking. Please, you liar. You can't. You can't. You need to network. If you want to get ahead, and they always tell us this, they drill it in our head. If you want to get ahead, you want to get a promotion, you want to move your position, you need to network, get to know people, get to, open your horizons. But then when it's dating, just stick to the person, just fine. I don't know how you gonna do it, but just find the one. Come on now.
It's just never you're passionately in love. You can't believe how lucky you are. That works for like a month. It's sort of like this is a relationship that I'm in that's better than being alone, and I'm going to stick with this. I'm going to make it work. And the significant other has to feel the same way. It's an investment. You're investing in time. You're spending time, and you're developing something together. And it's also money. You've got to start thinking about how are we going to financially support this union if it grows into a family? How do we do that? If you don't have a plan for that, you're going to fail and you're going to get divorced. As I say, the majority are always financial stress, not fidelity issues.
You know what's interesting is that I feel like relationships are very similar to businesses. They both require a lot of attention to detail. You need to know it inside and out very thoroughly. And yet, I feel like entrepreneurs, a lot of the times, suffer in relationships.
You know what? He's making a lot of sense, even though he was a little weird in the beginning, talking about maybe we can teach the ones who don't know, who are irresponsible. But he's right.
Relationships. Why do you think that is?
Well, it's true. They are. Families are actually businesses. They really are. They're businesses. And some families are successful, some aren't. The person sitting at the table you never see is money. Because if you're sitting around the table, you don't have any money, you don't have a family. You can't keep it together. It's very, very hard. Very hard. Because you have to provide. And so just to say that it's all about love and no money is complete BS too. You have to plan to have some kind of financial stability. Otherwise, you'll fail. It's really, really tragic to see people that don't get that joke early on in their marriage and get divorced for the only one reason they just didn't have a financial plan. That's it.
Okay, y'all heard him. I agreed with some of what he said, and some of it I was just like, nah. But for the most part, I think they did give solid advice, especially the last one. It's true, and I think people don't really think about things like that. Let me read a few comments. Hey, the star that fell. Hey, sis. Pseudo chic. As a nurse, I see it all the time where they have many kids and not want of them wants anything to do with said parents. Yes, thank you, sis. I know a lot of nurses in the nursing home. They said that they'll be like, the most loneliest people are the ones who have children. Because you have your kid, just like people tell us a man is not a retirement plan, a child is not a retirement plan either. Do not expect anything of your child. I'm being honest. You can't control who your child becomes in the future as far as like the decisions they make. You can raise them as well as you can, give them a healthy environment, give them the stability. But at the end of the day, it's going to be their decision. And sometimes you could have been the best parent in the world. It's not all toxic parents, y'all. There are some people, maybe they fall in love with the wrong person and then you never hear from your child again. That has happened so many times, y'all. I know this. Like even within people I know, like their kids just get married and then they never see them again. Sometimes that happens, and maybe their spouse, they're going, there are so many layers to it, right? So it is what it is. Not even 75% or 80. He said 50. Red flag. That's a big red flag. Love is an emotion. It doesn't pay bills. Hey, cuz. Yes, it doesn't. At all. You have the full episode on Kevin. Oh, y'all want to... Okay, y'all let me know. Y'all want to watch a full episode? How long does he talk? What he talk about? Okay, let's check. You know what? Maybe it's better than watching this one. Because sis has a lot of kids, man. Sis got a lot of kids. Okay, let me watch Kevin O'Leary's channel. Let's see. Let's see what he said. What else did he say? I might have to speed through it a little bit. It's on his channel, you said? Hold on. Kevin O'Leary. It's on the Kevin O'Leary channel? Let me check. He has a channel? I didn't even know that. I know about Graham Stevens. Okay, Kevin. Mr. Wonderful. Let's go. What was he talking about here? Where is the video? Where is the video? Are you sure? Hold on. Oh, maybe it's on Graham's channel. Hold on, I think it's on Graham's channel. Hold on, I don't think it's on Kevin's channel. Cause I don't know, his channel look a little different. Okay, iced coffee hour. Okay, let's see. I don't see it here. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know how they. This is the problem with YouTube. Wait, how long ago was this interview? Maybe it's the dates. Hold on, it might still be me. Oh, that was 9 days ago though. It should be up here. Why is it not there? Is this the full episode? How long is this? No, this is 11 minutes. Oh, video from here. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. Let's watch it. Thank you. Oh, it was difficult to find it. Okay, let's watch it. 1 hour, 36 minutes. We're probably gonna skip through some of it though, but let's watch.
I'm the barn. I'm the only shark.
Hold on, is this
It's a
Shark Tank?
hobby that eventually should be taken behind the barn. I'm the only shark that tells the truth, and I'm your best friend because your idea does suck. It's going to zero, and you're not going to waste your time on it any longer. If you have the skills, you have the desire, you have the interest, and you have the ability to execute, within years you'll be wealthy. AI is just another tool set and way overhyped. It's like the internet was in the early 90s. Where people are underserved in America is the opportunity to get educated.
Yup. Green flag, correct. Kevin, you and I are not much different. We're not that much different. I like your style. You're just a little assholey about it. I don't think I'm that bad, but then again, I don't mind listening to him. I don't know. You gotta have a strong personality to listen to Kevin O'Leary and his behind.
Actually determines outcomes more than anything else.
What do you think the minimum wage should be?
I don't believe in a minimum wage. I think the market decides. Being married is not easy. It's a total pain in the ass. But
Okay, we
it's
heard that
the-
part.
The one thing I would have changed in my life, if I could have, I would have.
Okay. We're gonna skip the marriage part because we already watched it.
We really, really appreciate it. So I'm curious. We'll just start right off here because I know you're short on time. Who should not be an entrepreneur, and when do you know when to give up?
About 2/3 of America should not be entrepreneurs, and the reason you would know that is you're unable to make the first step. If you don't have the ability to take risk, you'll never be a successful entrepreneur.
That's facts, y'all. And it's not just entrepreneurship, it's in everything in life. You got to take risks. Seriously, every single time that I took a risk in my life, it was very well rewarded. Even if it was difficult, it was hard. Every time I took a big risk, like major risk, I have never regretted it at all. At all. Major risks. Yeah. It's true. If you want to get to where you want to be, you're going to have to take a leap of faith. Responsibly, though. Don't do it irresponsibly. I'm going to quit my job tomorrow. Nah, I ain't talking about that. Responsible risk, and not crazy risk, but calculated risk. I think I talk about it. I talked about this in one of my live streams where I went over calculated risks. That's a thing, y'all. You got to be calculated. That's what he's talking about.
Because I'll give you an example. In great business schools, I teach practically all of them. Almost half the class become consultants. They don't have the guts. Because think about a consultant. They never make any decisions of consequence. Mm-hmm. You get paid a lot. It's great. If you go to the top of your consulting firm, maybe you make $3-4 million a year. That's great. Can't complain about that. But every decision you make is just a consultation. So that an executive who actually makes decisions, who's a real entrepreneur, can say yes or no to that idea. You're just making decisions of no consequence whatsoever. And the reason I don't hire consultants is after 2 years, they get that virus. They're just generating opinions. They're not doing anything. And I don't mean to insult consultants. I would just never hire them. And so if you really, jump off and become a consultant, you're going into a life of mediocrity. And I'm trying to define the difference between...
Hold up, are any of y'all consultants in this chat? Please let me know. He going in, y'all. He's not mincing his words. So if you're a consultant, just listen up.
That life of mediocrity, and one where that same graduate says, I'm going to take a chance. I'm 28 years old. I don't have a family yet. Mm-hmm. I'm going to start a business. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but I have the ability to just take that risk, not seeing what's on the other side of the chasm, and I'm going to forego a salary of $200,000 a year because I want something more. Yeah. Those are the people who become free one day because they make $5 million in a day because they're entrepreneurs. And that consultant that you use, they're back enjoying their lives, but in a sea of mediocrity.
Do you think
Okay, I disagree with that. Red flag. Everyone has a purpose. Not everybody's meant to be a YouTuber. Not everyone's meant to be a business owner. Not everyone's meant to be a nurse. Not everyone's meant to be a tech. Not everyone's meant to be a bus driver. Not everyone's meant to be a garbage man. But they all have their role and they all play their role. I don't think that we should downgrade anyone just because they're not an entrepreneur. I highly disagree with that. Those who can do. Not everyone's meant to be a mother. Not everyone's meant to be a wife. Not everybody's meant to be. There's so many different things, right? But don't feel ashamed if you're a consultant. You have your role, you have your job. And it's respected to me. I respect it because we need you. We need everyone, right? Without the garbage man, our cities would be a dump full of rats. Like Times Square in New York. Excuse me if you're from New York, I'm so sorry, but I heard them rats are huge. They're all up in Central Park eating kids up and stuff. That's what I heard. And I'm not lying, it's in the news. Matter of fact, let's go bring that up because I don't want people to think that I'm just making stereotypes about New York. Rats in Central Park. Let's pull it up. Here you go. There was a rat problem. Look, here we go. Y'all think I'm lying.
Fed up with the number of rodents at playgrounds inside Central Park.
They say New York is
Central Park, y'all. Central Park.
losing the war on rats, and something needs to be done immediately. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon has the story.
It's not unusual for a rat to be the first thing you see in the two playgrounds by West 67th Street here in Central Park.
They're unusually bold. Like they'll come into your stroller, which is gross.
Some families reluctantly coexist with the hungry rodents lurking around strollers.
Sorry, trigger warning, y'all. I'm sorry.
Trying to score snacks. Others are ready to
Okay, you know what? I might have to close this, but it was just to prove a point. I'm being serious. Now, if you don't have sanitation workers and pest control, I know New York is overpopulated. It's because I don't know what the reason is. I think the rats just outnumber the people. I don't know. But maybe they just keep breeding. But what I'm trying to say is that you need the people to keep the sanitation going, or else it's going to look like that. An infestation. You need everyone, even the coffee. There's a Tim Hortons right downstairs below my building right now. There's one right now in my building. And those workers, we need them, because if not, people are not going to get their coffee. They're not going to get their donuts. They're not going to be able to get what they need. Grocery store, just as important. Those young clerks that work minimum wage, they're the ones who keep the lights on there. When I go there, and I'm about to go there right after this live stream because I have to go buy toothpaste. Don forgot to buy toothpaste yesterday, so I'm just going to go and do that today because he did a lot yesterday, so I'm going to do my thing, right? So I'm going to go across the street and buy toothpaste. And that whoever's employed there, they're making it easier for me to buy the toothpaste so I can go in, get my toothpaste, and check out. Everyone's role is important. So shut up, Kevin. Let's continue.
I think you're born like that, though, because it seems as though there is a personality type that's more prone to becoming an entrepreneur who really pushes back against rules, against authority, and they want to take a different path.
I don't know if you're born that way. I think you have events that occur in your life that are jolting to you. And every entrepreneur I talk to that's been successful has that defining moment where they say, oh, I remember this moment in my life, and I remember what happened to me, and it just changed my direction. It's like a meteorite in space. Knock it off course a fraction of an inch. 100 years later, it's a billion miles in a different place. Well, that's the same thing with an entrepreneur. Early in their lives, for me, it was getting fired the first day I ran a job. I realized that was just...
Why'd you get fired, Kevin? I have a feeling he was... I have a feeling he did something, y'all. He gives me that vibe. He was being mouthy. I'm gonna need to know why you got fired, Kevin, on the first day of your job. That's a red flag. How do you get fired on the first day? Getting fired on the first day and getting fired on the day off, like Craig from Friday. That's the equivalent. You must have done something. Something ain't right here. But anyways, let's continue.
Somebody else had power over me. I couldn't even deal with that.
Oh,
concept.
there you go. I knew it. He was being mouthy. I had a feeling. But you see, his personality needs to be an entrepreneur, because he doesn't like to take He doesn't like people to tell him what to do. Those type of folks, they need to be entrepreneurs because it is hard to work with them. We're tired of y'all in the office clogging up the spaces. Very, very difficult to work with. You're not a team player. You don't want to listen to people. You want to just do what you want to do. Then it's better you do own your own business, and then that way you can control what's going on. But then you end up being my manager, and then you try to control everything we're doing, and you don't want, you being belligerent, don't want to listen to leadership, you don't want to work as a team, you just want to do everything in your own silo. You do need to be a business owner, 100%. If you have really strong organizational skills, such as my husband, you're able to really put yourself and your mind to something. You know how to make something from nothing as far as like construct great things. You can give and solve a need, solve a problem. Then yes, it is great for you to be an entrepreneur. But if you prefer to take a back seat, you prefer to support people, you prefer to be in a more supporting role, then it is good for you to be an employee. What is the problem? Ain't no problem with that. This man I'm glad he found his way though. He does need to be in that space. He would have been really good on Wall Street, to be quite honest with you. He gives me Wall Street vibes.
And so that was I never worked again. And with all the hardships and everything else, but it's very similar. There's some event that triggers somebody. So I'm not sure you're born with it. It's just something in your DNA says, I'm going to take that path of risk.
What do you think is more important for a successful entrepreneur? To be hungry for money, to be focused on profits, increasing revenue, decreasing expenses, or to be very passionate about the product or service that you're trying to sell?
Well, if you're hungry for money, I guarantee you'll fail. 100%.
100% green flag. Green flag. 100%. 100%. And I'm going to tell you why I know that for a fact is because with all the case studies I do, I know I could do, trust and believe me, if I was ruthless, I could have done a lot of damage. I'm talking about I could have been ruthless, put everything behind the paywall. But I'm not that type of person. And I think that there's more value in accessibility, in my opinion. I don't know if Kevin believes that, but let's see what he has to say.
If you start into entrepreneurship and a journey and all you care about is getting rich, you will fail. You will fail miserably. Every entrepreneur, not some, every single one that achieved some massive liquidity event that I've talked to, and I've met many of them, they don't even remember the day it happened. They just woke up and said, oh my goodness, I'm filthy rich. But they weren't calculating for that. It's because they created something of such value that someone else said, well, we want to buy that business. And you own whatever you owned of it.
And you know what? Apply this to your lives. It doesn't have to be you being an entrepreneur. It's just you in your life. Whether it be at work, like I said, wherever you are in your life, in relationships, just within yourself, you create the standard and the price and the quality. And then people are going to respect it and they're going to want to invest in it. You have to be confident in yourself and believe in yourself. Trust and believe me. Especially those of you who are between careers. If you're unsure of what the next step is, I would highly recommend you listen to what he's saying right now because it worked for me. I'm telling y'all. It did it worked for me. It's once I started knowing who I was, understanding my value and what I could contribute and the qualities that I have, then it was really hard for someone not to want to invest in that. And I'm not talking about financially. I'm just talking about just in life in general. Your relationships, your friendships, you're going to have quality come after because then the people that you attract are going to be like-minded. Just like this community. I remember in the Discord, Sis said it. That girl from Yonda said it. I remember she said that this community that we're building here on this channel, it's with like-minded women who actually, there's some great conversations going on in the chat. And the reason for that is because, like attracts like. You attract the people who are vibrationally relating to you. I truly believe in that. That's why I have this, hold up, quick segue. I have this Moldavite ring. I don't know if you guys know what Moldavite is, but it's a ring that's supposed to attract the best things coming to you, right? I really do believe in like certain energy sources, and I believe that your energy will attract the right people, but that's if you have the energy that you are actually seeking. So basically, if you have quality energy, you're going to get quality results. I'm not saying it's always going to be perfect, but more often than not, people are going to be attracted to that. And of course, there are going to be some people who try to take advantage of that, but you'll recognize them because they don't operate on the same vibration as you. Hello.
And that's what happened to me. I woke up one day and we sold the learning company for $4.2 billion. I was one of the founding members.
Wait, which one is he? Hold up. Ain't that the guy? Why they look so old? Hold on. Kevin looks older then than now. How is that possible? How old is this man? Why does he look older? This looks like it's from like 1930. 71. He looks pretty young now. I don't know what he did, but he looks younger now than he did when he was old. When he was actually younger. This man, does he have a receding hairline? Okay, look, I'm not trying to make fun of him, but it doesn't look like him. It looks like his father. Okay, anyways, I don't know. Isn't that the guy from Shark Tank? I think that's the older guy. That is him. Hold up, that looked like the older guy. I think that's his friend.
Founder shares. Okay. I wasn't even thinking about that the night before when we were negotiating the deal. And then the funny thing was when we all came back to the office, the 10 of us that were founders, we didn't know anything else except to go back to work. We didn't even know what to do. So the only difference was we were filthy rich. And over time, people change sort of their momentum and their motivation. But if you think that you can calculate the exit and that somehow you can start a business because you know you're going to sell it, make a lot of money, you will fail 100%. It's the second issue you talked about. It's the passion of loving what you do and getting up every day and willing to work 25 hours a day, 8 days a week because you love it so much and you love to compete. That's how you become free. It's about not about the pursuit of capital. It's the pursuit of freedom, personal freedom.
I agree. When you love what you're doing and when you have, like, again, a value system, that it all comes down to values. When you love something, even a person, or you love someone, that's why in the Jeannie Mai case study, I told y'all she didn't love Freddie. She didn't love him because her actions were showing anything but love, right? Everything but love, I should say. And when you are in a position, and I'm not saying I know all of us don't have the opportunity to work in what we love. And, you know, I'm currently in a situation where I'm kind of like just stuck in a cycle, right? As far as career goes. But in those times, it's always good to find something that you do love to provide that outlet for you. And for me, it's talking to you all, providing the case studies, providing the quality. I love doing it. It doesn't feel like extra work to me. Actually, I love doing it because I feel like I'm actually doing something that I'm passionate about. And I do implore a lot of you to start digging into what is your passion project? What do you like to do? And if it's your career, because some people are in careers that they actually love to do, then that's great. Then you're just going to keep working at it, right? But also, what is it that makes you passionate about waking up every day? And you have to really understand that, because it's going to make your life a hell of a lot better. I can say that for a fact. Ever since I started the direction of the case studies, I just feel way more fulfilled, and it's because I'm in alignment with what I really like to do. I love to do this on the regular. And even when I didn't, like, let's say I didn't have the YouTube channel, I would probably be up on Lipstick Alley, just cruising and looking at what people talking about, giving my comments. I was doing all of that, just like what you guys are doing now, being on other people's channels. I was literally doing the same thing and providing my perspective. But it just so happened that I just felt like, okay, I think that, because there were some times I was like, oh, I feel like there's more to this. Like, I want to hear like someone else's perspective. It doesn't sound like mine. Let me put my input, and, you know, then the YouTube channel and all that stuff and giving advice, right? So it's more about what you value and what your passion is. And I think that he's correct. He is completely right with that. It will make life a whole lot different once you wake up and you're passionate about something.
I don't have to work anymore. I work harder than I ever have. I really enjoy what I do. I love to compete. I love to do what we're doing right now, talking about this so that others may learn from my mistakes. But the whole idea is personal freedom. That is the American dream. And you have to set your course on that. And there's one attribute you need to pull that off. And I've taught so many people. It's the ability to differentiate the signal from the noise every minute of the day. People are going to chase you with stuff. You're going to get 1,000 ideas. They're going to call you and ask you to do stuff. If it's not on task for the signal, it's noise. It's noise. And you have to just push it aside. Those are the great entrepreneurs. They don't deal with the noise.
Who are you competing against?
It's when I start a business, for example, let's say watch insurance. I'm a big watch collector. I've looked at every single policy there is for watches. None of them work for me.
Why?
The problem with watches, that if you go and get a rider on your home insurance, you're going to notice when you actually read the fine print that you're going to end up in many cases with a depreciated value of the watch 10 years later when you lose it or it gets stolen or you break it.
I didn't know that. I thought watches increase in value because I heard that watches were like Rolexes and other ones. They increase in value, but it's interesting he said they decrease in value. So I'm interested to hear this.
Except majority of watches these days go up in value.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
sometimes
thought. Because I know Quavo had like a whole segment on, when they said the what you wear or 10 things you can't live without. And he was talking about his watch collection.
Geometrically, certain brands quadruple in value. And your policy a decade later when that watch is out of production can't even contemplate its market value. So I want a policy that actually scrapes market value every 24 hours. And I can insure it for exactly what it'll cost to replace it. Or I can insure it for the purchase price. I can decide myself, but I'd much rather insure my watches for what they were worth last night.
So I have a policy with Chubb, and it's a stated value. And I've started doing this with cars, too.
Yeah.
And I notice it becoming a lot more common. A stated value. And then if that watch gets lost or stolen, they replace that, I think, plus 50% up to the total policy amount. So let's say you have 100,000 in watches.
Right.
One of those watches is worth 20. You lose it, it gets stolen. They'll cover that up to 30, up to the total policy limit of 100 within a certain period of time.
Okay, what happens if that's a steel white-faced Daytona that you bought for $12,000 that's now trading for $58,000?
Well, then you do a stated value of,
and that eats
30
up,
or 40.
and that eats up how much of your of what you've got left for the other 5.
Whatever you say.
Right.
So for I think I have 5 watches. I stated values on all of them, and I stated the value based on what they're selling for on Chrono 24. So
Okay,
if I were to replace
so I would
it, but
rather
there's
be
few
like-
policies like
No,
that.
I get it, but
Yeah.
I'd rather solve for a different problem. I have many watches. I only want to insure the 25 I travel with, and I want to travel maybe for a month with these to go shoot Shark
Is
Tank.
anyone a watch collector here? I didn't know it was that serious.
I want the value of every one of those watches that day should it get lost. And I want to be able to turn that policy off when I swap it out for another 25 watches. Maybe I only have 3 watches and I only want to wear 1. It doesn't matter. I want a different kind of insurance product. There's nothing wrong with what you've got, but it doesn't solve for me. If you think you're going to spend 1.72%, which is approximately what you're spending of the replacement value on your watches, I would want it to be accurate. I want to check the language regarding what theft is theft and what loss is loss, because I'm writing it specifically for watches. And lastly, does it work internationally? Because I travel a lot. And I've talked to thousands of people that are collectors of watches. And they all want the same thing and they can't find it. There's nothing wrong with Chubb. There's nothing wrong with Lloyd's of London. When you make something specific
You're talking about Chubb
for
Insurance?
just watch owners, maybe you've made a better mousetrap. The biggest challenge the watch industry has in insurance is customer acquisition. I do not have that problem. There are millions of people who know I'm a watch collector. And when we tested this, I just put one 15-second ad out and got requests for 2,000 policies. No insurance company's ever been able to do that. So I'm pretty confident that a year from now, after I've launched this product, I'll be a great competitor. And I'll make this industry better by offering a better product that people have to compete with. That's why I like to be a competitor. I see a hole in the market. I see a need. I see something that's required. I go pursue it.
For a young entrepreneur, maybe trying to impress some investors, or just a young motivated person that wants to get into watches, what type of watch would you recommend they get as their first watch? And what do you think is the most overrated watch company that exists?
Although, you know what, before we go into that, let's do some quick math, because minimizing your business's expenses is also the same as maximizing
let me
your
check the
profits.
comments while
We
he's
all want
talking.
profits, right, Jack?
That's right.
Your cell phone
Bad
tells you
news
the
is that as
time.
prices rise for
Hold
labor,
up.
materials, distribution, and borrowing, everything is costing more. So to
Give me 1 second. Let me check the comments. He looks 80. Yo, he looks 81. No. I think he looked better. He looks better now than he did in whatever he took that black and white picture. It looked like he was in the 30s, like Like when the people were at the New York Stock Exchange in the 30s before or the 40s before the y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't want to say it out loud. Yeah, that's why he's rich. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like the watch situation. So he literally like he collects
Reduce
watches.
costs and
Okay.
minimize headaches. Smart businesses who
Interesting.
graduate.
Maybe I need to collect watches. I didn't know that.
NetSuite is the number one.
Oracle, isn't that the company with the TikTok? The one that bought TikTok? Okay, yeah, I think they're involved in
One
that.
cloud financial
Okay,
system
interesting.
bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into
Wow,
one
that's
platform and
amazing.
one source of truth. With NetSuite, you reduce IT costs because it lives in the cloud with no hardware required, and you can access it from anywhere. You basically cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because with NetSuite, you have one unified.
Okay, we're gonna fast forward this part because here we go. All right, let's go back to Graham
Exactly.
and
So,
Kevin.
Classic Rolex on the
Yeah,
back.
see?
A
2 million
milestone.
subscribers. Yeah. This was actually a gift from a
But the
subscriber.
point is, you would never want to
yeah.
lose that.
Oh, gosh, never.
Never. And it's a very, very special piece that you will carry with pride for the rest of your life. And so every single
let me turn my chair
has
properly.
that. But the entry levels now, and I work with all the brands. People always, call me up and say, why don't you endorse my brand? Why don't you wear only my watch? I'm a dial guy. I want to work with every watchmaker. I'm a member of the New York Horological Society. I want to support watchmakers, and I support as a patron, new watchmakers like Simon Britt. I'm one of his biggest buyers because I love his work, and he's got 10,000 people who want to buy his watches, and he respects his collectors. I'm one of them. Here's some watches that I think are remarkable in terms of value and entry-level pricing. Tudor. In fact, I'm wearing a Tudor right now.
Yeah, I noticed that.
This is the Tudor Miami Pink.
I've heard of Tudor.
This is a $7,000 watch, but that dial is absolutely spectacular. It's beautiful. So Tudor has watches down to $3,000 and $4,000, and the quality of a Tudor is remarkable. Grand Seiko, spectacular.
We were looking at this yesterday.
Yeah.
Was it yesterday in Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
We walked in and the guy was talking nonstop about Grand Seiko, and their movements are fantastic.
It is
the
the
Japanese really have it down for
They
watches.
they actually started making watches before the Swiss. The quality of a Grand Seiko piece is unbelievable. So if you're going to buy an entry level watch, go look at what Grand Seiko, not Seiko, Grand Seiko.
Right.
There's a difference. Grand Seiko is extremely affordable, and they make some amazing pieces. And those are two brands that I feel, Longines for women is a fantastic brand. And I support them all, and I own them all. I'm a dial guy. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, look, this is a loose Patek. It's covered in diamonds. It's a really expensive piece. That's not why I bought it. I bought it because it's got a beautiful red band, which is my signature look, but also the dial's spectacular. It's a crazy
But now
dial.
I would argue for entrepreneurs, they want something that's recognizable, where the average person on the street looks at a watch and says, that person is successful because they have that watch. I think Rolex is really the only brand that has that name recognition where if you're going into a meeting, unless you're watch people know Grand Seiko, they know Tudor. But non-watch people, I think, have the respect for Rolex as a brand of like, oh, they must be successful because they have a Rolex Submariner.
But who you're trying to impress is like a bidding entrepreneur. Like you're trying to.
It is true
to a
that
certain degree.
Rolex
Yeah.
is 40% of the market in that sense, but there are other brands. I would argue that Patek Philippe, if you talk about the horsemen of watches in terms of respect in a meeting, AP, Rolex, Patek Philippe, they're well known. They are the three horsemen. But also there's some brands that have come up in the last decade that are remarkable. FP Journe. Even if you have all those watches, those are the FP Journe collectors. They want a Journe. Journe is a living Picasso of watchmaking. Everybody knows when he passes, all the watches are going to be worth way more. Everybody's trying to get any Journe they can get. It's transcended a micro brand. It's transcended an independent brand. It's become a brand, and that happened. So watch collecting is really about, for me, it's styles. But I love it, and it's a whole community of people. It opens stores all around the world for me. Royal families, European leadership. Everybody loves watches.
Last watch question, because we do have to move on. Which brand do you think is overrated?
That's a really tough question because.
Do you want me to say it? I'll say Hublot.
Hublot. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but Hublot has just come with some dials the last 6 months. These brands they ebb and flow. Let me give you another example. Richard Mille. That was the hottest.
I heard about the Richard
hottest
Mille,
brand
I
in
remember.
crypto craze.
Yeah.
People were buying Richard Milles with crypto.
I thought it was Millie.
And I could never wear one because they never were allowed on television. They were just too ostentatious. And then along comes their new Titanium 01. Thin, super stunning dial, and I am wearing that on Shark Tank season 16. So there's a brand that I couldn't touch, now has become iconic in terms of style with this super thin titanium watch. So you can say that about Hublot, but just you wait 6 months and stuff happens. It's like talking about steel versus gold. 6-7 years ago, nobody touched yellow gold. Now it's smoking hot. And just in Geneva a few weeks ago, the best of show was what Cartier did with the Crash, a watch designed back in 1921. They brought these skeleton crashes and everybody went ballistic, and that's Cartier. And so that's a brand that you may thought was jewelry. Now I'd say for fashion, home couture, when you see what's going to be on style for the rest of this year, you're going to see a ton of Cartier.
And going back to topics, when it comes to business and entrepreneurship, you talked about being comfortable enough to fire your mother. What does that mean to
Not
you?
fire your mama. Red flag. Your mama should have never been hired in the first place. Unless she's, mothers are mothers. I'll just say that. But, I mean, I would hire my mama. She just can't do much. I had to put her on a gag with a contract long, 10 pages. 10 pages. I'm just kidding. But fire your mother. That's interesting advice.
When you start a business, you're no longer number one. You start hiring employees, they're on top of you. Mm-hmm. Your shareholders, your bankers, they're on top of you. On top of both of them are your customers. They're number one. They'll always be number one. You are at the bottom of the stack because even though you own the business, and that's important, and that's how you'll be free one day, from that point on, you are working for everybody above you. If you use nepotism in your business and they don't perform, that's hurting all of the rest of the stack.
Absolutely.
So if you have your mother and she can't perform and she's only on there because you want to put her on payroll for some reason, and she doesn't deliver on her promise to the team, you got to take her up behind the barn. Shoot her. You got to shoot her.
What?
Because you're
Red flag.
the business, and it's the business that matters the most, not you, not any one individual. If they're not team members, they're cancer. Surgery immediately. Gone. The minute they're not on mandate, gone. I learned this lesson a long time ago. You're either on board or you're not.
It seems
Okay, when I say red flag, I don't mean because the person is not doing their weight, they should be fired. But I'm talking about him to take her out and shoot her. Nah, that's excessive. Kevin and Graham. I don't know the
trend
other
is
guy's
to be
name.
ruthless in business. Is there ever a time to show compassion in business, or would you say for the most part that's giving away something that you don't need to be giving away? Let's get back to behind the barn.
No. I'm very compassionate. I think great leaders are very compassionate. Great managers are very compassionate. They understand people are human beings. But in business, it's very measurable. It's very binary. You either make money or you lose money. There's no in between. I mean, break-even business is not sustainable. It's not going to work. You either make money or you lose money. Most companies can't last more than 36 months losing money because they can't raise any more if they go out of business.
That's true.
So you should understand what the goal is. And people tell me all the time, well, shouldn't we have a social mission? Sure you should, as long as you can afford it. If you don't make money, you can't pay out any social mission. You can't support any charity because you're losing money. If you don't understand that, you're probably not going to make it, because the DNA of a business is actually to make money. And lots of people say, well, no, it isn't. It's to save some, social cause. That's actually called a charity. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't mix them up.
I'm curious, how do you
Wait,
value...
but hold on. I have to add something to it. Have you guys ever heard of social entrepreneurship? And I'm going to tell you guys something right now. Let me tell you something. Like, a lot of people don't know about social entrepreneurship. So I'm going to write it here. Here we go. Social entrepreneurship. So, he's right, but there is actually another type of entrepreneurship that a lot of people don't know about. So I'll read it. Social entrepreneurship typically attempts to further broad social, cultural, and environmental goals, often associated with the voluntary sector in areas such as poverty alleviation, healthcare, and community development. And so what it does is, this is according to the BDC of Canada. It's a business model used by companies to help solve some of the world's greatest problems, and where the traditional model is focused on the generation of profit, social entrepreneurs focus on bringing about positive social and environmental change while also generating a profit. So it's kind of like a mix between a nonprofit and a business. So it's about developing developing business opportunities that have positive impacts. It's using your business as a force for good, looking at the company's role in this world and the way the business can influence positive change. So what it does is then you employ people, and it will reduce barriers to employment for disenfranchised groups and individuals, the elimination of homelessness in the community, which is a very important thing, so people will start to want to work, minimization of the company's or industry's impact on the environment, exactly, and improve health outcomes for members of the community. So this is another way, another avenue. So it's not just like, so I agree with him to a certain extent, but there's another way. You don't have to, you can still have social impact without having to be completely 100% traditional business. So for example, I'm going to plug in again, Red Pearl. So Red Pearl is sustainable clothing, 100% premium cotton, high quality, produced in really good factories, like ethical factories, fair trade and fair sourcing, right? And then also another thing is it's affordable. So those type of things would fall in line with social entrepreneurship. So you know that if you are going to invest in a business or you're going to buy a product, then it's going to go towards a good cause, because the more that we sell or the more that we get, then it'll be easier for, one, to hire people in the community, 2, to give back to the community, and 3, to also just keep things running. And so that way it's in a more ethical way instead of just focusing on profits. So what he's talking about is the traditional business model. And so first we'll talk about nonprofit, which is when you don't make any money and you're waiting on the donations of others. Now, the problem with nonprofits is, although they do have, they do great services and they do serve the community, the problem is that there's a lot of overhead, and usually they fold because you're depending on other people to donate, right? And so they have to have a need to donate. And not only that, but if they're also struggling, it's going to be hard for them to feel like they need to donate to the cause. It's going to be really difficult, right? And so this is why nonprofits usually they fold within the first few years, right? Because it's just too expensive to keep it up, and getting donations is harder, and it gets harder and harder, right? Now, the second thing is a traditional business model, like what he's talking about. It's all for profit. And so when it's all for profit, there's an issue, because then they're not going to think of a community aspect. They're just thinking of maximizing profits, which is why we have a situation that we have with the housing crisis. And it's like a lot of these big investment corporations are buying up single family homes. They're not thinking of the needs of the community, because it's just numbers. You're not a person, you're a number to them, right? And so the more profits, they think of the bottom line. So the more profits we make, the more that we can keep it in our pockets. And it's the same, like any industry you work in. So for example, if you work at a hospital, we talked about that last week. A lot of hospitals were the ones charging people the max exorbitant prices that we see today, especially in the United States. Remember, they said it costs insurance companies $13,000 per person versus $7,000 in like Canada. And then Japan was like $6,000 per person. That's exorbitant. But you know that when you see those prices, it's somebody's making a profit, and it's all for profit, right? But then you have the third model, which is social entrepreneurship. So yes, you do generate a profit, but then it goes back towards the community. So like if we want to look at an example of that, it would be either Red Pearl or The Honest Company by Jessica Alba. She does a lot of really good things. Ethical sourcing, Burt's Bees. That's another lip gloss brand that is ethical sourcing. They source their things ethically. There are so many other companies that do it the same way. So yeah. So anyways, I wanted to provide the answer and let y'all know that it's not all just what he's talking about. There are ways that you could still be a nonprofit and then still like make money and make changes and have a social impact. You don't have to think like, oh, because I want to do social impact, that means I'm going to be broke. Far from it. Far from it.
Your time. Although, you know what? While we're on this topic,
okay, no free advertisement, Graham. I'm sorry. I love you.
You will not be creative. You really, really have to balance it. You'll be creative when you have the yin and yang of chaos of art. Let me give you some examples. I love to learn from other successful entrepreneurs. I did a guest stint with Michael Rubin from Fanatics, very successful entrepreneur in sports. He was a guest shark, and I was working with him, and he said a few times, how big can this be, when he was being pitched deals? And I really liked that about him, because he wasn't thinking small. He said, if I'm going to burn my time, it's got to be big. It may be very competitive, but it's got to be big. And great about Shark Tank, you meet these wonderful people and you have lunch with them and hang out and do everything else. those 5 words really stuck in my mind. So I'm always learning from other entrepreneurs. That's one guy. How big can it be? Just think about how important that is to ask yourself in every opportunity you see. And the other one, Elon Musk, he hates wasting time. If you're engaged in a conversation with him and he thinks it's useless,
He's not the best person to use as an example.
He doesn't care about the social impact of that. That's why he's so wildly successful.
Yeah, sure.
And so you got to think about that. I've seen him do that.
Yeah, but at what cost? That's what I'm saying. So he's wildly successful, but at what cost? Exactly.
And so it's people feel nervous meeting him maybe and they want to make small talk. That's not what he wants. What do you know that's useful information? That's what he wants.
Yeah. When does it become unhealthy? I want to give the example back in really from 2020 to 2023. I was in a phase where all I cared about were what I'm doing every hour of the day. And I calculate the value of my time for an hour. And if someone were to say, let's go and grab lunch, let's go and grab a coffee, I would calculate how much that time is worth and then think to myself, do I want to pay this amount to go and have coffee with this person? And it got to the point where almost everything, nothing made sense for me to do other than work because my time was so valuable during those certain hours.
But also, as a secondary example, Graham and I, we were considering getting a hotel room together or separate, and Graham was running the calculation of the cost per hour that he would have to pay if we got separate rooms, and is it worth that premium? And I think about the other, stuff. It's okay, well, we'd have separate bathrooms. Maybe we get a better night of sleep. Maybe this. And he's still calculating this. And this was probably 4 or 5 months ago. And he has plenty of money now. So at what level do you think it becomes counterproductive?
It never becomes counterproductive. I'd say you've reached nirvana.
All right.
That was actually how you should operate. There's no question. Because when you have enough capital and you can start to say to yourself, well, I'm going to fly first class now because I've earned it for myself. But you earned it for yourself. You didn't borrow money to fly first class. In the beginning, we used points for everybody. We were the back of the bus everywhere. Now, if I'm going to fly to Europe tonight, I'm going to fly first class because I earned it. I earned it. But I can afford to do that. But I am the same as you. I break my day into 30-minute segments. And I'm always looking with the people that schedule me, what's this? What's this thing in the schedule? What is that? Why am I doing that? What am I going to get from that that's either of interest to me that I'll learn something or is going to help one of our businesses, of which there are now 54. Why am I doing that?
He's talking about being intentional with your time. He's not wrong. That's what I'm learning now. It's it's everything is applied. It can be applied to so many things. This is not just a business conversation, y'all. I want to make that very clear. His conversation can transcend business. It goes into so many other areas. What are you doing with your time? How valuable is your time? That's the thing, because again, you're only born with a set number. You don't even know when your time's gonna run out. That's the crazy part, right? So it's you don't know when your time's gonna run out. So what you do with your time is very important.
And if it's they called up, they said they knew you, and I'll say, well, I don't know why I would use my most valuable asset as my time. That's what you said earlier. You're right. It is your most valuable asset. Now, when you use it for your family, that's very valuable. But when you waste
it depends on which family member. Red flag. Not every family member. I'm sorry, Kevin. I gotta interrupt you right here. Not every family member deserves your time. I promise you. I promise. So even family, you gotta be careful.
That is a crime because you'll never get it back.
But when is it counterproductive? Because there are some things where I will deliberate for maybe 30 minutes price matching to save $50. And then I go through this other phase where my time is worth more than $50 and the time spent deliberating, I may as well just pay more. But then I feel internally that
he doesn't like getting ripped off.
I don't like, I like getting a good deal.
He's right.
And so when I think I'm overspending, I feel like I'm getting ripped off in a sense. And I looked at myself 10 years ago, and I'm thinking 10 years ago me would look at this and not want to get ripped off.
I think that's a very good instinct. I don't think you should ever give up on that. People ask me all the time, you just bought that watch for $250,000. Why would you spend $250,000 on that watch?
Because he knows its quality.
And I argue, and I have the empirical data to show it, that is probably a better investment than putting it in the S&P 500 because that piece is a piece unique. Mm-hmm. And in 10 years will be worth materially more. And I'm making that calculated risk as an alternative asset. I actually have on my balance sheet in my portfolio mark-to-market value on every single watch because I don't want to get ripped off. I mark-to-market every 24 hours the value of every piece. And I know that that's, something I've learned.
He's talking about generational wealth, but not only that, but it's going to last longer. That's it. Like, so it's just the same thing with time. Like, are you going to invest your time in something that is not going to be worth something in the long run? You're just wasting it. Or are you going to spend your time doing something that's going to be valuable and that's going to yield benefits for the future? And I'm not saying that you don't deserve downtime. Absolutely. Like, sometimes you could spend time just resting. But my point is that what he's trying to say is that he's actually, like, that money that he spent wasn't actually a lot of money when you think about the quality of the watch that he purchased. And it's the same thing with what you watch, right? So it's about quality. So when you, like, for example, you spend time like watching a video or something, watching a YouTube video, some of y'all are on my live stream and they be long, but you're getting quality out of it. So it's not, the time is actually an investment, and you feel like, okay, you know what? Whatever Romy says or whoever you watch is going to benefit me in the long run. So yeah, he talking about that.
I can look at things that I study, like watches, and know when it's a bad purchase, and I won't do it. So it's sort of keeping that in your DNA is a good thing. I don't know why it's a bad thing. Spending a lot doesn't mean that, it's a bad investment.
I think it's the value of your time versus the amount that you spend. Like, even last night, the first thing I do when I look at a restaurant menu is the price, and then what it is second. And I'd rather get the item that's $18 and a better deal than the other one that I kind of want a little more if it's $25. But I feel like that's a bit overpriced for the fajita. Like, I'd rather the mahi burger.
I'm 100% the same way.
Right.
Because you should spend money on good food for your body, because that actually makes you much more productive.
Yep, that is exactly why. Because I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I used to shop at Walmart for some of my groceries, even produce, because I was, like, just trying to be budget friendly, right? And I realized that when I went to Walmart, even though it was cheaper, the quality wasn't great, right? And no shade to Walmart, but it's the Walmart in my area, right? And so what would happen is that I would buy lettuce, and then, like, I would spend about I think three bushes, I think they call bushels of lettuce. It costs like $4.75, around $4 in Canadian dollars, right? So I would buy that. And then guess what, y'all? No, it would be more than that, actually. No, it was $4 for no, it wasn't $4, I promise you. It was like almost $7, $8. I lied. It was $7, $8 because I remember, because the price kept going up and up, right? So then I would buy it, and I kid you not, within a week it was gone. It was like not even a week, like a few days it started, turning brown. And then by the end of the week, like, I had to really rush to eat my food. But then when I started going to Quality Foods, which is a grocery store right across from me, it's a little bit more expensive, I ain't gonna lie. So instead of spending like $7, I would spend like an extra $3, right? And guess what? That lettuce lasts me at least 3 weeks, no joke. And it's because it's sourced from a good place. Same thing with eggs. I buy eggs now that are more organic, right? And they last me a long time, and the taste is different. So I've started to really elevate and I'm talking just for me, I've just started elevating everything in my life, because I realized that it wasn't about the money spent, because I used to be like that too. Like Graham said, Graham Stephan here, like what he said, I used to be like, oh yeah, like if I spend the money, it's cheaper, so then that way at least I can afford it and I could buy 2 instead of 1. But then guess what? It wasn't worth it because it didn't last. And so I ended up having to buy more. And so now my grocery trips are reduced because I'm not buying as much as before, because again, the quality. It lasts longer. So now I don't have to spend as much and overspend as much as I used to. Especially when it comes to groceries. Very important, y'all.
I don't eat crap food anymore. None. So you'll see as you get older, you realize your energy levels are so much different. Either you treat food as medicine, or food or one day you'll be taking medicine because you ate shit food.
Sure.
Like that's really what happened. It's bad. I mean, you should think about what you're putting in your body.
Why do you like making money so much?
I don't need more money. I just like the only measure of business and success against competition is profitability. I'll run a business for 3 or 4 years. My wine business made no money for 4 years until we turned it profitable. And now it's wildly successful because we now ship direct to consumer in 48 states. I think I ship 2.7 million bottles a year. I figured that business out, and I don't know many people that ship that many bottles. And so I'm competing and I'm winning and I'm making money and I'm building a great team in wine, and I enjoy wine. If you're not making money, what are you doing? It's a hobby. It's okay if you want to call it a hobby, but if you're actually burning hours, we've been talking about time, burning hours and making no money, why would you do that? Unless it's a hobby. Otherwise, you're just a loser.
And what about when it comes to
red flag? No, you see, Kevin, I was with you until you say stuff like so that again, don't take his advice verbatim because I'm not saying don't listen to him, but that piece of advice is his personality. So remember, he likes to compete. So he's saying that if you don't like to compete, then no, what are you doing with your time? Unless it's a hobby, you should be making money. Time is money. Blah, 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 chop, chop, chop. That works for him, but it might not work for you. That's what I'm saying. So do not think that you're a loser because you're doing a hobby, or there's some people who just enjoy their hobbies. Like I said, not everybody is meant for everything, and I wish he got that through his thick skull. This is why somebody said he looked like he 81. This is why that mindset is that a boomer? Hold on, how old is boomer Jenner? I think he is a boomer. He's sounding boomerish. He's giving boomer energy. Yes, he is a boomer. I'm pretty sure. Wait, what year was he born again? If you're a boomer, no shade to you, but I don't know. Y'all just be talking. Yes, boomer. I knew it. Because only they talk like that. Do not listen. This is where the boomer ideology goes out the window. You're not a loser.
Body language. Back to the Impulsive podcast. You said that there's some downtime when you're filming Shark Tank where cameras will come in, get B-roll, and the contestants are just standing there. And you said that you could tell from their body language how confident they are, if they're going to be successful, and if they believe in the product.
Absolutely.
What do you look for specifically when it comes to body language?
Mostly in the eyes. If you stare at somebody, can they take it? You can stare at somebody on the Shark Tank set for 4 or 5 seconds and they just look away and they start looking around the room. They're going to fail. They have to have in their head that moment before they're even talking. I am here for a reason. I've earned my way here. I'm really good at what I do. I'm going to deliver my message, and nobody is going to trip me. That's the mentality you have to have.
But wait, Kevin, what if they're looking for an escape route? Red flag. What if I'm looking up? I like to look around sometimes because I need to see where the fire exit is. I'm just naturally a person like that. I don't know if you guys are like that too. I like to look for fire exits. I like to look around. I'm just nosy, like, because y'all know, when you have a neurodivergent mindset, and again, I'm very easily distracted. So no, that does not, again, he's going by what he thinks, right? And of course this is, his interview, but I'm just giving you guys another perspective that we have to start making space for people with neurodivergent issues. Because we don't like looking people in the eye sometimes. And it's not because we don't want to. It's because my concentration is very minimal, y'all. If I'm unmedicated, I will stare at you and then I'm going to be you see, I'm listening, I'm hearing the noise right outside. Somebody has a motorcycle. If I didn't have my medication right now, I'd be like, my ears would be tuned to the noise. That's why you guys see me always shifting in my chair. It's not because I'm uncomfortable. It's just because I like to move a lot. Like, that's just naturally my position. I'm always moving. I'm always doing something. Y'all will see me. Like, I'm always touching. I'm even worse when I'm not on my meds. So I wish that, people would have space for that or hold space for that. I think that our way of approaching people needs to be changed because there's no space for differences. Just because you don't look, and also it's cultural too. You see, he's talking like a North American. In Asia, it is actually not good to look people in the eye. They don't like eye contact like that. You have to look a little lower, right? So the person who is of the authority is the one who's going to be up more. And then the other person is going to be a little lower and they like to bow. They don't like to look people directly in the eyes like that all the time. It's very intimidating. So again, he's talking like in the North American context, yes, this will work, but in other contexts, no. And if you plan on traveling and being culturally aware, I would highly recommend that you look up the customs of a country. See, he doesn't hold space for that. But I'm not surprised, because he's a boomer, and he's also a male, and he's also pale complected. So I already know what's going on here. And he's a millionaire on top of that. But not saying that that's the issue, but it's just his mentality. He hasn't been, I don't think he's been around different people like that for real. I can already tell by how he's talking.
And get fried in there, even though you've practiced, 50 times in front of a mirror. It's not the same from when the cameras are rolling and you've got all the sharks there and the dynamic that's going on. You have to be confident, and it's really in the eyes, I think. That's because I'm right almost 99% of the time. That's a loser. Hasn't even said anything yet. Sure enough, they're losers.
Why do they have to be a loser, though? They just haven't gotten to the point where they need to be yet. You see, the language. I don't know. I don't like this language he speaks of. How much? What, hold on. He's turning me off right now. All right, this is the most replayed right here. Because I'm not going to go through everything. His morning routine, we skipping that. Okay, we skipping a lot of stuff. Okay, we'll talk about, let's skip to the TikTok part after. Okay. We going to go through that part. All right. Let's continue a little bit more because that's the most replayed, and then we gonna go through his Shark Tank investments. I don't know what he's talking about, but we gonna skip a little bit of that because I don't know. I don't like how hold on, let me check the comments. I'm gonna go with what y'all want because he's pissing me off with this loser energy talk. I don't like that. I really hate. I don't like it when people do that. Like, I don't like that. Just because someone is like, I get it. You may not think that their product is good, but someone out there might think so. And maybe they just need to have more work. Maybe it's not meant for them, but you don't gotta call him a loser or call them a loser. I think that's a bit much. Maybe I don't know. I don't like it. Yeah, no space for individuality. You see, you're an observant person. Exactly. So it's like, why can't you look, like, why do we have to look people in the eye? Like, what is going on here? I don't like that. Exactly. Everyone else in the U.S. who's not a white man are not afforded the same opportunities. Exactly. So that's why I don't like this. Let's go. Okay, we skipping him. I don't like what he talking about. I listened to enough. That was 29 minutes. Wasting my dang on time. We done. All right, let's move on to Cam Newton. I'm going to listen to y'all because I only went to it because someone did recommend I watch the whole thing, but I don't like what he talking about. All right, Mr. Kevin O'Leary. Let's go to Cam Newton. Hold on. First, I have to, let me put my lip gloss on. My lips are a little, hold on a second. Ooh, I hope it doesn't stain my teeth. Only thing I don't like about this is it stains my teeth. But I always have to clean it. My bad, y'all. I have to be, I'm probably gonna. Let me put it back here. And then, let me just put a little bit of lip gloss. Because my lips be ashy. My lips sometimes, like, if I don't drink enough water, it gets a little dry on the live stream. And I don't like that. Alright, let's move on to Cam Newton. I'm done. Bye, Kevin O'Leary. You said enough. Calling people losers and whatnot. I don't like that. Alright. Now let's talk about Cam and Jason. All right, y'all, we getting ready on manhood, faith, and overcoming temptation. It is, okay, we're 2 hours in. I think this might be one of my shortest live streams, to be honest with y'all, because I don't plan on staying too long because I know it's Sunday. So, all right, let's do it. Let's continue. Cam Newton, Lord, please get prepared for this. I think I'm going to be saying red flags the whole time. So let's see it.
Position.
All right, let's do it. Let's fast forward to the intro.
Through motivational.
Hold on, let's go through. Okay, let's go through it.
Yo, what's good? What's poppin'? What it is, what it ain't, what it could be, what it should be, what it would be. Here with another episode of Funky Friday. I am Cam Newton. To some, Mr. Boogie to all. And I promise, I really do promise, to give good content for the masses, but most of all, ladies and gentlemen, I just promise to keep it funky. I'm very intrigued to have this conversation because my next guest is a husband, father, son, brother, mentor, motivational speaker, author, most of all, a man of God. I present the son and introduce to others, Mr. Jason Wilson.
What's up, good brother? Pleasure to finally meet you.
How you doing, man?
Doing well, brother. Yeah, how you doing?
I think I'm all right.
I feel you with that.
I think I'm all
Yeah,
right.
I feel you.
I was trying to, like, what they say, save it for the red button. You know, I ain't really want to talk off camera, you know, because I feel what you are and what you have, you know, the content that you kind of put out is something that is needed, especially in our community. I think.
Who is he? Hold on, y'all. I don't know who Jason Wilson is. I've never heard of him, so I don't know who he is. Let me figure out who he is. Jason Wilson. Oh, he's an author? The Moment Demands? Okay, I don't know who he is. He's a director of Cave of Adullam Transformational Academy, the program of Union nonprofit organization he founded in 2003. Okay. It's been featured on Dr. Oz. Okay. So he's like a Umar Johnson, but probably better. That's what I'm getting at here. All right, let's do this.
Impactful, of course. Rewarding, definitely. But the practices that you have is something where did that kind of come from?
Came from a lot of pain and trauma, watching my family suffer from significant losses. First being my grandfather, who was lynched in, I believe, 1935, and then seeing
Oh,
that
wow.
affect
My goodness. Okay. Well, that started off really strong. 1935. Okay. How old is this man? He said he watched his grandfather, or did he learn about it? Jason Wilson. How old is he? He's 81. Oh, he been through some things. Okay, we're going to listen to Unc.
mother and her siblings, and then after that, losing.
He looks good for 80.
to homicide.
Whoa, so he's young. He's older than Kevin O'Leary. He looks good. I didn't know he was in his 80s. He doesn't look like he's in his 80s. And that head is shiny. All right. Okay, let's listen.
Both were murdered. And
Hold on, let me go back. Sorry, y'all. I was
since
talking over him. I'm so sorry.
family suffer from significant losses.
Wow.
First being my grandfather, who was lynched in, I believe,
My goodness.
1935. And then seeing that affect my mother and her siblings. And then after that, losing two brothers to homicide. Both were murdered. And I could go on, seeing friends shot in my community. And I chose not to allow myself to fall into the narrative that trauma is a badge of honor in the black community. You know, a lot of us as men, growing up young, you brag about what you've been through, how many times you got shot at, what neighborhood you come from. But we never really talked about the good in our lives. And I saw the ill effect of that, especially when I started teaching, training, and transforming boys into comprehensive men. I saw it start from their grandfathers to their fathers to the sons, and I chose to take a different path.
Good for him.
Practices are, obviously through motivational speaking, but also through, dare I say, jujitsu? Is it karate?
Well, it's not karate. People typically label all martial arts karate, like Kleenex is tissue, but it's called the Cave of Adullam. It's centered around where King David, or David at the time, he wasn't king yet, had ran from King Saul, who was trying to take his life. And history tells us that 400 men gathered unto David. He became their captain. And those men who entered that cave were distressed, discontented, and in debt. But when they left that cave, they were called mighty men of valor. So through the Cave of Adullam today, I work with boys who are mentally distressed, spiritually in debt.
That's good.
And emotionally just discontented. And they gather at the Cave of Adullam in Detroit, and they train. We use martial arts, judo, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and stick fighting. And of course, everything is rooted in biblical principles to help them deal with the emotions that tend to master them in the wrong moment.
Yeah, biblical principles. Do you go as a pastor? Do you go as anybody from, the cloth, so to speak?
When you say, do I go as the teacher, you mean?
Yeah, but like...
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean, but I don't like his interview style. Mind you, I think I've watched only one of his interviews, and that was the one with Dr. The woman, Carolyn Bryant. I think that's her name. My bad if I said her name wrong, Dr. Bryant. But why is he asking him like, what do you do? What's your, like, be a little bit more professional, Cam. I understand that you're a football player or were one. I understand that. But there's a way you can ask a question. He's acting as if he doesn't know this man. Like, there's a different way. You can be like, so, from what I've heard, from what I've researched, you're a da-da-da-da. Like, can you explain more about what you do? Like, damn, so what you do? What's going on? I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but... All right, let's continue. Maybe I'm being nitpicky, but I don't like how he's talking to Unc.
Thunder, are you a preacher?
I was ordained a minister.
Okay.
But the Cave of Adullam is a transformational training academy where boys gather and the fathers come to watch the training. Instead of calling me sensei, they call me Sharath, which in Hebrew means servant. And so I try
is he an
to
Israelite?
take a position where
I think he's an Israelite.
Christ to lead. And so I'm just a servant, and I go in and help boys navigate through all that they're dealing with so they can stop succumbing to their emotions and live in the moment and stop ruining their lives.
Still on the point of biblical principles, using, the character in the Bible, David. He's my favorite. But there's multiple...
Of course he is. Red flag. I like David too, but as a king, but as a man, he was very flawed. Extremely. He couldn't hold his sexual discipline at all. So of course, that makes sense that he's your favorite. Because you are also dealing with a lot of issues having sexual discipline as well. With all them kids you got. And baby mamas.
Well, examples of fighters in the Bible. Why David?
Well, it struck a chord with me because at the time I asked my pastor, could he teach a group of men at the church on discipleship? So I'm thinking he's going to talk about Yahushua or Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And he chose David and his mighty men. And the Cave of Adullam is mentioned, I believe, just one time. And then we move on to learn more about David when he takes over the kingdom of Israel, becomes king. But I stayed with that and I studied more what that Cave of Adullam represents. And it actually means it translates justice for the people. And it wasn't a random cave that prophets or David ran to. This was the cave where they felt that they would meet the Most High.
Yeah.
And so I stayed with that. And because I'm like, wait a minute, these men were already warriors when they went to the cave to meet David. So what happened in that cave to make these men transform into mighty men of valor? Men who not only could deal with their fears in the face of like danger, but also deal with their minds and their hearts because they were distressed and discontented with life as well. So I believe that this cave, which is a refuge, which is a safe space, which is why warriors would go in, because there's only one way in and one way out. And so I created that to give it that same opportunity for men to be courageously transparent instead of wearing the facade and with the Superman cape that's strangling us.
Who was the first man you saw show both tenderness and strength in your life?
Yeah, finally, good questions. Finally.
That's a good question.
It sounds like it's a trick question.
Yeah. And I'm really pondering that. I think in the natural, I would say it had to be me.
No.
In the spiritual, it was Yeshua. Meaning he was the lion and the lamb. He gave his life up on the cross for our salvation, but he's coming back as the lion. I seen him in my life protect me when I could have died 3 times when guns were placed to my head. But then I seen him love me and be tender and let me know that I was beyond performing, that he loves me for whoever I am. And that perfect balance is what kept me here where I am today. And the reason I say myself, because men in our culture, if you go back even to when our fathers had to endure racism we've never even seen, the fact that, your child could be sold off to slavery like a puppy, and you got 9 other children you got to protect, you can't let the emotion of you losing that child deter you from being the man to protect your family. So
That's
think of
very
all
true.
of that intergenerational trauma, repressed emotion that's held in the hearts of men, or specifically in regard to our conversation, Black men, that's being transferred throughout generation, the behavior patterns of us not being allowed to raise our children, but create children. So just basically a breeder. You have sex because you're
Oh, this is about to get good. Oh, he is going off, y'all. He is speaking truth to power right now. Like, okay, he about to get, oh no, Cam Newton's about to get mad shifty right now. But this is what accountability looks like. You see, and he's 81 years old. And you see, this is what it should be. They should be talking to people like Cam Newton, you know, the mentors. But unfortunately, men like him, it's not a large percentage. It's really sad. There are more men like Cam Newton than like this brother here, unfortunately.
strong. We want to match you with this slave because the way she's built, so we can have a stronger child that could come up. Then you see those patterns continue throughout our history perpetually. And so when you ask the question, who has been in my life that's been a comprehensive man, strong but sensitive, courageous, but also compassionate, they didn't have the opportunity. Men of our era couldn't talk like me and you talking right now.
That's true.
My father's era, I mean. They would go gamble. When my brother got murdered, he found out some information on it at a pool hall where everyone wears a facade. Everyone fakes it. And you understand this by being a professional athlete. You can't even convey that you're injured to your coaches because it may jeopardize your playing time. So I say myself, because I had to learn how to be more than just strong, a protector and provider, or what we would call masculine, because my mother had suffered dementia, and she needed someone stronger than providing.
He had a lot of hardships, very sad.
Protected her from doctors who pushed pills on her. She needed someone to be understanding and patient and long-suffering when she would have these mental episodes where she would curse me out, saying, I would never treat you like this, talking to me like she didn't even raise me. And still I had to have the capacity or the self-control to massage her scalp and say, Mom, it's going to be okay. So I learned how to become tender, but also tough, because whenever someone tried to treat her wrong, they saw a different side of me. So I would say I was the first man in my own life to be comprehensive, to be a nurturer, and also...
and sometimes that does happen. You might not have any examples in front of you, so you're a pioneer. It's true. It is very true. Sometimes it's going to be a lonely road, yo. Sometimes it's a lonely road, especially if you're doing something that you don't know anyone in your family or in your inner circle. They haven't done it. And so it is hard for you to, sometimes it gets difficult because you're literally starting something new, right? But guess what? He created a whole new legacy. I don't know if he has children. I don't know what his family situation is as far as like him, like being married or having children. But at least for the young men that he is helping through his organization, they're going to definitely benefit from this. This is breaking a lot of generational curses and patterns. So shout out to the brother. Shout out to you, brother Jason Wilson. I'm very, very extremely proud of the work that you're doing in the community in Detroit.
A lion as well.
I want to have this great conversation with you, right? Where I think oftentimes as black men, we suffer from a lot of things. One being ego.
That's all men, to be honest with you.
I don't want to lead with that, with this particular situation. As I go back to the actual question, is, obviously the creation of what we know now as, a person who's been very impactful in his world, and that's all we can ask for any man. But when you ask the question, who, and you reply, you, is that a defense mechanism? Because...
Red flag. What you mean? It's not a defense mechanism. He's just basically saying that he hasn't had that example, and so he has to be that example. Cam Newton, sir, you're going to need to go back to the drawing board. Figure out how to conduct an interview. You're all over the place a little bit. And what are you trying to say? It's a defense mechanism. I don't understand. Did I misunderstand what he said? it sounds like he's saying he doesn't have any other examples, so he's using himself as an example. It's not a defensive mechanism. Cam.
Whether you want to agree to it or not, it could be situations in life that have shaped, mold, guided your thought process, and like, yo, I don't want to do that. Hey, I want to do this. Man, I see a empty space on the canvas here, so I'm gonna draw there. I think a lot of people feel or do not highlight what impacted them, that shaped them in a way.
You asked a specific question, though. Mm-hmm. You said, which man in my life was a...
Thank you. I was just about to say that because you said that. You asked him which man in his... Thank you. You know, this is what happens. Let me tell y'all something. This is what happens when you have a conversation with an educated person and a person who's very attentive and intentional and listens versus somebody who's just talking and yapping. He didn't even remember the question he asked. Red flag. Why did you ask the question then? You didn't ask it in the way that you wanted it answered. He's just trying to find a loophole. Why'd you use yourself? Common sense. Obviously, he's going to say himself because he didn't see any other example. He done told you his family history. He didn't have a good one. He had a whole traumatic history. He done went over all of that. And you didn't listen. He's not listening, guys. He's not listening. He's just listening to respond. And this interview is already not starting off on the right foot, Lord. This is going to be a mess, y'all. Let's brace ourselves.
What was the other one? Tough. Tender. Tender and tough. I said no. It wasn't. Now, if you're asking me, have I had influential men in my life, there's a long list.
Yeah.
See, what you're describing is a comprehensive man, and I coined the phrase because it didn't exist. Mm-hmm. As men, the gold standard in my neighborhood in Detroit was hyper-masculine.
Exactly.
You got the girls, you got the money, you got the props. But the young man who say maybe wants to be a chef, and because he's in the kitchen trying to learn how to cook, society says that place is for a woman. Mm-hmm. You can't do that. And the hypocrisy behind that now is that the culinary arts field is dominated by men. So I answered your question specifically.
You did.
However, I would be wrong to say that I didn't have men in my life to shape me.
That wasn't the question, so you okay, brother.
I wouldn't be here with
Cam Newton is
ditzy. Provided along the path. So yeah, so it's some amazing men of all ethnicity who have poured into me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when I say in such an impactful way, the Most High did it in a way where not one of them singularly can take credit for what he's done. Mm-hmm. Meaning he used a certain person until I reached here. Then another man came, then another man came, then another man came. And now I had to become that man to pour back into the next generation.
There you go.
Needs men like
each one teach one.
Now, I would ask this because I've had the opportunity to sit knee to knee or across from individuals that have been pastors, have been, priests, have been doctors, have been, in their field, experts, right? And my common question to that is, why should men listen to you? Or why should boys listen to you?
Scripture say be a living epistle. Basically, walk it out. I don't want them just to listen to me. I want them to watch me. They don't listen to what we say anyway. Children don't. They watch what we do. That's why they lost. And so I be what I want them to see.
Facts. 100%. You have to be the person who you're talking about. I can't tell you to, I do all the red flags in the case studies. Imagine if I was with a Dusty. Imagine. And I'm not saying that people can't give advice when they're not in the same, when they're still growing. But what I'm saying is it's more powerful when someone's actions match what their words are. He's extremely correct. Man, this is a great interview. I like him already. And I like how he's speaking very slowly. Is because he's thinking about what he says before he says it. And then Cam over here, Lord, what makes you qualified to do this? You sitting here you got your own YouTube channel doing interviews. You don't have a journalism degree from the last I heard. You're just an ex-football player. What qualifies you? That's what we need to know.
I don't have to speak it as much as I have to walk it. And that's where I believe the issue is for working with youth and men and young men for over 20 years. They see me personally when the lights are off, when I tell them to learn from the good that I do and the bad that I do.
Mm-hmm.
If you see me short with my wife,
so he is married, okay.
You don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you see me loving her, reconciling when I'm wrong, you see me sacrificing my body and my mind to pour into others, that's what we do. And so it's too much talk. Even Yeshua, Jesus said the people don't believe because they don't see Cam, signs and wonders. See, the key is about living it out. Go therefore into all the nations. It's an action. Love is an action word anyway. I say love is all theory until it's been tested anyway. And so I don't want people to necessarily just follow what I say, test my fruit. And when they test my fruit, they'll say then that the Lord is good.
In this directive of, certain practices and certain teachings, it's a constant reminder, because I was raised in church, right? Father was, still is a pastor, bishop, and Pentecostal, church all day. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
and I would be open to say this, even though my religion and Christianity gave me so much of a foundation of what and what not to do, it also handicapped me to being the first figure of judging. You know what I'm saying?
Break that down.
So there's a common phrase in church when I was going to church that's not of God. That ain't of God. That ain't. And I would always question, but what does that mean? And when you talk to churchgoers, it's a holier than thou type of flow. I say all that to say, your practice is Christianity.
No.
What is it?
What happened? I'm telling you, this interview is spiraling. It's spiraling. This is what happens when you don't listen and you don't research. This is what you look like. Foolish. How are you the interviewer and you don't even know you see, he heard Jesus. First of all, the keynotes, I'm telling you, I think he's Hebrew Israelite. Or he's practicing some type of Jewish faith. Just off of him calling Jesus Yeshua. That's a clue. The second one was when he said, what he said? He said, he follows the Hebrew practices and stuff. That's giving Israelite down. Some type of sect. It's not giving church Christian. It's giving another type of Christianity or, another belief system. But okay, let's go.
Maybe wants to be a chef.
Oh, I went.
Because
did I go
he's
too
in
far?
the kitchen. Maybe wants to.
Is why should men listen to you, or why should boys the first figure of
here we
judging? You know what I'm saying?
Break that down.
So there's a common phrase
Oh
in
my
church.
God, I'm done,
when I
yo.
was going to church, that's not of
God.
That ain't of God. That ain't. And I would always question, but what does that mean? And when you talk to churchgoers, it's a holier than thou type of flow. I say all that to say, your practice is Christianity.
No.
What is it?
My practice, when you're talking about the capable dilemma of who I am as a man,
yes,
it's servanthood. I'm a disciple of Christ. Christianity is a system. I am a Christ follower.
There you
say
go.
if I'm a Christian, that literally means you're a Christ follower. I follow Christ, and I'm a servant of the Most High. Now, when you were talking about growing up in church as well, and people saying that's not of God, and this isn't of God, first and foremost, you got to know your word. Because people will always say things, and I test it with the scriptures. I always cross-reference what they say with the cross. The scriptures say, man's ways and his thoughts is not of the Most High. And so I always challenge that. People have told me, pastors, not to do the Cave of Adullam, to do something else, because I think the Most High could use it that way. I went to his word, and I know I have the same Holy Spirit they say they have, and I followed him, and I'm here today. The biggest issue really isn't, you know, again, I used to overgeneralize like all Christians are this, like I didn't come to church like you did. I hated Christians, I hated the church. I studied Islam, Egyptology, metaphysics, Hinduism, Buddhism. I would wait for the Jehovah's Witnesses to come to my door so that I could argue with them. All right? So just so you know, I wasn't raised in church. The Most High, he called me out of darkness in a way where it's undeniable. Where he called me when I was 16, I had a dream in my room, and I don't want to really expound on that too tough, or do I have the time?
You have plenty of time.
Okay, brother. So here it is. I'm gifted producing music. You know, at the time, my first brother had gotten killed when I was 3 years old. And the trauma of that affected my mother so greatly that growing up, specifically during that time period of 1974, she couldn't give to me the affection anymore, which is understandable.
Yeah.
My brother Larry was a beautiful soul. And so imagine a 3 or 4 year old boy walking around and his mother is different and he doesn't know why. And so I share that to say that led me to a path of unresolved anger because my father wasn't actively in my life. So any mention of church, I already had anger. Don't tell me about this loving father and my dad ain't here. Okay? So I had one dream and I never forgot it was an earthquake in my room. And I fell off my bed and I looked up and I saw a soldier handing me a sword and said, "We need you to fight for us." I said, "No, you got the wrong brother," right? So when I went to get on my knees to get up, I see this image of Yahushua or Jesus, who the world calls Jesus, like covered in blood and scarred. And at the time, I wasn't studying the scriptures. So the scriptures say he was beaten beyond recognition. So even worse than what we saw in the Passion for the Christ. Passion of the Christ. That's what I saw. He was in so much pain and agony that I got up on my knees and hugged him. In that dream, he disappeared and that pain shot into me. I woke up and I see my mother running to leave to go to work. And I come out and say, "Ma, I had this dream. It's the first time I'm crying at my mother." And she says, she put her purse down. She says, "Jason, the Lord is calling you, but you're running." Brother, after that, constant, he's trying to get me. Because I said, "If you're real, show me." Because
he ain't lying. Let me tell you. I will tell you one thing. Me and one of my really close friends, we used to always say this, like, if you want to know if somebody's really supposed to be in your life or whatever's supposed to happen, just do the prayer, y'all. If you believe in God, of course. Just say, "God, if it ain't for me, then let it be gone." It will disappear with the quickness. I promise. So he ain't lying. Like, if I say, "Give me signs," the signs will come. Trust and believe me.
Upset at these churches, you spend all this money on one building, but a mile radius around your building, people are starving. So things didn't add up to me.
Yeah.
One situation, I was in a friend of mine truck who, NBA player now, retired, driving, truck flipped over. Make a long story short, he didn't come with me to the studio because we was doing music together because his mother told him someone had to get in an accident. That someone was me. And she told me then, I said, "Is this true?" She says, "Yeah, he's calling you, but you're running." My friend at the time had money, would pay for pastors to come down and talk to me because he was going to the league. And I still I don't want to live this way. And I end with this. I met my wife, had a child out of wedlock, and I needed insurance for my child. I put my music career on hold, started working. One day she called me. I was just in a bad mood, brother. I was working minimum 10 hours a day, the worst shift ever, from 2:30 to 2:30 in the morning. That's like afternoons and midnights combined, brother. And she says, "Jason, don't lose the faith." I said, "God ain't real." I said, if he was real, why did he gift me with all of these gifts and talents, and I'm here working in this Coca-Cola factory? I said, he faked. The only sun gonna come through the clouds is Ra, because I was studying Egyptology as well. And I hung the phone up. 10 minutes later, brother, I went to unload a high-low truck like I always would. But this time the driver didn't lock the brakes on the truck bed. I hit the truck. The weight of the high-low pushed the truck bed away from me, and I dropped down with this high-low. I got 280 discs to this day that I suffer with.
Wow.
I fell off. I looked up at the sky. I cried. I said, I'll never go against you again. That day, I did a 180. I went from listening to secular hip-hop to Fred Hammond. Blasted in my Yukon.
Oh, he listened to Fred Hammond. Fred Hammond, didn't he have a song, a popular song? I forgot which song it was.
I
All right,
was
let's continue.
in. That's why I'm resolute in what I do for him. I don't allow people opinions and what they feel that God told them to tell me. First and foremost, prophecy, you need to confirm what he spoke into my life, not tell me something he ain't telling me. And so I understand how it works because I studied it. And then when you see the Most High do miraculous things in your life, if CNN or Fox News came out and said the word of God, we just proved that it's not real, don't make me no difference because I know it is. And so that's what I stand on. And that's why I'm even here with you. I wouldn't have got a call. I'm not here for no money.
Why does Cam look like that, yo? I'm sorry. I can't. I'm listening to Brother Wilson and I'm like getting all into it, and then they keep panning the Cam, and I'm looking like, oh Lord.
I'm a servant. He said, go see my son Cam. I ran into Omari. You've been on my heart, brother. Even my son, you was his favorite player. He reminded me of that. You see? And he crossed my paths I was at the BET Summit, and then I see Omari. He says, hey man, we got to get you, get you on. And here I am, all because I chose to follow him.
I received that. I think a lot of times, we fall in love with the content, but not the context.
That's good.
You know what I'm saying? And I've definitely seen certain things, and I'm like, okay. And now having this opportunity, one of the content pieces that I did see was the thing that you did on Shannon Sharp, right? In long story short, if nobody's seen it, it's about temptation. Can we speak about that?
Yeah, for sure. One of the greatest downfall of man is what? Lust, sexual temptation.
Oh, okay.
And
let's stop it right here because this is going to be a very important part. Very extremely important part.
Fortunately, we're unaware that science has shown us that lust, when you're a slave to it, it negatively impacts the prefrontal cortex, which affects our decision-making skills. So you look at David and his life, here it is, he's king. He had a concubine, right? Okay, many wives.
No.
Yeah, he did. 100, listen.
No, not concubine.
Concubines, I'm sorry.
Okay,
yeah,
there
plural.
you go. There you go.
Now, look what it did to his mind. One of his warriors. Where I'm from, that's a worthy offense to kill David. You gonna sell out your boy for some sex?
Was it Bathsheba?
Yeah. And Uriah was the warrior. Because he couldn't get away with it, he had Uriah, Joab put Uriah on the front lines to get him killed. I say that because here it is, 2025. We still struggle with the same thing. My second brother was murdered, major drug dealer, millionaire. The easiest way to set up any man, easiest way to get an attractive woman. We so foolish in the mind that we led by.
It's actually true. So I have seen, if you're into true crime, then you know that this is real. It's like a lot of the robberies and unalivings that go on. It's there's a large percentage, especially when it comes to inner city. It involves a woman. Like maybe a man goes and tries to have sexual relations with a woman. There's always a woman involved in some ways because they get enticed by that. and then like and then they get unalived. A lot of crime. And like if you hear a woman involved, then there's probably more than likely that the woman tried to seduce, or there was some type of lust situation involved. It does happen a lot. Could be a man too, not just a woman, because some men are DL. But what I'm trying to say is, it's a huge problem, especially in the community, because if you don't have sexual discipline, then it is going to be hard for you to function. Now, I will say, because I remember I covered like the what was it, Black Chat, like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. I don't remember. I do so many live streams, y'all. I think it was last week. I don't remember. But I did mention that your body count shouldn't matter. And when I said that, it was because I don't want people to feel ashamed if they did not know prior. So now you're gonna do better. My point is that this is why I was saying body count doesn't matter, is because I don't want to persecute someone because of the past mistakes that they made, especially if they didn't know or weren't aware of the circumstances or the effects, right? The consequences, right? We don't know people's childhoods. We don't know their traumas. We don't know what it is that they're dealing with. Now, if they continue on to have that sexual, like a lack of sexual discipline, then yes, you can let them know, hey, it's actually not healthy for your body, and so on and so forth. But what I was trying to say was that we shouldn't persecute people because they didn't know. That was my point. And that's why the whole body count conversation was stupid to me, because I'm like, the past is the past. And of course, like sometimes some people do want to know, but it shouldn't be because you're trying to find a reason to like make that person less valuable. It should be for health reasons, or for like, it has to be some type of reason that makes sense. Like in my opinion, it could be like health reasons, like maybe did you get an STI? I need to know, like, those type of things, but not because you're trying to make the person seem like they're a dirty person just because they did not know, they didn't have the resources. So that was my point. I want to clarify that, because he's going to talk about something real serious here.
Penis, the lust, no sexual self-control. And so when I saw Brother Shannon, and because I don't meet these brothers, I don't speak on things that I don't know. I think that's unfair to them. I've seen someone do that about me. It's like, you didn't even understand what I was going through with my mother. All I could speak on was just the lack of sexual self-control that we all need. I see it affect the boys that I work with, how you have good fathers, but because of the lack of sexual self-control, or even deeper, brother, it falls into a lack of self-love. If we really deal on the psychological level, what makes you become a Lothario, or a man who's promiscuous, that he doesn't even value his own temple, that he got to sleep with everyone else for affirmation. When I see the damage that it does to his sons, and then the ill effects of that in their graves, and then how statistics show us that homes without fathers, the boys are at a greater risk of being incarcerated, and the daughters are more likely to get pregnant young, and then also reach puberty before it's time, which is now linked, scientists say, is linked to depression. And so the reason I wanted to speak on it was not to condemn Brother Shannon, was like, look, what can we learn from my brother?
Yeah.
And we're so quick in society, as you were saying, look at the content, but not the context.
That is very true, and that's why I said what I said. Like, you got to look at what's going on, and that's why with the case studies, I make sure to give you guys the childhood traumas that they've been through to explain why their patterns keep reemerging and why they behave and operate in the way they do. And he brought up something really, really important, is that I've done a lot of case studies where whatever trauma you've been through, a lot of trauma, especially if you've been in like certain type of situations that were unfortunate, especially as children or as a child, then it is going to cause not only mental health but physical health, long lasting. I remember, I think it was recently. I'm just saying Jeannie Mai because she's the most recent one. I went over a lot of side effects of that. Yeah, it affects your health, long-lasting effects. If you are a medical professional, you can even tell me in the comments. It just affects everything. So what he's trying to do is prevent it from happening. This is why we're doing this education to prevent. It's a prevention mechanism. Prevention is key. It's always key, whether it comes to health, wealth, everything is all connected. Prevention.
This
and
has been
proper
going
planning.
on for centuries. Why does it keep happening?
It's a pattern.
Way to sign what, a $40 million contract for a podcast or more than that?
You know why it happened to Shannon Sharp is because he never changed. He just got money. That's it. The mindset. I talked about that yesterday with Cardi B. So doesn't matter if you or you could be signing contracts. It won't matter if your mindset doesn't elevate. It won't matter. You could have millions of dollars. It's the same thing. Okay, for example, let's say I hit up $1 million today somehow. I made bread. I got lucky. I don't know. Won the lottery. Who knows? Today there's $1 million in my bank account. If I haven't elevated my mindset, and let's say that I was eating McDonald's like every day. I never like thought to eat like organic food or rich, like nutrient rich food. Then that $1 million, guess what? I'm going to probably make it more accessible for me to get Uber Eats or DoorDash. Red flag, don't do that. But yeah, so I would probably spend more money. I have more resources to keep the activity going. I would just have more resources to keep doing what I'm doing. I would have no incentive to change. So this is what happened with Shannon Sharp. He's been doing this. Even when he was with money, without money, and he used the money to heighten it even more. Diddy, same thing. Just used the money to be more of a degenerate, sick individual. That's literally what it is. So don't be mistaken. Just because someone has money doesn't mean that the mindset has changed. They just got a lick. Just ran up on some money. That's it.
Yeah, okay. And we still, not him, we see a good looking woman. That just happened to us. I want to hit that. The scriptures say a man without self-control is like a city without walls. You know, in ancient times, the walls were the protection of the city. So without self-control, your mind is impenetrable to sin, your weaknesses, your flaws.
Yep.
You can't even have the foresight or the wisdom to see that if I make this decision, this is going to cost me not only my wife, my family, not only my reputation, not only my business, but for most importantly for me, the scriptures say our God is blasphemed amongst the Gentiles because of us. I got too much to lose, hence why I teach men it ain't good enough just to be in love with your wife. That's going to keep you on the path. You got to fear the Most High. We have this concept as men, what? I'm going to hold you accountable, bro. You hold me accountable, right? That's impossible. Unless I plan to live every second of my day with you. The only one can hold us accountable, truly, truly, is the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of the Most High. What we can do is hold each other responsible. So, if I
don't know what to say in this part. Okay, I don't disagree with him, but I will say that I mean, it all depends on what you believe in. Let's just put it that way. It's all dependent on your belief system. So I do appreciate the fact that he gave that that information. Yeah, it again, like, I gotta choose my words wisely. But what I will say is this, that yes, you can hold each other accountable 100%. But I think what he's talking about, and this is what I'm understanding from the conversation of what he's trying to say, is that holding each other accountable is going to be hard, especially if you're both flawed individuals. So I think that what he was talking about is you have to hold yourself accountable, and he's using the Holy Spirit as his guide. But some people use intuition as their guide, and some people use like more, it's all introspective. That's what I was saying. So Holy Spirit, yes, you can use that as a guide 100% if you believe in God and Christianity. However, for others, you can use your intuition. It's all about self-control, and you need to acknowledge, it's awareness, y'all. That's pretty much what it is. Awareness. You need to be awareness. So that the only way that you can hold yourself accountable is you're aware you're doing something wrong or something that's not aligning with your value system. And that all has to be work that you do to get to know who you are. It's all inner work, everything.
I need accountability when I ain't around y'all. When I ain't with my wife, who's beautiful, intelligent, industrious. My right hand with our nonprofit. Why would I want to ever risk that? But more so, my life is over once my actions cause his name to be blasphemed. So I tell men, the key to controlling that first is to dig deep. Why you gotta be promiscuous?
Yeah.
Why do you feel that you gotta sleep with
That,
everyone?
exactly. So that's the inner work I'm talking about. Got to ask yourself those questions. So that's what I'm talking about here. It's like don't, and that's why I was very particular and specific with the wording that I was using, is because don't just sit there and wait for the Holy Spirit to tell you things, because yes, if you do believe in the Holy Spirit, it will guide you. But then sometimes, again, like, it's inner work. Like, you have to know who yourself, like know who you are, because there are some Christians or non-Christians out there who still are self-aware. They are very accountable. So that's why I want to make it very clear that this is applicable to everyone, not just people who follow God or Christianity. I want to make that extremely clear. So if you're non-Christian, that doesn't mean that you won't have this introspective result. It just means it'll just be in a different way. That's all.
Woman you see, where does that come from? And typically when you get men to really dig deep, come from a father wound, never really getting affirmation from their dad or affection from their mother, which is the mother wound as well. Abuse, abandonment. This makes us feel good. It's the dopamine. But every time you get caught, you have a divestment of dopamine. And we're like sheep going to the slaughter. As Solomon, who else couldn't control himself, lost the kingdom over some.
And you know who his father was? David. Patterns. So his daddy was a lustful man, created a son who was an even more lustful man, the worst one. He was very smart, but he was also very lustful, just like his daddy. It's just going to create more generational patterns. And then who had Absalom? And I think that was David's kids. But anyway, Solomon had a whole litter of children. He slept with everybody all over the world. He was very world known. He was Mr. Worldwide before Pitbull was. So, yeah, you know, it's the patterns.
And that's what I want brothers to see. But that's why I try to dig deep, because we just want to just deal with the sex piece. It's not that. It's what we don't really love ourselves. Especially, I used to just think it was just us, but it's a man thing. It's brothers of all walks of life, different shades of color. We've been conditioned to be performers. From us, as far as slavery,
he's correct.
It's just doing what master say. Boy, get over there and have sex with Sheba. God need another slave nigga.
Whoa. That wasn't what I meant to. Sorry, guys. I can't block the N-word. My goodness. Okay, brother.
That intergenerational behavior travels down the lineage. And brothers like us with influence, if we don't say it, they don't, no, more so than say it, if we don't show it, they don't do it.
Can we take it there?
You the one with the iPad, brother.
Okay, here we go. Can we take it there? Okay, here we starting. It's 31 minutes. Okay. Cam is starting. Cam is about to start, y'all. All right, so I see that there's some people joining the stream. Let me check the comment section. They call the tactic the honey pot, I think. Oh, is that what it's called? Yup. I'm not surprised. Sam said, I always say don't be Jonah. Do it when God says it. Otherwise, you travel in the belly of a fish. Exactly. Cam Newton thinks he is the smartest in the room. Absolutely. Who said he's an unobservant buffoon? I'm done, y'all. Okay. Yeah, he did. Shannon Sharp was very arrogant about it, too. So I'm not surprised that he had his downfall. He thought he would never get caught. And that's the problem, right? It's like you have to really understand yourself, and like you were willing to lose and risk it all just for some, like someone said, the honey pot. It wasn't worth it but then he wasn't taking a calculated risk. That's why I said this is what happens when you think with your I taught it in one of the lectures, amygdala instead of your frontal cortex. So I learned this in therapy, CBT therapy. Shout out to my CBT therapist. So when you think with your amygdala, which is this part of the brain, the small part, is very impulsive. So this is auto response, 100%. But then when you think with your frontal cortex, that's the slow decision maker. This is the one you should be thinking of. So that's why you have to be very slow when you speak, very intentional. You have to be conscious of what you do, because if not, then you're going to end up like Cam Newton. So let's get into Cam Newton. But before we do, if you just entered the stream, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining the stream. Again, this stream is being sponsored by Red Pearl, a company that I truly believe in, not only as someone who avidly supports it, but also because of the material and the source and everything. Ethical sustainability is what I believe in. So click the link in the comment section of the live stream. I believe I pinned it, and check out our website, and then you can also join our mailing list as well. All right, let's continue on, y'all, to Mr. Cam Newton, because this is getting good, y'all. This is getting good.
I came here for you.
Say less.
You my guy.
Let's take it down. I think I'm more relatable to Shannon Sharp than the average man.
Wait, what? Red flags! I'm more relatable to Shannon Sharp than the average man. Why did they have to stop it like this? It's so dramatic.
It's all about leveling up.
You see, even Cam Newton has an advertisement, y'all. Y'all click on my link right now. You see, Cam Newton even has one.
Business on the field or kicking back?
He giving y'all cigars. That's going to decrease your lifespan. At least these shirts are sustainable. The shirts that we have on deck, we have a small line right now, but we're ready to expand eventually. And again, made with 100% cotton, premium material. Look at the material. Also, I noticed something when I'm on my live stream. When I was slouched over, you see how the shirt looks, but then when I sit straight, see, it forces you to sit confidently. Like, no joke, because when I sit straight, that's when it looks like, you see what I'm saying? That's when it looks the best. When I'm slouched over and I'm like this is when it doesn't look good. But yeah, so it forces you to be confident, even like inadvertently, y'all. Inadvertently. Look at that. Look at that. The material is made for you to sit straight. It's going to help you with your posture. And if you guys watch Love Island, I'm trying to work on my posture so I can have a no waistline like Alandria. All right, let's continue. Let's skip his cigar commercial, because no, sir, we not going to get cigars here. All right, let's continue with Mr. Cam Newton.
My mother's father introduced my father to his calling.
Wait. My mother's father introduced my father to what? His caller? Is that what he said? Hold on. Let's fast forward a little bit.
For $8, no, 8 premium cigars for $8. That's famouscigars.com/Cam. In this particular situation, it's easy for a person to condemn. It's easy for a person to kind of look at a situation and say what they wouldn't do.
Okay.
Without having the opportunity to do. Shannon Sharp was a person who got exposed by...
By who?
An opportunist.
Okay, but he decided to sleep with the opportunist. Red flag. He's at fault too. He's also at fault, Mr. Cam Newton. Mr. Cam Newton, he's also at fault. So you see how he's already he's shifting the blame to the young lady. And I'm not saying she wasn't an opportunist. Maybe she was, who knows? But again, Shannon Sharp made the decision to be with her. Again, not thinking with the frontal cortex, but thinking with the amygdala. And by the way, this is also a domestic violence hand signal. I learned that recently. It's like if a woman does this, like this, then you should call the police. Just letting y'all know, FYI. So anyway, back to Mr. Cam Newton. So now we already know no accountability is going to happen in this conversation, because he's already setting it up as if this young lady was the problem.
Some would say. Some will also say, hey, no, what he did was not right. He has to be held responsible for his actions. The thing that I always have as a resource in my life is my father. My father has been married for 40 plus years. He tells us that every Sunday dinner. right? My mother only knows my father. My mother's father introduced my father to his calling.
Oh, to his calling. Okay, as a pastor. Okay.
And when we have heart-to-heart conversations about my inability to get married or settle down, the things that are kind of brushed away is like, oh, you don't have self-control. You don't have discipline. But I ask this, and I'll say it to you also too, Mr. Jason. When you go certain places, like people really wouldn't know who you are, respectfully.
You're wrong.
No,
go ahead.
No,
I'm just messing with you.
I'm trying to make
Oh, okay. I understand. He's trying to say that he can't control himself because there's too many people who know who he is, and so he's more enticed by groupies. Red flag. You still have lack of sexual discipline. It don't matter who knows you, sir. Because Stephen Curry deals with the same issues. Matter of fact, Stephen Curry is probably even more reason to cheat. Because, you know, he has the archetype or a lot of girls like the light eyes. A lot of groupies throw themselves at him. And you know what he does? After game day, he goes straight to the hotel room, calls his wife. He is extremely disciplined, that man. Extremely disciplined. There are a lot of other athletes who are extremely disciplined. Why can't you be? It's an excuse. That's it.
I'm just trying to make a point.
Yes, sir.
And the point is, when you talk or when there's discussions about how a man can fall victim,
yes,
it's and let me go back because that did not sound right.
No, I appreciate it. I know where you're
talking. I'm not talking to you per se, but I'm talking
to the average man, right?
No. These are conversations that I have with my father.
No. I'm saying listen, brother.
Yeah.
I appreciated what you said.
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Oh, sorry,
I understand where you're going, meaning you brothers, the temptation is greater. Am I correct?
No, that is absolutely right.
Okay, great.
But it's one of those things that when I have these discussions with my father, a person who is the most influential person in my life, there's not things where it's like, yeah, but it's always with a but though. And going like this is the topic of Shannon Sharp, right? And I'm not saying what Shannon Sharp was good, bad, or indifferent. Networking, being in different places and saying, hey man, you know, we gotta go to dinner. Dinner leads to different opportunities.
Why does it though, Cam? Red flag. Why does it? That doesn't make any dang on sense. So because you have dinner, you have to, my dick came out. Sorry, I'm using that word. My pee-pee came out. Is that what you're saying? What does networking have to do with lust? You see, the only reason it has anything to do with lust is because you're a lustful man. That's why. That's why you look at networking like that. Because I ain't never look at networking like that. At all. At all. Matter of fact, I can't wait to leave our after-hour functions. I never look anywhere and be like, ooh, I want to know. I just go and I'm like, dang, what time is this on? I got things to do. That's what normal people do. But not you. Of course not, Cam Newton. You have no sexual discipline. I don't like the excuses he's making. Of course, it's going to be filled with excuses, y'all.
Talk about business. All right, cool. Whether it's on a golf course, whether it's in a conference room, whether it's at a bar, whether it's wherever. Business can be taking place any place. And I think the tough part is when you're actually in that situation, if you knew what you will find out, you definitely wouldn't do. But to say, hey, you don't have discipline, that's a little triggering given the circumstances that one person has been in versus another person being in. And that's all I say.
Okay, good. You were wrong about me going places and not being recognized. Maybe not to your level, of course. It shouldn't be as equal as that. But I've been in situations in LA with my brother Matt Barnes and my good friend Vic, smooth brother as well. Women literally like, where y'all from? What you do? Brother the janitor. buff at a school.
Mm-hmm.
Teachers want to holler at him. Same temptation. I've been in situations where I'm talking in rooms with women
Yeah.
wanting a man who can actually tap into her inner being, her thoughts, that isn't just a monofaceted male or a male with just one gear. All he can do is hump on her. I work with single mothers with their sons,
I'm sorry, y'all. Cam is his face, y'all. His face.
helping their sons navigate through their father wounds and even mother wounds and failing in school. You think there's no temptation of women trying to come on me?
Mm-hmm.
We all have temptation.
Yeah, but
the degree of temptation.
But see, man, I'm gonna talk. How old are you, Cam?
Thank you. Very immature. Green flag, Brother Wilson. He's immature. We all have temptation. Oh, yeah. Just say that you like to smash women and you don't know how. This is the thing. I would respect this interview more if he said, you know what? I do have a problem. I recognize I have a problem. It is very hard for me when I go networking and I talk to different people. I see different women. I have this impulsive way about me where I just cannot handle myself. And based on your expertise, what should I do to improve my life? Doesn't that sound better? Oh no, it's the Vic. Oh no, I don't think I have a sexual discipline problem. I think we need to look at it case by case. Y'all, I don't even need to look at the definition of sexual discipline. Y'all already know 2 words: sexual discipline. What does discipline mean? Y'all know what it means. We're not even going to Google it because he's extremely immature.
Like 53.
53 acting like this. Red flag. 53. Cam Newton is 53. That's impossible. Oh, 36. Hold on. Is he talking about his father? Hold up. Who he talking about? Let me go back.
Maybe not to your level, of course. It shouldn't be as equal as that. But I've been in situations.
I misunderstood something.
With my brother Matt Barnes. Mm-hmm. And my good friend Vic, smooth brother as well. Women literally like, where y'all from? Mm-hmm. What you do? Brother the janitor, buff at a school. Teachers want to holler at him. Same temptation.
A janitor?
Where I'm talking in rooms with
janitor, y'all.
Women wanting a man who can actually tap into her inner being, her thoughts, that isn't just a monofaceted male or a male with just one gear. All he can do is hump on her. I work with single mothers with their sons, helping their sons navigate through their father wounds and even mother wounds and failing in school. You think there's no temptation of women trying to come on me?
We all have temptation.
Yeah, but
the degree of temptation.
But see, man, I'm gonna talk. How old are you, Cam?
Like 53.
Oh, he's joking. 35. Okay, he's joking. Okay, that's why.
So you're young enough to be my son, and I say that respectfully because you got an amazing father. Mm-hmm. David told Solomon before he died to show himself a man. When I look at you and what you've accomplished on the field of football, you're a warrior, son. I don't care what position I put you in, you'll handle it if you trained right.
Yeah, it is extremely difficult to become an NFL player. So for that, he is very talented. Same thing like Off-Cheat. Very talented individuals. Extremely talented, but Cardi B, Kayla Nicole, we just heard about her yesterday. Mindset.
Issue isn't, son, that you lack discipline. You showing that. You're here now. You got discipline. You got self-control. Look at all you've accomplished.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What you lacking is the self-love piece. Things have happened in your life that triggered what's happening now. The Super Bowl, for instance, which I, again, salute you for being transparent. Everyone can talk about why didn't he jump on the ball? Why didn't... Now, one thing you say is your analogy you were saying, what I can't relate to is being in Super Bowl 50, right?
Yes, sir.
Beast quarterback. Like you were my son's top dog.
Yes, sir.
Everyone was pulling for y'all to win. That I knew in my sphere of influence. I ain't never been in that position. Millions of people watching. Ball gets knocked out of my hand. Just that moment of hesitation. Like I teach in fighting, self-defense. Guy has a knife. This moment of this will get you killed. You gotta respond. In that moment, because I watched it again, hearing the commentators like, now that's applicable. You put them in that situation, that's different. That's high pressure. But I share all of that to say, brother, every man, this is a good analogy, has the ball knocked out of their hands sometime. And we hesitate to dive on it. In life, that could be, you get a, like for me.
I'm sorry, y'all. He's just, I don't think he understands. He's looking as if he's like, what is this man talking about? I don't think he really, it's not computing. You could clearly see his cells are they fighting for their lives, y'all. His cells are fighting. And they're not winning. It's not clicking.
Yeah, I use myself, for example. I got my wife now, Nicole, pregnant out of wedlock.
Okay.
Very dishonorable to her father, who was a pastor. Instead of, I did hesitate. Mm-hmm. It took me over 4 years to marry this woman.
Red flag. Why did you hesitate? You put a baby in her. Why did it take you 4 years? He gonna explain it, but that's the first red flag I'm gonna give him. But it looks like he's doing real good. His mindset has changed.
I wasted so much time. We've been married 27 years. Mm-hmm. But I finally dove on the ball. What I'm saying is, son, is that situation was so heavy. I'm just watching it today. Mm-hmm. If you haven't really unpacked that, like really, it will morph into other areas in your life where you hesitate. I talk to a lot of men about being married. They can love the woman, desire to be with her, and they always say, well, Mr. Wilson, I need to get a little more money. Mm-hmm. Mr. Wilson, I need to get this house. You know, maybe when I get this business going, I'll go ahead and lock that in. Mm-hmm. I said, me and my wife, we got it together. Mm-hmm. I didn't have money.
Well, I mean, in his time, yes, I could let that pass because he's 81 years old, so they had to grind it out the mud. Different type of financial times, so his situation was different. But what I will say though is that, yeah, like there's no excuse when they say, oh yeah, I'm gonna get my money up, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Guess what? He gonna get his money up and then he gonna leave you. More chances. Now there are the rare cases where they do end up marrying you, and you know it's just I have a childhood friend. He had a girlfriend, had a baby with her, but they bought a house together first, and then he did actually give her the wedding of her dreams. So some men, it really depends, but I wouldn't take that risk. That's too risky, in my opinion. Because then look at a Cam Newton, has all the resources, and yet nope.
A lot of money. My wife was a nurse. We put that together. That's why the scriptures say it's not good for man to be alone. The woman in Hebrew, the word helper is Azah, which also means a shield, succor, support. So many of us, when you look at what's happening in our community, we're missing that, especially when studies come out to show that over 80% of millionaires are married.
Yep. I did a study on that. Green flag. One of my old live streams, man. I might have to clip live streams and put them in the, suggested videos. I did a live stream on that. And most of the people who are in the wealthy class and above, they are married, y'all. They are. Middle class now, yes, but middle class is starting to fall to the lower class, but that's inflation, stuff like that. But still, even middle class couples married, majority. And the low income classes or the lower social classes, unmarried. It is very true. Yes, research backs it up.
What are we missing? Majority of us is fear. And then the inadequacy piece, the imposter syndrome. Now when I get married, I can't be a stoic. Oh, she's going to find out that I'm depressed sometime. She's going to find out that, man, I still struggle with confidence. I'm really not the leader she thinks I am.
That's not what they're worried about, Mr. Wilson. So I understand you coming from a good place. They're worried that, damn, I can't be with whoever I want to be. She going to be all up in my business. I can't cheat in peace. That's what it is. Best believe that's what he's thinking. Oh, she gonna take me for my money. She gonna take everything away from me. That's what he's thinking. I actually have to be a decent person. She's gonna be able to expose me. That's what I don't think he's thinking what you're thinking, Mr. Wilson. But carry on.
Yeah, for her to be around me all day long. That's why I say, man, it's not the lack of discipline. It's not even self-control. Those are fruits of the seeds that have been planted. So if you don't have the right seeds and the right soil, your manifestation of the bad fruit is what we're seeing now in so many men.
It's true.
So many men is me.
At least you know that.
The example that you get, self-love, as far as the Super Bowl, and I'm trying to regurgitate, the things that you kind of mentioned. I did unpack that.
Excellent.
I think the thing that I have an issue with is I knew and know right from wrong. I just don't always do right.
At least accountability.
What does the scripture say about that?
But he doesn't follow that. Now this is where I'm gonna say that. You see, this is what is the issue. I don't want to say it's an issue, but I think a lot of Christians, I know that for a fact, and I grew up in the church as well. When we have conversations with people, and I'm not saying you can't use scripture, don't get me wrong. You can use scripture if you're trying to prove a point, but at the same time, it's not going to resonate with a person if they're not walking with what you're walking with. You get what I mean? That's like if somebody who's from the Muslim faith comes to me and says, what does the Quran say? I don't know. I ain't never read it. I don't know. And I think that we do need to have a conversation about it. And I understand he's an elder, so I'll give him that. But sometimes it's you got to meet people where they're at, is my point. Obviously, Cam Newton ain't following no dang on scripture. Even if his father was a pastor, I don't think he really reads his word like that, to be quite honest with you. So this would be a teachable moment where you don't have to ask him that because he's not. But I think maybe he's trying to prove the point that he doesn't know the scripture. But then we don't know what is his value system. What does he believe in, right? And so this is where it is important for us to meet people where they're at. And if you want to give them kind of advice and be like, hey, the scripture says this, do you believe that? Then da-da-da-da. But what does the scripture say? He ain't gonna know that. I don't know, because look at him. He looks dumbfounded. I don't know. Maybe he is going to answer, but he looks like, what are we talking about? I think he's lost in the conversation. I think his brain, like I said, his brain cells cannot compute. And y'all know a lot of NFL players, they have, what's it called? The brain injury, what's it called? NFT or something like that? Hold on. NFL players brain damage. It's called CTE or something like that. Yeah, CTE. That's what it's called. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. So when you hit your head, even if you have the helmet on, you get hit a lot, y'all. His brain has been shaking for years. So that's why he's probably looking like, huh? What? The brain cells are not functioning like a normal person. I'll say that. So there we go. That's probably why he's so slow with his responses. But let's continue.
The basic definition of sin: to know the right thing to do and not do it, to him that is sin. So if I'm talking to you, my son, as a young man of the Most High, you got to change that.
Yeah, but it also says in the Bible we all fall short of his glory.
Yeah, you see, he doesn't know the Bible like that. Red flag. You see, he's only gonna bring up that part. We all fall short. We're all flawed humans. We know that, Cam. We understand that.
Also says that we are not to abuse his grace.
Yeah, and also say we could go back and forth.
Yeah, so what does it really come down to? It comes down to who's really living it,
yeah,
and who's just talking it.
And you can talk it, But if I ain't with you every single day, I can't hold you
Come
accountable.
to Detroit.
No, I don't want to go to Detroit.
But real talk though. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but see again,
every case is different.
No,
and that's.
Listen, brother. There's always a principle to everything.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at lust, brother, it's just is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It affects all walks of life.
Yep, it does.
It even affected Job that he made a covenant with his eyes that he wouldn't look lustfully at a woman, and they don't dress the way they do now as they did back then.
That's not realistic in my life, though.
What's not realistic?
To not look at a woman?
Lustfully.
You know what? That's like talking to a toddler, y'all. We're not going to go over this too long, y'all. We already 44 minutes. I think that's enough time. I'm just going to speed through this. We're going to go to the role of fathers and family. I'm very interested to hear. Emotional availability and relationships. That's it, cause he can't hold himself, y'all. We already know this is gonna be a useless. He's just gonna deflect the whole time. Deflect and respond. That's it. Deflect, respond. Deflect, respond. Anything. He'll do anything to not be held accountable. We already know.
Was the key word.
Yeah, but how can you control if you look at
fear of Yah is the beginning of all wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
See, if we were coaching right, and I'm saying, Cam, man, I need you to, and I'm not a fanatic. I'm not in the sports.
I'll make you
so I'm trying to make. So if I don't sound like I know football, forgive me, brother.
Trust me.
But if my play is Cam, I need you to quarterback sneak it from the 20-yard line to the 50.
That's a hell of a touch.
Yeah. Now, where you're communicating with me, I can't do that. I ain't never been. That's ridiculous. It's impossible to do that.
No, I never said it's impossible.
Well, I
said that's not realistic.
It's not realistic because he don't want to do it. Fast forward. Okay. We gonna skip him because I want to get to another video. Not this one. I want to get to this one. We gonna get to this one. And then this one, we'll probably just watch a little bit of this. I'm skipping, y'all, because it's Sunday night. I ain't got time to listen to Cam Newton's nonsense. I'm sorry, y'all. All right, so fast forward. Role of father and families. We're going to skip to that part. Hold up. Where is it? Role of father and families. Okay, we're going to skip to that. I want to hear his opinion, and then we wrapping this right up. I'm not listening to this. I'm telling you, it's going to be we listen to 44 minutes. This is a 2-hour interview, and already he's showing me sometimes you got to know when to stop the conversation. And I understand he came there. He's on a mission. He said that, Yahweh, the Most High, sent him to Cam Newton, so he really is being intentional with those 2 hours. But you could tell that he wasn't listening. But that's okay, because guess what? Someone who's listening in the audience, sometimes the message isn't for them; it's for someone else outside. So same thing with my live streams. Like right now, I'm like, dang, why did I waste my time watching Cam Newton? This was a waste of time because he's not taking accountability. But guess what? I don't know who's going to watch this live stream and be inspired and think that, okay, you know what? I need to change my life. So sometimes it is what it is. He's not.
I'm scared of Detroit.
No, man. Detroit can show you nothing but love.
What up, though?
If I'm not married, how do I commit adultery?
What do you mean? Oh, it's just having sex.
No, that's called sexual morality.
Okay. Well, I don't know either.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, we both don't know a lot of things.
You see? I'm so happy I skipped that part. Unc is getting tired. Look at it. He's like that. When you see somebody doing like this, it's a wrap. He's tired. Sorry, y'all. Let me take water. He's tired of talking in circles. He's tired of talking in circles, y'all. I'm glad I skipped all that nonsense. Listen, my time is very valuable. I don't have time to sit and listen to Cam Newton and his shenanigans.
How?
Look at his posture. He's tired. I don't know what happened before this. Oh, what happened before this conversation? Okay, anyway, I don't know what happened, but he's tired and fed up.
Hey, what you just did?
I'm asking questions.
No, that's all cool, but I ain't here. You're deflecting. Listen.
Thank you.
None of us know everything, Cam.
Yes, sir.
None of us.
None of
I say
deflecting
My
is.
students who are 8 years old teach me. I learn from them every time I teach.
Yup. And I learn from y'all too. I learn a lot of things from you guys in the live streams, in the chat where y'all be chatting. I learn a lot. We all can learn from each other. But look at this man wasting his time. I sped it up and Unc is fed up. I don't know what happened between that time, but Unc is tired.
I'm learning from you right now.
Yes, sir.
Right. You learn something from me.
Definitely.
Whether good or bad.
No, all good.
Well, I'm just saying, but you know what I mean.
I see.
Yeah. So,
Just hard-headed.
again, you're brilliant, dexterous in the way you can evade and move.
You call this elusive? You call this evading?
What am I calling evading? Now, see, I'm just messing with you. We just kicked now. You see how you interjected?
I'm trying.
And we should, as men.
Yes, sir.
It's how we communicate. Nothing wrong with this. You put that iPad down a long time ago. Me and you just sitting on the front porch somewhere.
Yeah.
You see it at card games, whatever. It's no one just wait till you finish speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, son, I'm not accusing you for evading or any of that. I'm saying it is a skill to have it. It depends on how we use it. That's all I'm saying.
What's the it?
Excuse me?
You said
It's a skill
to have
be
it.
evasive and be dexterous.
Okay.
And
So-
it is. It is. It's just like these hands could heal or hurt somebody.
And that tongue in your mouth came.
Oh, worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
You take the mind away, the body follows.
Yeah. When I do have these conversations, it can may sound like I'm being mischievous or misleading.
You just
or-
hard-headed.
I'm just like most Christians or most followers to people who come as or who we deem respectful enough to ask the
And
questions.
so what I love about that is that you're asking.
Yeah.
That's encouraging because you're growing. I'm saying just as a spiritual father in this moment, right? If you choose to walk through that door some more, I give you my number.
Yes, sir.
What I'm saying is, I want you to have that same mentality when we open that word.
No, for sure.
Yes.
Okay, we
On
fast
essence.
forwarding it, y'all. I'm sorry.
What has happened is sometimes I believe that we get the plank out of our eye, which is a big piece of wood. And we can see clearly now to remove the speck out of someone else's eye. But we don't say nothing. A lot of times, I call them polishing partners. When I accepted this calling, I didn't know what all came with it.
The hose in. But also,
Yeah,
if we keeping it a big buck,
go ahead.
being the man that she's cheating on her man with shows you a different side of a woman.
Of some women.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't overgeneralize.
I'm not
That's the danger.
overgeneralizing because even there's some great conversation, but there's also more questions in this conversation though.
That's cool with you.
Because as I talk about these things in a very straightforward
Yeah, we wrapping
way,
this right up.
I
I'm
don't
tired.
take comedic relief as something serious because this is serious. It's not that I never wanted to be married. I don't think that's the one all be all for me. So as you're talking about using your ministry, as you're talking about just what you've been exposed to and how you see certain things, when I make these confessionals, or as they would say in the church, these testimonies.
Or, how we say in the streets, excuses. Or in
Thank
the
you.
scriptures. Actually, no, Yahushua said, thank you, Holy Spirit, again. He talked about excuses. And those who make them won't be entering the kingdom either. It's in the word. And they had some really good excuses. Really good ones. Now, do you think I haven't seen, and of course you're going to say, of course you've seen them, haven't seen men who say they married do this stuff when a woman comes, or put it in their pocket rather? You think I haven't even seen pastors make that mistake?
Have you seen
Lots of them.
Yeah.
Lots of them.
No, they don't put their ring down. They don't have to because we don't care about that as men. As not all of us, but some of us who are promiscuous and have the minds of a Lothario. Now,
What's a Lothario? Hold up. He said have the minds of... What's a Lothario? I've never heard that term before. Damn, I need to use that in my... when I talk about people. Lothario. Oh, Lothar, a man who is... Oh, dang, this is a new word, guys. New word unlocked. That's what we learned from this. Lothario. A man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in his sexual relationships with women. I did not know this. Okay, Lothario is added to my list. Hold on, where my pen at? Lothario. I'm going to use it in a case study. Lothario. Okay, I learned a new word. Thank you, Brother Wilson. But we wrapping this right up. I'm reading the comments, y'all. If there's nothing interested in this, I'm wrapping this up. This is Cam Newton's just not understanding. And I don't have time, to figure this out.
my point in saying that is, don't let other people's hypocrisy stop you from serving Christ. There was hypocrites back in his day. That's why he said, don't be a hypocrite. First remove the plank out of your eye so that you can see clearly to move the speck out of someone else's. What has happened is sometimes I believe that we get the plank out of our eye, which is a big piece of wood, and we can see clearly now to remove the speck out of someone else's eye, but we don't say nothing. A lot of times, I call them polishing partners. It's another popular scripture, which I'm sure you know, iron sharpens iron, so as
It's true.
you know the rest, one man sharpens another. Instead of sharpening each other, which calls for friction and holding each other responsible, we polish each other so we can shine. There is no holding each other responsible, because if I'm still a willing sinner and lust still has control over me, and you, my dog, you still doing the same thing, I can't say nothing to you, because when I want to get some, you're going to say, hold on, dog. Remember you told me I can't holler at old girl? So I had to surround myself with men who call on the name of the...
Who are better. That's what he's saying. I had to get out of my environment, get out of surrounding myself with like-minded individuals as myself, because I wasn't growing. And then I had to be around people who were actually helping me to grow and who would hold me accountable. That's what he's saying, basically. But Cam is not listening. All right, we ready to wrap this up. I'm going to check the comments. Unless y'all tell me there's more better parts. I think that is from a Shakespeare play. Is it? I don't know. Is it Othello? Oh, you finally caught. Hey, Faye, how are you? It's very late. I'm super late, but I'm glad you caught alive. We about to wrap Cam Newton right up. What did Cam do? I am not aware of who he is. He was a football player. Yep. Rosa, you said no amount of compliments, encouragements will change his ways. Changement is a door you open from within. Cam doesn't want to open this door. He doesn't. And he's finding any excuse not to open it. And that's how I know. I knew it from before he was deflecting. That's why I just said, I'm skipping this interview. This is such a waste of time. But not for him. I'm not saying it's a waste of time. For me, though, I personally believe that the brother is speaking to other people, so other people are going to get some gems. Even I got a gem here. I didn't know what a Lothario was. I love the way that he kind of expressed himself and went over his experiences and talked about the biblical principles that he abides by. Love it. And I think that sorry y'all, I gotta put this letter up here. And I think that is extremely important when you when you have a value system. You can tell this man stands by his principles, and I respect that. But Cam wasn't. He was just listening to respond, wanted to argue. And I don't know, I have low patience for people like that. So for that reason, Cam, we're done with this interview. We got what we needed. He didn't change. And this is what happens when you talk to a lot of people, because sometimes you'll talk to people and they'll invite you. They invited him to this show, y'all. It's not like Jason Wilson went and said, hey, y'all, can y'all call me? He said that they connected with him and had him come on the show. Sometimes people will waste your time like that. They're going to call you. They're going to ask you for advice. And then when it doesn't align with what they want, they're going to just deflect. Like, imagine you have the answer. You're like, hey, like, for example, if I said, hey, I can see your life situation. I think you need to leave your environment because your environment's not healthy. Well, you don't understand. You know, I don't have money, and I get that. So then I'm like, okay, so you don't have money. That's great. Like, let's work on something. Like, maybe it's gonna help you elevate in a few months, and then you're gonna be able to get to where you need to. No, I don't think so, because then why am I wasting my time? Okay, you know what? You got it from here. God speed to you. God bless you, and I'm out. But he really cared about Cam Newton, and he felt in his spirit, because, you know, he's an elder, so he's like, look, I really need to talk to him. But I don't think Cam Newton was receptive, but I believe somebody in the audience is definitely receptive. So this is definitely a teachable moment, because I would have gotten up and left. But then again, I don't have the patience like he does, that elder. I need to develop my patience. My patience is very thin, especially when people are deflecting a lot. It just turns me off, and I'm automatically like, okay, I need to get out of here. But I do appreciate him for taking the time with Cam Newton. Shout out to the brother. All right, so now we got 2 quick videos. I'm only gonna be on live for, okay, we still good with time, for another like 40 minutes, and then we out. So here, I'm not going to play this whole video, but it's marrying the wrong man will be your worst financial decision. I think this one is extremely important. And shout out to whoever recommended her the financial diet. One of you guys recommended her last week on my live stream when we were talking about the FIRE movement. So I wanted to check out her content. I have never watched her before, so we're going to check her out. Let's skip through. Let's get the intro.
So embarrassing to say at 55. I don't think I've clearly chosen a partner that's compatible for me.
I was really good at holding up fake facades. And the day that I left my marriage was the day I quit being a facade holder.
I knew when I really started to focus on my happiness. Love yourself, know your value, know your worth. And then all of a sudden there's this awakening.
I did a case study on Tia and Tamara. If you haven't caught it, go catch it. You'll see what happened to Tia.
Sad. I'm sad about him. When I think about him, I get sad, but I don't think about him that much. I think he probably did me a favor.
I didn't want it to be easy. I wanted it to be worth it. And holy shit, was it worth it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this month's video essay here at the Financial Diet. I'm in New York City. The weather has finally turned, in the words of Justin Bieber. Life is worth the living. And today we are going to be talking about a, I don't know, probably for some of you touchy subject. I'm sure I'm going to get plenty of angry comments about how I'm a bitter old hag who's going to die alone. To which I say, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm kidding. If anything ever happens to my husband, the vibes will be off, to say the least. I will not be thriving. But all of that is to say, we are here today to talk about marriage. And
I like her glasses. Her frames are really nice.
Specifically about women marrying men. Now, I'm going to get all these disclaimers right off the bat. This is going to be a very heteronormative video. It is also going to be a very monogamy normative video. So if your plan was to sound off in the comments about like my queer 6-dimensional polycule in Portland, Oregon does not fall into this framework, I will say to you right up front, congratulations on unplugging yourself from the Matrix. That's not who we're talking about today. If it doesn't apply, let it ride. But whether we like it or not, and I personally like it, but hey, the vast majority of people who watch The Financial Diet here on YouTube or follow us on social media are women. And statistically, most women who get married are going to be marrying men. And if there's been one recurring theme on this channel as it pertains to life choices that impact our financial status, it is definitely the subject of marriage and children. Particularly when you are a woman marrying a man. Now, cards on the table. I'm a woman married to a man. I've been with my man, for 14 plus years. And yet somehow I'm still only 22. And I can say that picking him to be my life partner is by far the best life choice I've ever made. I've made some bad ones. So I am certainly not one who thinks that all heteronormative partnerships are inherently bad or toxic or put the woman at a disadvantage. And I also think love for love's sake is more than enough reason to date someone or have fun with them in other ways, even if they don't necessarily make sense as a life partner. And as someone who has both business partners and a life partner, I'm often struck by the relative level of flippancy with which we treat the latter, even though no one would encourage you to go into business with someone based on vibes alone.
Facts. And that's why I always use analogy, like real life analogy, when I talk about certain situations, because in the real world, like outside of relationships, people understand it. But then in relationships, it's like it's not computing. It doesn't make sense. And that's because they haven't been taught to think differently and analyze different situations and how to how to use relatable situations in other ways. Yeah, so it's very interesting. The light bulb is still, but that's okay. We're all growing, right? But it's just the correlation doesn't happen.
Loan. When starting a business with a partner, for example, you're likely to have an operating agreement, lawyers representing all parties, a clear division of labor expectations, job titles, and plenty of other guardrails in place to prevent a misalignment of understanding or eventually ending up in a protracted court battle. And we're also usually pretty aware as a society, and maybe even know stories personally, of how bad business or financial agreements can go when there isn't a very clear structure in place to protect all parties. Honestly, if you've eaten at a family-owned restaurant lately, there's like a 68% chance that two of those brothers are not on speaking terms. So we know how important it is to go into such an entanglement with eyes wide open and plenty of paperwork. Yet, as someone who herself got married, I can absolutely tell you that both my own circles and society at large were far more concerned with my venue, dress, and cake flavor than they were about me having a prenup or a planned division of labor or how we would combine and manage our finances. Essentially, we treat marriage as an extension of the dating stage rather than as the extraordinary legal and financial partnership that it actually is. And with women being the primary planners and participants of typical wedding culture, something that has only exploded in recent years, there's much more reason in our society to obsess over details of a party than the practicalities about the union it's meant to celebrate. All of this despite the fact that getting married is likely to be the most legally and financially consequential decision you ever make in your life.
Facts.
And as our friend Erin Lowry likes to say on Asked and Answered, even if you don't have a prenup, you still have one. It's just the default laws of your state. But why is all of this so dangerous for women in particular? Now, for one thing, while we have good data to show that marriage is generally additive to men's lives, and we'll get into why that is later, the same can't always be said for women. Women initiate a large majority of divorces, around 70%. Women's happiness tends to increase upon divorce, whereas men's decreases. Men are also much more likely to get remarried first, around 65%. Men also earn more per child that they have statistically, while women earn less. Women also tend to do the majority of housework in hetero marriages, even when they also work full-time, which an increasing number of women have to do. So while for women, the right man might mean a boundless expansion of possibility and joy and fulfillment, it does run a high risk of actually being the exact opposite with the wrong man.
But yes. And sis talks at 2 times speed. My goodness, she is very fast. All right. I think the reason the Cam Newton interview took so long is because I love elder brother Wilson, but he was speaking very slow. My brain was starting to be like, okay, we need to speed it up, wrap it up. But she speaks at 2 times speed, way faster than me. So, yeah. And she is right. Yeah. If you marry the wrong partner, oh man, it's one of those decisions where you have to be extremely strategic and really understand what you're getting yourself into, because that person can literally ruin your life. No joke. And she's right. Like when women get divorced, they do, their happiness increases. Why? Because usually they're the ones who are stuck with all the labor. They're the ones who were probably doing the most chores in the house, raising the kids. If they had kids, they were doing way more and contributing more. So when they got rid of the man, it was happiness, because then it benefits them. Why? Because if they have a custody agreement, then they only get the kids half of the time. That frees up their time to do other things. So it actually benefits them. A lot of women, I would say. But for men, it's the opposite, because remember, he went from doing nothing in the house to now having to do stuff and having to survive and having to take care of his kids if he's a co-parent. So I can see why that is.
To deep dive on this specific issue, I knew I needed to sit down with journalist, feminist, and TikTok icon Mel Hamlet.
I'm Melanie Hamlet, and I'm a journalist, storyteller, comedian, things that really don't seem to go together very well, and TikToker and YouTuber now. You know, honestly, what I'm kind of proud of is that I'm not pigeonholed into anything in particular. However, if I had to pick one, it's feminism in general. I actually would take it one step further, that a woman dating the wrong man can ruin her life, as it almost happened with me. But marriage is, the stakes are higher. Well, arguably, because you have a little bit more protection sometimes. But basically, I talk a lot about homosexuals on my channel because financial abuse is huge, and I don't think we talk about it enough. And I always assume financial abuse was, like a rich dude using money again. But in my personal experience, dating broke men or men with money who are just super selfish and literally like task you with more labor, more unpaid labor, who I talk a lot about hobbies and how men will financially abuse women through their hobbies. I wrote an article for the reported story.
Wait, sis, what's your name again? Hold up, y'all. My bad. What's her name? On TikTok? My bad. I gotta rewind. She's saying a lot of good things, so we might need to review one of her videos. One of her TikToks. What's sis's name? Let me write this down. Sorry, y'all. I just gotta go back to get her name, and then we gonna fast forward. Mel Hamlet. Okay. All right.
For anything else. And I was basically, and I didn't even realize at the time what I had touched on until I did, these
Let's go back a
money
little
who
bit.
are just super selfish and literally like task you with more labor, more unpaid labor, who I talk a lot about hobbies and how men will financially abuse women through their hobbies. I wrote an article for a reported story for the Washington Post about this. If you're married to adventure, is there room for anything else? And I was basically, and I didn't even realize at the time what I had touched on until I did, these last few years, that men dominate time. That whatever spare time in the couple, the men dominate it, and especially with very expensive, time-consuming hobbies that are outside the home.
To get a first-person account of life before and after divorcing a man, we spoke with Robin, who's at the end of the process of divorcing her husband of 8 years.
Wow. My name's Robin, and I was married for
34
8
years.
And I'm still in the process of divorce, but I separated from my husband nearly 2 years ago. We met when we were in university. So we were quite young when we met, and we were also both religious, Christian.
Yep, that adds up. It adds up. Usually they try to marry you off when you're of age, and it depends on what sect she's in, but yeah, that lines up. That lines up very much so.
So married,
because then remember the Brother Wilson was using a lot of biblical scripture, and in the Christian household they would rather you get married off because in the Bible, sex before marriage is considered sexual immorality. And then there's a lot of biblical verses, especially it's better to get married than to burn, etc., etc. So then a lot of parents would want you to rather get married instead of you having to potentially go to hell. I mean, that's what it is, pretty much.
Marriage obviously is quite important in Christianity. So we got married, I think, in a lot of ways because of our religion. We did get on, it wasn't the only reason, but that was one of the main reasons that led to our marriage. And, there was a lot of good things in the marriage, but there were certain issues that, obviously every relationship has its issues. But the reason that we ended up deciding to divorce was essentially because some of those issues that come up in a marriage, they'd come up over and over and over again. We'd talked through things, we'd tried different things to work it out. And for me, it was that we had another one of those conversations about those issues. And it just felt like maybe a bit like a Groundhog Day, like we're just repeating the same thing. We're not making any progress. And I just felt like I'd already done everything I could possibly do to resolve these things. I didn't see them ever getting resolved. And at the same time, they were deal breaker kind of issues. So the only alternative that I saw at that point was to leave the relationship. So it definitely wasn't an easy decision because we have 2 children. So I was also trying to consider what's best for the children. And it is complicated. I think relationships are complicated and it's never an easy decision to end one. But at the end of the day, I have believed and felt every single day that I made the right decision, both for myself and for my kids. So even though it was difficult, it was right.
And as someone who goes out of her way to follow a lot of older women on social media, I can tell you that a very common refrain amongst them, at least the ones who've gotten divorced, is that they waited until something like 47 to leave a marriage that was over at 27. And there are a lot of reasons this might be, which we'll get into later. But overall, financially and otherwise, marriage for women should be treated with a much higher level of skepticism than it currently is, at least in our current social political framework. But it's not enough to just say that for the vibes. Let's unpack why that is, starting with chapter 1, a history history of marriage as economic proposition.
So don't sit there and tell me that marriage isn't an economic proposition, because it is.
Oh, I know that
You might
movie.
be aware that
Wasn't that movie with Timothée Chalamet? Was it girls, young girls, little women? Little Women. I think that's what that movie was.
Marriage between a man and a union used to be a much more straightforward financial transaction. Throughout the world, in all different cultures and eras, there have been all kinds of ways of essentially measuring a woman's worth in some kind of compensation. Dowries, for example, have taken on different forms depending on the cultural context, but in the West, they were most often paid by the family of the bride to the groom or the family of the groom. Quote, in medieval and Renaissance Europe, the dowry frequently served not only to enhance the desirability of a woman for marriage, but also to build the power and wealth of great families, and even to determine the frontiers and policies of states. The use of dowries more or less disappeared in Europe in the 19th and 20th centuries. And in the US, prior to the 1830s to 1880s, depending on the state, wives were essentially considered property of their husbands under the statute of coverture. Quote, prior to marriage, a woman could freely execute a will, enter into contracts, sue or be sued in her own name, and sell or give away her real estate or personal property as she wished. Once she married, however, her legal existence as an individual was suspended under marital unity, a legal fiction in which the husband and wife were considered a single entity, the husband. The husband exercised almost exclusive power and responsibility, and rarely had to consult his wife to make decisions about property matters. Coverture rendered a woman unable to sue or be sued on her own behalf, or to execute a will without her husband's consent. And unless some prior specific provision separating a woman's property from her husband's had been made, stripped a woman of control over her real and personal property. And it's easy to think that once that went away, women were essentially on equal footing, but it took years and in some cases centuries for that to be the case, which we'll get into more later. Because even basic things like the right to vote wasn't even codified into law until 1920 in the US.
For you, ma'am, for you. But for black women, we already know what it was. Hold on, when did black women receive or get the right to vote? Get the right to vote. 1918. Some women, including black women, got the right to vote in all federal elections. 1918. Okay. Yeah, you see, not all women gained the right to vote in 1920. I remember I learned about that. Here we go. So here, not all women gain the right to... Oh my goodness. They got a lot of ads. Not all women gained the right to vote in 1920. For many women, the 19th Amendment was only the beginning of a much longer fight. And then we have these beautiful sisters here. Here we go. So then, yeah, so I'm not going to read everything, but... Yeah, so when the 19th Amendment became law on August 26, 1920, 26 million adult female Americans were nominally eligible to vote, but full electoral equality was still decades away for many women of color who counted among the number. So we didn't really fully get the right to vote. The Federal Suffrage Amendment prohibited discrimination on the basis of sex, but it did not address the other kinds of discrimination that many American women face. Women from marginalized communities were excluded on the basis of gender and race. So that included Native American, Asian American, Latinx, and African American suffragists who had to fight their own enfranchisement longer after the 19th Amendment was ratified. Only over successive years did each of those groups gain access to the ballot. I had to clarify that, just FYI. Let's continue.
With many of the financial rights and freedoms coming much later in the 20th century, all the way up to the 1970s and 80s.
Yes, good. I'm glad she mentioned it.
Mean. Now I'm like, no wonder Grandma was a big old bitch. She's been exploited her whole life. She's a hostage.
Damn.
Her husband literally hates her. Won't let
That's
her
true.
leave. So yeah, she's a little bitter. She's a little hard on the kids sometimes. And when you start to think of how many grandmas, if you don't have a choice, to me, like you can't love someone if you cannot leave them. If you can't consent to sex if you cannot say no.
Now, all of this means that up until very, very recently, women did not have anywhere near the same legal and financial access that men had, at least not in every aspect of their lives. And therefore, marriage was often somewhere between a straightforward business deal between the families of the people getting married and a much needed level of protection and safety for women who had no ability to make their own living or even to live alone if they wanted to. And while this was obviously a bad thing for women in many ways, for example, if she was in anything less than a stellar marriage, she had absolutely no ability to leave it, one need to only listen to some of the cutesy marriage and courtship stories from some of our grandparents that today read as terrifying to understand just how normalized bad behavior was, because again, for the average woman, there was no way to leave it. But today, with the dissolution of everything from the dowry to marital unity to equal access to things like banking and home ownership, and with an increasing cost of living and depression of wages, we're in a kind of financial no man's land for heterosexual marriages. Because, for example, a man is not expected coming into a marriage to be able to support that family on his own. Because for all of the downfalls of this previous system, at least there was a very clear expectation and division of labor around who was bringing money into the home and who was being taken care of financially. We now, in many cases, expect a woman to also be an earner, if not an equal earner in the household. And yet they're still saddled with the majority of domestic labor the way they would have been during this previous era, which in practice makes for a no-win situation for a lot of women, with very few of the guaranteed upsides, at least, again, financially. Because like it or not, we must address Chapter 2, when he's not willing to meet you halfway. The bleak reality is that society tends to place more importance on a husband's time than a wife's. And if your own husband can't see this for the bullshit that it is, that's a huge red flag and a
very big red flag. I'm gonna say it for you, sis. Very big red flag if he does not consider your time as valuable as his time. Extremely big red flag. Because right now, you want to know why I'm able to do the streams and sit here for hours at a time and talk to you guys and educate you all and still be able to do what I need to do as a wife is because my husband is understanding that I have my own time and I have my own things going on. He is very extremely understanding of that, and I am understanding of him. So we both prioritize our own time as well as couples time together. When it's our couples time, we spend time together. When it's time for us to be apart, it's time for us to be apart. And I think that we have to get to that point where everyone respects everyone else's time. You must. Absolutely. Because if you're with a partner who does not respect your time, he does not value you.
A probable harbinger of problems to come, because studies have shown that most men think that they are doing an equal share of work in the home, despite plenty of data pointing to the fact that they are not. Quote, a YouGov survey revealed that 81% of men living with partners responded with confidence that they were pulling their weight around the house. But statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics tell a somewhat different story. Women cooked, cleaned, and did yard work for nearly 2 hours a day, according to the study.
Wait, what? Red flag. Women cooked, cleaned, and did yard work for nearly 2 hours a day. Where was your husband, sis? That's what I need to know.
Male partners did only half of that amount. Now, it is worth noting that that half is still way more than men used to do, but again, in the case where women are also expected to work out of the home, which is now the majority of marriages, nowhere near fair.
A lot of men can't handle women making more money than them, right? So that's why I don't have a problem with women dating men who make less money if that man is making up for it in emotional labor, domestic labor, but a lot of men don't. They want what their grandpas had, which is basically having hostages. Because one of my grandmas was a literal hostage. He would not let her have a divorce.
I like her style. Sis, we need to watch your content. I'm going to put you up on the screen next week. I need to hear what you got to say.
And they hated each other. And he refused, and he hated her. Invisible labor is still labor if you don't get paid for it. Emotional labor is still labor if you don't get paid for it. And because men don't see a dollar sign attached to it, if you don't give it to them, then then they're like, what? But it's just assumed that it's, like you have to like make it visual somehow. That's why a lot of those books, Fair Play and all those, or at least they're trying to make it visual for them. Like, dude, you have no idea what I'm doing.
all the time so that you can go do this thing.
Exactly. So that's why I was talking about the live streams, because it wouldn't be possible if I didn't have a husband who understands. Shout out to my husband. Yeah, and by the way, again, if you just joined the stream, thank you for joining. Speaking of my husband, Red Pearl, you guys already know I talked about it yesterday, but if you're into elevating your mindset, elevating everything in your life, as well as wearing comfortable and ethical clothing, not only that, but imagine it is cold outside right now. I have my window open and I haven't worn my cardigan once, which is a win, especially in this type of weather. Hold on, let me check what the weather is in Victoria right now. It is 16 degrees Celsius, y'all. And usually I have my sweater on because I am anemic, right? So I have a lot of anemia. I have anemia. I've had it for years. And the fact that I'm actually sitting here and wearing this shirt, premium cotton 100%, and it covers my arms, which I really love right now, and I'm able to do this stream without having to get up and get my sweater. So a win is a win. Anyways, the link is in the comments and also in my description box. So please click on the website if you get a chance. Check out our storefront, and then you can also join the mailing list for more information. All right, let's continue.
Some particularly chilling stats from the Pew Research Center. Notably, a growing share of hetero marriages are looking more equal on paper in that there are more marriages where each spouse earns roughly the same. However, housework is still not equally shared. Even in marriages where the woman is the breadwinner, she will still do 6 more hours on average.
So that's why I said it was just better for her to leave him anyways, and then she gets the kids half the time. It's actually beneficial.
Labor than her husband. In contrast, male breadwinners are spending nearly 15 hours less on housework than their spouses. The only case in which a wife does less work on average is when she is the sole earner, and even then she will still be doing more housework per week than men in every other household scenario. Now, to me, those stats alone are reason enough to validate the title of this video, which is that marrying the wrong man is like the worst thing a woman can do financially, personally, and otherwise. But it also speaks to the fact that one of our commonly held notions, which is also true, that we tend to value money made outside of the house and labor enacted outside of the house far more than we do labor inside of the house, even if that labor, for example, saves money or enables the work that's taking place outside. We do respect work outside the house more, but really only when it's a man doing it. And if you look at the increased rates of divorce in couples where the woman substantially out-earns the man or is the sole breadwinner, you can see that even when the woman is both earning more and doing more in the household, she is still punished by her husband for, I guess, daring to emasculate him by giving him money. I really don't know the thinking here. Because, of course, earning more should not give one partner an out when it comes to taking on their fair share of household labor, man or woman, especially because it's not like a job's hardness is directly proportional to how much they're earning. Because, like, to be clear, many of the beep boop computer jobs that earn like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year are much less hard by essentially every metric than being like a teacher or a nurse or a firefighter. But even if they were, when you take the pay gap into consideration, especially when you start having children, the odds are clearly stacked in men's favor to end up being the primary earner, and by extension feel totally justified in abandoning the household. Quote, remarkably, having a male domestic partner means more work for women, not less. Married women spend more time on housework than single women. Married men spend roughly the same amount as single men. Women's lower wages and higher propensity to take part.
This is a mess, y'all. This is a mess. And I already knew these stats, but it's just whenever I see videos like these, it doesn't make it any better. This is why I said you got to understand your value system, and please, please choose wisely, y'all. This is craziness. Of course you're going to have stress and burnout if he's not pulling his weight. That's expected. Because you're doing everything and more. And he's just sitting there like a potato. Can't even do yard work. Red flag.
Time jobs.
What is he there for?
To maximize the household's total income, the person earning more does less work around the house. This gender divide results in women having fewer hours than men to devote to socializing, exercising, going out, or practicing a hobby. No wonder women tend to experience more stress and burnout. And we'll unpack this in further detail in a later chapter. But this simple fact,
how many chapters are there?
More household work.
Okay, we're not going to watch all the chapters though. Let me skip a little bit.
Whereas men do just as much as they did when they were single, to me says it all. Because in theory, a marriage, having a life partner, is meant to be a fundamental.
Okay, sis is going to talk about her experience.
Life is supposed to be easier as a twosome, and we still often take for granted the idea that it is, regardless of how the marriage is actually shaking out.
So our story is a little bit complicated because before we were married, we had our first child, and we got married when he was 3, and we were actually not in a relationship for the first 2 years of his life.
Red flag. So wait, what? Okay, I understand what happened. Hold up. I gotta rewind this, y'all. I'm not understanding. Hold on a second.
Or household work when they have
What
a
did she
domestic partner in the home, whereas men do just as much as they did when they were single, to me says it all. Because in theory, a marriage, having a life partner, is meant to be a fundamentally additive thing in life. Life is supposed to be easier as a twosome, and we still often take for granted the idea that it is, regardless of how the marriage is actually shaking out.
So our story is a little bit complicated because before we were married, we had our first child, and we got married when he was 3.
Okay.
And we were actually not in a relationship for the first.
So this lets me know that it was just they had sex, y'all. There was no relationship. So of course they ended up divorced. I mean, it's very rare to have a man just and a woman stay in a marriage with there was no type of relationship, no emotional connection. It was all physical, and they both grew up in the church. This is what happens, and this is why we need to teach our youth, and instead of just saying abstinence, and I understand it has its place, and yes, we do have to follow the biblical principles, but let's be clear, not everyone is following it. This is where I agree with Cam Newton. People have to be realistic, but at the same time, you have to teach them sexual discipline. Why is it important? Nobody sits down and teaches you that. They just say, don't have sex. But why? Why can't you? Why can't I when I see all my friends doing it? They seem happy. They always sitting here telling me how they had the best night of their lives. And then here I am sitting here just waiting for whatever's to come, but I don't see the value in that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying I don't see the value in that, but I'm saying the youth, the teenager, or whoever, they're not going to see the value in it because their frontal lobe, 1, hasn't developed yet. And 2, they don't understand the purpose. We don't teach them that. And even if we do, it's an adult conversation. It's not at their level. So usually when you go to those youth conferences, when they talk about sex, it's what you shouldn't do. It's not what you should do or why you should do it or why it's going to benefit you in the long run. Nobody talks about the financial consequences. Nobody talks about that stuff. They just say, don't be a teen mom because, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for you. Yeah, we know it's going to be hard. But people need to see a lot of they need to experience it. And when I say experience it, I mean I remember there was that show Beyond Scared Straight. When them juveniles would act up, they would take them to the jail, straighten them right up. A lot of them were crying, and I'm not saying you got to scare everyone straight, but you have to illustrate the importance because they don't understand it. They have the attention span of a hamster. These are children you're talking about, youth. They don't know they cannot process the same way that we can. And obviously, if you're always there taking care of them, they're going to think that, hey, if we have sex and we have a baby, my mommy's going to help me. My daddy's going to help me. No, you have to make it explicitly clear. You on your own, buddy. You want to make adult decisions. And that's the thing. You have to have them start young. Let me tell y'all something. When I started working at the age of 15 years old. 15. As soon as I was legally able, I started working. And that gave me a sense of responsibility. I promise you, once I got the job, I was extremely mindful of the money I spent because I worked so hard for it. I was hoarding money I don't want to give this away. I remember my mom used to take a certain percentage of my paycheck. I used to be pissed. Because I'm I worked hard for it. You're taking the majority of my paycheck away. But it taught me responsibility, and that's where my work ethic came from. So that's why now, fast forward years later, if you guys see me doing the case studies, you guys see me doing the live streams at my own job, doing the work that I do, it's because I built that work ethic, and that's from and through experience. So what I'm trying to say is you have to teach them in a way where they can understand the implications. But if they think life is going to be easy and you just, grandma going to take care. I see you had a kid young and grandma took care of the kid. So then I'm going to have a kid and grandma can take care of mine too. That's what it is. That's what they're thinking. They're not thinking logically. And so I'm not surprised that her and this man, or they were young, the two of them, that they ended up in this situation and they were part of the church. This happens very quite often. A lot of teenage pregnancies, a lot of pregnancies as soon as they leave the church. It is very extremely common, more common than you guys think, and people just sweep it under the rug. Oh, don't let her come to church anymore. Oh yeah, yo, sister Geraldine, your daughter can't come to the church anymore. Yeah, we don't want the other girls to get any ideas. And guess what? The other girls were still getting ideas. They was at church on the Sunday and they was clubbing with Sister Geraldine's daughter. They was all clubbing together. The only difference is that maybe they knew to get the plan B and wear a condom, and Sister Geraldine's daughter did it raw. That's all that is. Next.
2 years of his life. So my experience as a mum from the very beginning was being a single mum to one child at that time.
That's crazy.
But I had him every day of the week for the first year of his life, and then 6 days of the week for the second year of his life. And that was normal for me, obviously. That was the only version of parenting that I knew. So when I got married to my husband, who was the father of that child, I feel like it was natural for me to just do everything, even though I didn't need to anymore. You know, I had like probably some responsibility there for maybe taking over a lot of the household.
Yeah, you need to take accountability for that, because now he became lazy.
Child, and again, I kind of like just did everything because that's kind of what I was used to and that's what I knew. But as anyone will know who does that, it becomes too much. It's not possible for one person to actually do it.
So you see, I'm glad she's taking accountability for that. And this is another problem. It's like the people pleasing. She's a people pleaser, y'all. She's either a people pleaser or she doesn't like to inconvenience people. Yeah, people pleaser. She's in there. So she would rather just, I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna grit my teeth and just do it. And unfortunately, this is the result. You're going to stress yourself out, burn yourself out, and be underappreciated and undervalued.
Everything. We had conversations, my ex-husband and I, and he did pick up quite a few of the tasks in the household, and we did split things out a bit more. I wouldn't say that it was ever 50-50, the childcare or the household tasks. And I also wouldn't say that it was 50-50 in terms of like monetarily what we were bringing into the home. Like I was usually earning more or more consistently. So I feel like at the end of the day, the way that some of these things contributed to us separating is that it wasn't like a big leap. The idea of providing for myself and doing the household chores and looking after the kids, it felt like what I was already doing, whether that was like my fault or not, that I was already doing that. But regardless, it made it feel like something that was possible. I knew I could do it.
But when you look at the increased happiness and decreased stress reported by women who get divorced, you see that it's not just a question of perception or the vibes being off between the couple. It's literally that her life is easier. Also, the fact that men were not doing much domestic labor when they were single and then they're still not in marriages is not at all surprising to anyone who's ever been to a single man's apartment. You got one pillow on that bed, maybe a bed frame if you're lucky.
See, no, that's the man you deal with, sis. Red flag. I don't know. Nah. Yeah, no. I don't know what men they speak of. Maybe the men in their community? I don't know. But there are men like that, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah.
Haven't been washed in months. Our producer over here, her partner had gray pinstripe sheets. I think my husband had like plaid flannel sheets.
Red flag. No, my husband, I will. Is she talking about just experiences, or is she talking about her man? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, straight male bachelor apartments are so crazy. Also, I have a girlfriend who's my age.
Oh, she's talking about other
36
women.
as well and newly single, and she just loves to tell me some of the horror stories about these men that she meets on dating apps, and she goes to their apartments, and these men are pushing 40. And on their profile it's listed, not sure if they're ready for a real relationship. To which I say, babe, you're about to die. You need someone to be the executor of your estate. Like, you need someone with power of attorney in case you slip into a coma. But also, she goes over to their apartments, and there's literally not one piece.
Wait, you don't need somebody to be no. I disagree with her with saying that. You don't need. It depends. If he's on a dating app, then yes, he should be taking dating seriously. But just because you're 40, if you're single, that doesn't mean that you have to be paired up with somebody. That doesn't make sense. But I get what she's talking about. She's saying oh no. Did my mic go out? Oh no, my mic went out. Hold up. Let me make sure y'all could hear me. Did my mic go out? Oh yeah. It is low. My bad, y'all. My mic did go out. Hold up. Wrong with my mic. What just happened? Hold on. No, it's not working. Okay, now. Okay, now it's working. What just happened? Okay, now it's working. My bad, y'all. I don't know what happened. Okay, it's on now. Sorry, y'all. 3 minutes. Okay, that was it. Oh, Lord, the devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what happened. The connection is so weird. Like, it just disconnected all of a sudden. Maybe I used too much power outlet. I was just talking about, what did I say? Oh, yeah, the dating apps. Don't worry, I didn't say nothing important. Did y'all hear me talk about the bed? Let me know if you can hear me now. Testing, 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 testing. Can you hear me now? Testing, 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 testing. Let me know if you can hear me. Hold on. Let me know if you can hear me. Testing, 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 testing. Oh, let me know if you can hear me now. Testing. Okay, you know what happened? This mic went out. And I charged it all night, so it must not have charged properly. Okay, we gonna speed this right up. I'm so sorry for the technical issues, y'all. My bad. I didn't realize it. This is the first time this mic has ever gone out. That's why I'm always checking it like this. Okay, from now on, I'm gonna keep the comments up here, cause Lord. You see, I have the comments up. Let me keep the comments. It's because it hides my face. That's why I left it there. Let me keep the comments up here so I can, when I put the video up, then I'm going to leave the comments on the screen. And then when I come back on the screen, then I'll leave it off. My bad, y'all. Okay, let's keep watching. My bad. Yeah, they was talking about dirty sheets and dirty bathrooms. Please don't date a man who has a dirty sheet, who has dirty sheets and dirty bathrooms. Now, I'm not connected. My mic is not connected. Because there's two parts of this mic. There's the speaker part, and then there's the receiver part. Now let's see how long the receiver lasts. It's charged up, but I'm gonna speed right through this. I think this is a sign we gotta wrap this up tonight, y'all. I'm not trying no other technical difficulties. So now, I don't know what's happening. Something is not charging properly here. Yeah, for some reason, it wasn't charging properly. I think you can hear me now. I know, they playing. Can y'all hear me now? They playing with me. And we was just about to get to let's get to the 50-50 part. Hold up. Let me make sure I can hear it. Something is not charging properly here. Okay, you guys can hear me now. Let's get to 50-50. We wrapping this right up. This is what they don't want y'all to hear. This is what they don't want you to hear. Hold on. Can you hear the video now?
This phenomenon, a push toward even division as a kind of gender.
Can you hear it now? Let me know if you can hear it. Oh, it's not YouTube, unfortunately. It's this charger. This is the first time this has ever happened to me. Okay, you back. We gonna play this 50-50 part. We wrapping this right up.
Gender restorative justice throughout all levels of heterosexual courtship and dating. For example, it's become an enormous debate amongst basically every segment of the dating population. And let's be honest, some people who aren't even going on dates at all, as to who should pay when a bill comes on a date. And interestingly, the push for 50-50 is often coming from the most theoretically conservative / gender norm loving voices. Now, as a it pertains to the initial courtship phase, I can actually see the benefits and the drawbacks of being a true 50-50 split. Because on the one hand, we don't necessarily know what financial resources everyone is bringing to a given date, and just because you are a woman on a date with a man does not necessarily mean he earns much more than you, or that it's more fair that he pays. But on the other hand, if we are not asking people out in the spirit of treating them, we do run the risk of turning the dating process into just another extension of the oppressive Venmo culture that we discussed in a recent episode of our podcast, TikTok Therapy.
I am someone that I actually absolutely hate doing a Venmo request. Short of like we're going out to dinner and someone ordered something else or what have you. But even then, I'm not someone that's like, okay, let's get the itemized bill and go through. And
You better be. You better be. Red flag. You better be. Get your money, sis. You better be, because I used to be that person too and be like, oh no, I don't want to inconvenience anybody, you know, I'll just take it to the chin. And then they kept doing it and doing it and doing it. And I was like, no, after a while I was like, no, listen, it depends on what the situation is. If I was the person who was the one, and I'm not talking about dating, I don't know what she talking about. She talking about dating or she talking about friendship? I'm talking about friendship. If it's dating 100%, he better not ask me to Venmo. I would never ever accept a date like that. I would have ignored and blocked. But I'm talking about as far as friends go, I used to be the one footing the bill. Like, they'll be like, oh, let's pay it on your card. And then all of a sudden they ghost. They'll never give me my money back. No, run me my money.
actually owe $4 more than me. No. So I think for me, I'm very lucky to have friendships where that isn't a thing. But I have mutual friends who have friends where that's a big thing. And I think a lot of this ties into financial anxiety and fear around not only their own money and what they can or can't afford, but also this deep fear of being taken advantage of. And I think this ties into the boundaries conversation where people kind of see it as like, if you give a mouse a cookie, right? Well, what if they think I'm going to cover dinner next time? And what if they think that I'm going to have to do this for them? And they just go in this like doom spiral.
What are we talking about?
Like
friendship or a relationship?
Or a snack or a lunch or like a movie ticket will do to them.
But whether or not dating should be a time to go Dutch, what's undeniable about the marriage stage or even just the long-term dating / cohabitation stage is that you should be very aware of each other's finances and understanding to what extent dividing things is actually fair. And we should also be very conscious of not doing something that sadly happens constantly in hetero marriages, which is to say deeply undervaluing labor that happens in the home versus outside of the house. Again, even if it saves a lot of money for the household budget. For example, if you have one person providing all the childcare for free at home, that is a savings of tens of thousands of dollars a year.
Yeah.
And in many cases, it's more than they would have made at a salaried job.
Yeah.
And splitting things evenly can be an understandable shorthand for fairness, and in some cases it can be.
First of all, it shouldn't be even. That's 50-50. No, we don't split things evenly. That's it. Like, I will say this, that I don't know what percentage people are comfortable with, but we don't do 50-50 in this house. No, we don't. And I think what it is that people, like, once you split and you have the actual 50-50, then people always, it's like one person doesn't want to, I feel like it opens the door for there to be bare minimum behavior, and I don't like that. So, no. It's like, oh, I did my 50%, so I'm done. No. We don't do that. Don't do the splits.
But when we look at how an average heterosexual marriage with children pans out, we see how much 50-50 can become more of a burden than it is liberating.
Yeah, exactly. Because then they're going to feel like, I did my 50%, I'm done. No, you didn't. You didn't.
Well, even when both parties are earning money outside the home, it is still the woman who does the majority of domestic labor. And for each child a couple has, a woman's earning potential decreases steadily while the man's does the opposite.
One of the reasons why I'm so grateful for TikTok and YouTube and stuff, but is finding we're mutuals now, but when I first started following...
Hold on. You guys still can't hear me? Because you just sent me a Discord message. Why is it not showing up here? Hold up. I gotta make sure y'all can hear me.
The man's does the opposite.
Okay, y'all can hear me.
I'm so grateful for
Wait, can y'all hear me? Okay, yeah. I think you guys can hear me now. I'm scared. I'm so paranoid, y'all. Okay. Elle, I saw your message on the Discord. I'm mad late. I just saw it pop up on my phone. So sorry if I didn't see it before. Y'all know I be yapping. All right, we're gonna finish this part right up. I'm so scared.
Language to
my
these
mic.
things, right? the weaponized incompetence, the mental load, the invisible labor, all that stuff, like that darn chat and a bunch of others. I had no idea when I got married that I was signing up to deconstruct patriarchy in real time for the rest of my life with my husband.
That's facts. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I mean, I've always been a rebel. I've always been deconstructing from the beginning. Oh, that was from before. Yo, Discord mad late. They just sent me, you sent me 17. Oh, it said 17 minutes ago. I think it was both messages. Okay, that's why I got mixed up. I thought the other one was recent. That's why I started checking my mic. What I was gonna say, they just sent it. That's how late it was. There's a delay on Discord. I literally just got the notification. So I was going to say that, yes, marriage does cause you to deconstruct and to reconsider a lot of like gender roles. And not because you have a partner who doesn't believe in gender roles. It was so interesting because Dom and I, we literally recreated our whole, like we said, okay, we have a family now. I'm not like my mother. My mother did all the housework, all the labor. That was her. And it wasn't that my dad didn't help out, but it was like she did majority of everything. And I think it was because my dad was working and she was a stay-at-home mom, right? But then she would work sometimes here and there, but not as much as my dad. My dad was working long hours, right? Because he's a truck driver. So I said, I remember when Dom and I, and then Dom's the opposite. His mom did all the housework and his dad helps out a little bit, but he can't really do housework like that. Like, he's just not. Like, I don't know, he's Korean. So sometimes, you get a spouse who maybe he gives a little bit of a percentage, but obviously his mom loves to control the house and that's how she likes it. She likes it better when she does the work. And so now Dom and I we redesigned what housework looks like for us, right? And so in the beginning, it was hard because we're like, okay, what do I do? What do you do? Like, we're trying to figure it out. But then we realized that, okay, you're better at laundry. I'm terrible at laundry. It's not that I don't know how to do it, but he's really more like he loves a clean, like he washes his clothes every day, y'all. Like, he's that kind of dude. And for me, and remember, he has OCPD, so that's a personality disorder. So he's very, very extremely like clean. All right. So he loves laundry every day. So I let him do that. Whereas I'm much more better managing like more of the cleaning up after everything, like, the dishwasher, running the dishwasher at night, cleaning up like the house, maintaining it. He's better at like organizing all the shelves. He does all of that stuff. He buys the groceries. I don't touch anything about groceries. He buys everything for our household. He we make a list together. He buys everything. And bathroom, I'm better at cleaning the bathroom, so I clean the bathroom, right? And then in our room, we both take turns, right? So it really depends on how you distribute it, and you don't have to think about it in such a, like, I think people overthink it a lot, and it really is about equal distribution. And like, for example, if I do my live streams on the weekends, Dom takes over everything, like everything in the household, whereas, and as much as he can do, because he's working on his business too. But then when I'm off of the live stream, then it's my turn. And then I start organizing everything, getting things prepared for the week. And then on top of that, like on the weekdays, I'm home more than he is because I work from home usually. So then I will clean up and maintain everything. So it's all about just being equal, not 50-50. Imagine if it's a 50-50 split, then obviously I'm going to be like, well, I did my fair share up until Wednesday. That's 50%. So I'm done. No, it doesn't work like that.
And I didn't know that that's something. Not just with him. It's not just him learning. It is me unlearning this. I was indoctrinated into this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So even if men just all changed overnight, I'm still conditioned to do too much if I'm not mindful constantly of like, whoa, why am I doing this? Like, I caught myself in the very beginning, I was washing his clothes and I was like, why am I?
Red flag. I ain't never do that. You see, that's the thing. I don't know. I have a very selfish spirit. I think it has worked for me in some aspects, but in other aspects, I had to really get outside of myself with that because I noticed that I was extremely selfish to the point where it was not healthy as far as like, with communication and those kind of things. I have never washed Dom's clothes. Like okay, so what happens is he washes the clothes and I'll fold them, but I don't do all the laundry do that. Like, we just equally, it's like, okay, if I wash, you fold. If you fold, I wash, like that. No, ma'am, you're not doing his laundry and doing all his work like you're his mother. You see, and that's the thing. We were raised in households where our mothers treated their husbands like their sons. And no, it's not supposed to be like that. You're both adults. You're both able to work and do equal amount of work in the household. And it takes two people to keep a household running, not just one person.
Am I doing this? And I was like, I don't want to wash his clothes. He washes his, I wash mine. Like, and actually, like, not that I don't ever do anything, but you have to have such strong boundaries with yourself. And you have to be very aware of what you're doing and why you're doing it. So we are both learning in real time just how conditioned we both are. And he grew up in a very loving family, which that in itself is a privilege. I grew up with a single mom, so we are both kind of like...
That makes sense.
Yeah, you bring what you know into a marriage. And if you grew up watching a man being centered in the home or not, and then on top of that, even as being raised by a single mom, every movie, every rom-com, every movie, every advertisement, every book, every song is about centering men, centering romantic love, being a sacrificial lamb, being everything is through the male gaze. So even if you have the most, badass,
it's true,
feminist role model at
very
home,
true,
and even if your parents talk, society's still going to teach you all this garbage. The teachers are still going to, for example.
And in my case, it wasn't that my mom centered my dad; she centered my brothers. That's what I saw. I saw her centering my brothers more than my dad, to be quite honest with you. That's a problem too, because as a young girl, I saw how differently I was treated versus my brothers. Yeah, of course, my mom loved me, but I did notice that my brothers definitely got that extra support, extra help. It's like, oh no, your brother needs help. But for me, it was like, oh, you gonna be okay. You'll be alright. You straight? Alright, cool.
If there's a boy being disruptive and a bad student, what do? They put the smartest girl next to him, sacrificial lamb. So even in school, they're going to teach you to put
It's
what
true.
you need aside to take care of men, mother men, make sure that they're taken care of, that they don't get lost.
It is also usually the woman who has to take a step back from the workforce, which is also very likely to greatly depress her earning potential if she ever does re-enter it. And when the labor in the home is perfectly evenly split between the genders, which is a very rare occurrence, there is still a reality that most of the time, earning potential is heavily impacted on a gendered basis as one that moves through life and kids. So 50-50 is not likely a financial reflection of this. And a lot of the 50-50 stuff ultimately comes down to a question of equity versus equality. Quote, equality means that each individual or group of people is given the same resources or opportunities. Equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. Basically, being a 50-50 warrior in a hetero marriage sort of presupposes that you are living in a 50-50 world, or even in a 50-50 home.
So when I first got married, my husband and I, we put all of our money into one joint account. And we spent all of our money from one joint account. And this is actually one of the disputes that we had in our marriage because we both spent money very differently. However, it's not really the reason that we broke up.
So I'm going to say something about that real quick. Y'all, I'm just checking my mic. I'm so scared. Okay, this needs to be charged more, but that's okay. We about to wrap this up. I'm going to say something real quick about joint accounts. My personal opinion, have your own account. He has his own account, and use the joint account just for bills and other things that are to maintain the household. That's it. That's all. And whatever split that is, you guys will figure that out. But please not 50-50. I beg. And if he can pay everything, that's even better. And still have a joint account anyways, because then at least you guys have money that you both can touch, right, together. But I personally, I still have my own. He has his own, and then we do the joint for the other stuff. Like, especially if we're going on trips, stuff like that, it's better to just have a joint account and put it towards that. But in reality, I think having a joint account it depends on the couple, but I personally don't like it for everything. I think that it's just, nah. I don't know. That's just my personal belief, personally speaking.
Because we did come to a good solution while we were still married. Essentially, we went through all of our expenses, our regular monthly expenses, We split it 50-50.
You see?
And then we started getting paid into individual accounts, and we'd both send 50% of the family expenses into the joint account.
Okay, you see? She had to
And
change
anything
it.
that we had left over, we agreed was like ours to spend however we wanted. We couldn't kind of judge each other on what they wanted to buy. But anything that was a joint expense, we both put half in. And that actually worked really, really well while we were married. So as a result, since leaving the marriage, I would say that financially that transition's not been very different, because I already basically managed my own money. And because in my situation, I moved out of a home with my husband into a home with my friend who's also a single parent. And we also have shared rent, shared food and bills.
Okay.
So I do the same thing with her as I did with my ex-husband. I send 50% into, it's not a joint account, but we send 50% into the specified accounts. And whatever I have left over is mine to spend as I wish.
But the reality is that for most women, they are still heavily disadvantaged, and their labor and time much more likely to be undervalued. So only in a fairly utopian case is 50-50 splitting of things like household bills actually all that fair. But if the man's not doing his fair share and 50-50 doesn't work, then we often come to chapter 4, the wife allowance dynamic coming back into vogue. Scary as hell. So as we've discussed before on this channel, there has been a rise, and even some might say a fixation within Gen Z of the stay-at-home girl.
The new boomers! Gen Z, the new boomers. That's what y'all are. I'm like the DJ right now. Ever, the new boomers.
Girlfriend / kept woman / trophy wife.
Boomers 2.0, deluxe.
Phenomenon, where it is not just considered aspirational, but by some metrics kind of feminist to just close your eyes and have a man handle absolutely everything financially. Now, on the one hand, it is a very understandable backlash to a particularly, in my opinion, oppressive strain of feminism that basically said that us working an incredibly demanding corporate job outside the home while also having children and being a domestic goddess was the highest thing that a woman could aspire to.
Okay, it's back now. I know. It's back, y'all. I'm sorry. You know what? Okay. We gonna try it one more time, y'all. I'm really trying my best. Is it off again? Okay, it should be back on. It should be back on. It should be back on. Oh, Lord. It should be back on. It's back now. I know. It's back. It keeps going in and out. Okay, we gonna just wrap this right up. I'm gonna finish listening to this and then we're done. I think my technical issues are way too much today. This mic, I don't know what's going on. I have to figure out why it didn't charge last night.
And if you're wondering, the median average single...
It should be back now. Yeah, I can hear myself now. It's back now. I know. It's back. It keeps going in and... Yeah, okay. We're gonna just finish this part.
Salary is nowhere
Finish
near
this part.
that. And there is also
It should be
now
fine
not
now.
one single U.S. state where minimum wage is sufficient to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. And while we have been gaslit into thinking that this is normal and these jobs are just supposed to be for teenagers who are living with their parents, it's important to remember that the entire concept of a minimum wage used to be what was minimally required
This is
to meet
crazy,
cost
yo.
of living needs, and it used to be pegged to that metric. But even if we're pushing up against a world where women are essentially required to work outside of the home and still expect
Notice, we talking about some real good stuff today. Today is crazy. And then I've never had this issue before, y'all. ever. And it's not, I like to say it's not YouTube, it's my mic. I don't know what's going on. The devil is a liar. Let's
to take on the
continue.
majority of labor at home, which we are. This reversion to a world in which the man holds all of the financial strings and you are entirely reliant on him, if not indebted to him, is not necessarily an improvement. And while it might seem like a recent trend, this is actually pretty widespread. Quote, according to a study from UBS Global Wealth Management, 58% of women let their spouses handle the big picture finances. And in the US, 56% of millennial women ages 20 to 34 were okay with letting their husbands handle the money choices. And if
he's responsible.
Wondering, that number includes the vast majority of women who also themselves work and bring money into the home. Because even if the girl boss movement sort of went off the rails and the pressures of late stage capitalism mean that working for women isn't some liberatory exercise, but rather an economic necessity because cost of living is too high and wages haven't kept up, the world that those feminists, particularly in the 70s, were fighting so hard to leave behind wasn't some kind of utopia for women. There was a very good reason why women fought so hard to have their own financial agency. We think about the fact that the divorce rate has skyrocketed in the past several decades, for example, and there might be a tendency to think that this is because people are just less committed or, they're more fickle or they're not willing to put in the work that it takes to build a lifetime with a partner. No, the answer is up until fairly recently, most people couldn't get divorced. So they were just living in a quiet hell for the rest of their lives.
And that's why a lot of the divorces are gray divorces. Just letting y'all know. That's the highest percentage of modern divorce.
Women knew that even if they managed to leave their husbands, they would essentially be condemning themselves to a life of squalor and social stigma. Because in the United States, women only even gained the legal right to open their own bank account in the 1960s.
What? I did not know that. This is very, very interesting. So not even like, hold the line. 1960. That's not that long ago, y'all. 65 years ago. Red flag. This is craziness.
1969, California enacted the first no-fault divorce law, which made it easier for couples to
hasn't been that long.
based on irreconcilable differences. Women in the United States were only legally granted the right to obtain credit cards in their own name on October 28, 1974. And in 1974, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act prohibited discrimination against loan applicants based on sex, marital status, or familial status, further easing access to mortgages and home ownership for women. And this push to put the power back in the hands of men for all things financial also assumes that you are with a man who is competent or
yes, he gotta be responsible. If not, wrap that right up. Don't even try it. He is going to mismanage your funds. Remember, I did that case study, the live stream on that Ramit Sethi, the guy who had the promotion and his wife didn't know about it. He's the type of man you should not let handle your money.
Or even not abusive financially. Lest we forget, part of what made the previous marriage dynamic so toxic for women was because having no access and control over their own financial destiny meant that it was a powerful tool of manipulation, coercion, and control from men.
This whole trad wife stuff terrifies me, honestly, because it's all propaganda. Yeah. There is no such thing. Like this stuff that didn't exist. And our grandmothers were often working. This idea that women just that is literally one section of time that they're referring to. But when I looked up they were working. They may not have had a bank account and they may not have controlled the money, but they were earning money. They were working, even if beyond domestic labor, right? What's so disturbing, and this has been pushed by it's not just like the Andrew Tates and all those, it's literally this idea of like traditional woman and our grandparents were so, no, they weren't. First of all, not only were they held hostage by finances, they literally could not leave. They had no money. The whole, the trad wives, it's a lie. And it's also like, when white women weren't working, it's because they usually had black domestic labor. And
they did. Men could literally just cut off the cards or access to bank accounts. They could have entire secret lives and families. And many of them did. I'm about to do a Chelsea lore drop here, but my grandfather had an entire other family with 5 whole kids before he married.
Your grandpa was Haitian, sis? Was he Jamaican? Was he Trinidadian? Was he black? Was he from the continent? That's what we know. We know all that stuff. We got the side babies. Sis, you sounding very familiar. Okay, Mike is still on. Lord, we gotta hurry this chapter up. It's almost done, y'all, and then we end in this chapter.
And then had 5 more kids with her. And the funniest part of that story is whenever I mention to people that my grandfather was like a second family warrior, many people will say my grandfather too. People were just out here doing any old thing back in the 60s. Also, there were no cell phones, so you could just be like,
Papa was a Rolling Stone. Look at Mick Jagger. All them kids he done got. Red Flag, cheering. All of them. I told you, all men of all races, they do the same thing. They just hide it better.
sorry, babe, I can't talk to you for the next 3 days. And they would just have to deal with it. Also, like, crazy thing is that in his first family of 5 children, he had a son who was a junior, his name. And then in his second family, he had another junior. He essentially erased the existence of his first family.
Wow.
Listen, you know, he was raised in the Great Depression. He fought in World War II. A PTSD king, I'm sure. He died when I was like 4, so I don't really have memories of this man. But suffice to say, as a woman, you were just sort of along for the ride in that era of, I mean, if you were, especially if you were Catholic in the 1960s, like my family was, whoo, buddy, you better hope that you got with a good man, because if you didn't, you were completely screwed. So anyway, the right for women to be able to have a credit card or buy a home or have a job, it is still a feminist victory. And the idea of just turning over complete financial control to a man is not the sleigh we think it is. There has to be a middle ground. And leaving it all up to a man is especially bad when you bring in chapter 5, having kids, when things go from bad to worse. Now, a lot of the dynamics that we've discussed, inequitable household labor.
All right, we're gonna see how far we could get with this one, y'all. Lord, I wanted to end it now because I'm worried about my mic. Okay, we're gonna see how far we can get. If it starts going out, I'm just gonna do like 5 more minutes. I just want to do this part. This was really good. Yeah, just this part. And then we're out of here.
Time and money more than women's are basically 10x'd once you have a child with a man. And this is our longest chapter, so buckle up. Because this problem starts basically right away with parental leave. Men are often not taking parental leave even when it is offered. Our producer, who I'm sitting with right now, pregnant as we speak. There are actually 3 of us in this room. 4 if you consider Mona. Her husband is actually taking primary caregiver leave at his office when all of the other men he works with have only taken secondary, despite the fact that there is no HR requirement for proof that one is the primary caregiver. So what did we learn today, class? We learned that all of the ladies that work at TFD are only with men who are defying gender norms at every turn and hashtag doing the work. Because men don't want to raise their own children. That's the reality of it. They don't. I obviously don't meet men very often, but like when I'm like out with men that my husband works with, I'm like, it takes me until I meet them like 4 times to even know they have kids.
They don't. A lot of them don't. But again, it's the selection process. And this is why this channel is important, and other channels like mine, the educational part. You need to have prevention. We need to have prevention. Deadbeat, dusty. You need to be allergic to deadbeats and dusties because this is the outcome. You're having kids with men who can't even remember your birthday. Red flag all over.
And to which I say, why did you even have them? Anyway, and this is not just anecdotal. Despite the fact that research shows that paid, gender non-specific parental leave has innumerable positives, men are still leaving those benefits on the table. Quote, a 2016 study of more than 1,500 U.S. employers found that more than 80% of those offering paid family leave reported a positive impact on employee morale, and more than 70% reported an increase in employee productivity. Another study published in 2019 found that U.S. companies in tech and manufacturing saw improved revenue and profits over the years in which they expanded or began offering paid leave benefits. Despite all of this, though, the cultural stigma associated with paternity leave still seems to be offsetting the compelling arguments for taking it. A February report from McKinsey & Company and Moms First, a gender equity nonprofit, noted that dads in New York are forgoing as much as $1.6 billion in state-guaranteed parental leave.
It's a wrap, y'all. It's a wrap. No, I don't need a new mic, sis. It's just, it didn't charge properly. That's why. It just didn't charge properly last night. It wasn't, it's not charging because here I'm using I don't know how to call it, the USB connector. So it's not charging properly. So that's why it keeps going in and out. It's like dead. So I have to charge it on the plug outlet for it to get the benefits. Because I'm using so many things. Like the lights are being used for this cord. I have a lot of electrical outlets, so you should be able to hear me now, I hope. Hold on, let me check my mic, but I think I'm gonna have to cut it short. So I have to charge it. I'm gonna have to do that. All right, y'all. Yeah, we gonna have to cut this short. So sorry you couldn't hear the rest of it. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna charge my mic after. I charged it last night, but I guess it didn't. I should have paid attention and made sure that it was actually charging, and that was my fault. So I apologize. But thank you so much for rocking with me tonight, y'all. We gonna finish the last part next live stream, which is next Saturday. If you're part of the membership channel, I will be holding a special live stream this week. I'm gonna post the time and the day for you guys. Yeah, we might have to continue another conversation, so I will hold a special live stream. I will do members only live streams soon. This week is my first one, and then I'm gonna try to make it like on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis. I'll have to figure out the schedule, but y'all can look forward to that. Thank you so much, y'all, for rocking with me tonight. Don't forget to check out the Red Pearl website again. We're so appreciative, y'all, and yeah, join the movement, y'all. It's a movement. That's what it is. And also, another thing I have to mention is that there will be a new case study coming out for the members only. I have to see who you voted for. I don't even know who y'all voted for. I think it's just a wrap at this point, y'all. Sorry. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. On the plug outlet for it to get the... Hold on. I think you probably can't hear me now. Yeah, it's probably back now. Like the lights are being used for this. Hold on. Board. I have a lot of electrical... Hold on. Let me see if you guys... Okay, it went out. Let me see if you can hear me now. It's a wrap. Yeah, it's a wrap. You guys can hear me now. All right, it's a wrap, y'all. I will see you guys this week. Love you guys so much. Thank you for supporting. Don't forget to like this live. Keep liking it, hyping it up, whatever you need to do. I don't know. Anyways, I'll be on the members. Look out for the live stream for the members only this week, and then the rest of y'all, I will see you guys on Wednesday. Jeannie, my case study part 4 is dropping this week, as well as a members only case study, whichever couple y'all chose in the membership. Anyways, I gotta go, y'all. The mic about to go out. Love you guys, and see you when I see you this week. All right, bye, and see you on the